Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 322 Celestial 1 Star. When Lin Yuan had previously played the battle flag game, he felt that Wen Yu was impressive, but not to this extent. However, he could see her ability in deploying resources, which was simply a game of chess. It could be used in business and even in the planning and operation of a faction. Lin Yuan intended to establish his faction. He had a powerhouse, Endless Summer, but he did not have a suitable strategist. If Wen Yu had the ability to deploy resources, plan, and operate, it could help Lin Yuan solve many problems. Lin Yuan was meticulous in the establishment of his faction. Given his character and way of doing things, he decided he would never be someone who asked others to work, but did nothing himself in his faction. He planned to find time to talk with Wen Yu about some ideas about his faction. After playing this battle flag game, everyone returned to their rooms. At that moment, Lin Yuan found that Hu Quan had yet to return to his room to rest. Instead, he began to carefully carve those fine, completely jade-textured wood fragments in the living room. Lin Yuan could not help but remind him, "Uncle Hu, it's late. Do it tomorrow. Your health matters." Carving the completely jade-textured wood would not produce any noise. Lin Yuan was just afraid that Hu Quan's body might not be able to take it if he stayed up continuously. When Lin Yuan enhanced phase for days and nights, he would even ensure that he had 5 hours of rest every day. One's body was the capital to do everything. If one's body collapsed, then would have nothing. Hu Quan replied with a smile. In processing the fragment shape, I need to make the Mother of Bloodbaths and Endless Summers figures on the feature wall first. This way, it can all be arranged on the feature wall tomorrow. As Hu Quan said this, his eyes betrayed warmth and profound meaning. The warmth was because Hu Quan had been by himself for so many years and had been used to solitude due to his profession. But now, with these partners, even the middle-aged Hu Quan managed to experience a kind of thing called the serenity of the years thanks to that meal with his partners. Time was faint, and people loved to make noise and laugh. No one was an isolated island. As for the profound meaning, it was because he had discovered that the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were suzerain myth breed phase. Although Hu Quan was a king-class expert without a high aptitude who only possessed a fantasy breed fae, and the girl had changed their hair color, he still had rich experience. Hu Quan felt that he had been unable to see through Lin Yuan, but all this did not matter to Hu Quan. He felt that since he had joined this mansion, he was akin to being a person on Lin Yuan's side. They would share joys and sorrows together. Hu Quan had the awareness of a follower. He might not be able to help much in other areas, but if there was anything he could do as a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he would do it as a matter of course. Lin Yuan returned to his room and released Genius from the spirit lock spatial zone. He wanted to release Genius during the meal to eat with everyone, but Genius wanted to stay with Chimey in the spirit lock spatial zone. Although Chimey always gave Genius a headache, and Genius usually had to help Chimey solve many problems, there was no denying that Chimey was the most important family member to Genius in this world besides Lin Yuan. Genius knew that Chimey was evolving, improving its quality, and getting stronger. However, Genius was not anxious about itself at all. It felt that it was not an ambitious fae. Genius knew that Lin Yuan had treated it like a baby when it was ugly at that time. No matter how weak it was, Lin Yuan would not dislike it. In Genius' opinion, it was already a cat's happiness to be able to follow by Lin Yuan's and Chimey's side. Genius had the habit of licking its fur, but Lin Yuan still gave it a bath before helping it blow its delicate white fur dry. This habit had come about when Lin Yuan had taken Genius 100 Questions beast that was not even considered a fae home. A few years down the road, the habit had become natural. Even now, Genius no longer needed to bathe, but as long as there were any requirements, Lin Yuan would still give Genius a bath once a month. After Lin Yuan returned to his room, he did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he was prepared to have a celestial stairway duel on Star Web. After all, Lin Yuan had not participated in a single celestial stairway duel ever since he reached the celestial stairway. He was now only at 0 star on the star web's celestial stairway. Even if Lin Yuan had a celestial stairway's exclusive title, which could extend the celestial stairway duel's time limit, he felt there was no need to use this privilege. He originally wanted to proceed to the celestial stairway matching as usual, but he instantly thought of Tan Ningning. Therefore, he left a message for her on Star Web, saying that he was going to participate in a celestial stairway duel. He thought that Tan Ningning would not be on Star Web at that time, but to his surprise, she actually replied to his message within seconds. After informing Tan Ningning, Lin Yuan matched with an opponent on the celestial stairway as usual. As a matter of fact, if other people enjoyed Lin Yuan's popularity and prestige, they would have started a live stream on Star Web long ago. This could increase their popularity, as well as the fans' recognition of them. However, even when Lin Yuan reached the celestial stairway, he was still as low profile as before. Tan Ningning was not disappointed in Lin Yuan's choice. She actually admired him. She knew that this silver-masked youth was always choosing to walk a very correct path at all times, all the way forward without any presumptuous demands or sloppiness. The achievements that others see might only be 110 of what this youth revealed inadvertently. Lin Yuan actually thought that he would be matched with a tough opponent this time, but his opponent only had 2 gold IV elite phase. Lin Yuan checked his opponent's information and found that he was also at Celestial 0 star. Lin Yuan felt that his opponent had no intention of fighting, so he simply let Chima use Radiant Body to kill those 2 gold IV elite deer phase. It was a duel without any ripples. Lin Yuan took Hack Fu's stance when destroying the parking lot with his signature tornado, and won his first celestial stairway duel. At that moment, Lin Yuan checked his identity card. Star Tower Floor Celestial Stairway 1 star. Exclusive achievement straight to Celestial Stairway, no losing streak from Star Tower to Celestial Stairway. 1000 questions Beast Bronze X Legend. Red Thorn Silver I Fantasy I. Source Sand Gold I Fantasy I. Celestial Stairway Duels 1. Wins 1. Losses 0. Consecutive wins 0. Highest star 1. Lin Yuan found that his Celestial Stairway record and his duel record had changed. There was an additional exclusive achievement. Chapter 323 Listens Plead. Lin Yuan's opponent had been wandering between Celestial Stairway and the promotion duels, and Lin Yuan sent him down the Celestial Stairway. Tan Ningning accessed the Celestial Stairway's video library and watched Lin Yuan's battle. She found that she did not know what to write about this duel record. For an exclusive reporter, the real difficulty was not to write about a wonder, evenly matched battle. Instead, it was really hard to write about a duel that ended in a few seconds. Tan Ningning preferred writing the combat reports in the most authentic way. For this 2-second duel's battle report, she planned to write 2 words, instant kill, and be done with it. After Lin Yuan finished the Celestial Stairway duel, he could not help but be a little confused. Was it his bad luck to meet such strong opponents as Chen Hengfeng and Poison Beauty during the promotion duels? Or was it that his luck was simply too good after he reached the Celestial Stairway that he met duelists that should not have appeared on the Celestial Stairway? Lin Yuan had only just gone through training and did not intend to hone his combat skills on Star Web again. Although Red Thorn had become a silver fantasy breed lifeform, it was clearly ineffective to increase the combat chemistry with Red Thorn in a place like Star Web. A single-person duel on Star Web was not enough to let Red Thorn showcase its Sea of Flowers power after reaching Silver I Fantasy I. Thus, Lin Yuan did not proceed to the next Star Web duel again. Instead, he logged out as Black, a combat class Spirit Kai professional. Then he logged onto Star Web with his Creation Master identity. Black usually receives Star Web messages from Tan Ningning alone. However, his Creation Master message box was always full. Lin Yuan could not handle this huge piece of news, so he stopped reading strangers' messages. Anyway, these people messaged him for trivial matters. It was either they wanted to purchase Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish and Silver Usneas in large batches, or they wanted to ask him whether he had any extra flower bouquet pearls to exchange. Of course, the most frequent of these messages were asking him whether he had any bronze epic phase to trade. After all, Nothing could attract the attention of a spirit Kai professional who had comprehended a willpower rune more than a bronze epic fae. Even if there were any, they were probably only bronze legend faes. If someone posted a message wanting to receive a bronze legend fae, everyone would probably think that said person was stupid or had drank and eaten cephalosporin. At this moment, Lin Yuan noticed that someone on his friend list had sent him messages. The friends that he had added as a creation master and as black were the same. There were hardly a few of them, except for the braised egghead occasionally being talkative and Zhu Jiaxin finding him to talk about the store dividends. There were very few added friends who would look for him. Listen, who was on his friend list, had sent him 3 messages at once a few days ago. Lin Yuan opened them and raised his brows before furrowing them. Listen, expert. I wonder if you can enhance contracted bronze flawless phase and raise them to epic. Listen, expert. If it's possible, I would like to ask for a chance. You can set your price as long as I can afford it. Listen, expert. It's very urgent. Please help me. Lin Yuan could feel the anxiety from Listen's messages. Based on his messages, Lin Yuan felt that Listen was pleading rather than saying that he wanted to trade. Listen should have encountered some kind of problem. Lin Yuan had a dealing with Listen once before. Lin Yuan's impression of Listen was only limited to knowing that he had a very high emotional intelligence and was extremely good at handling interpersonal relationships. He could integrate into a new group through his emotional intelligence and become the center of collective attention. It was just like Lin Yuan's dealings with Listen. Listen had found that the exclusive skill, mind vulnerability, that his bronze epic fae, pain illusory fox, which Lin Yuan had provided, had comprehended was very good. As a result, Listen had sent an extra cubic meter of day and night spirit silver as a gift of gratitude. It was evident that Listen was attentive in befriending him. Among the 3 messages he had sent, he had used the word please. This was akin to Listen using the friendly relations they had established. He should already be desperate. It was possible to buy a bronze epic fae on the market through some auctions. If one could buy a suitable bronze epic fae through a trade or auction, it would be like hitting the jackpot. However, if one wanted to find a creation master to help to raise a phase quality to epic at bronze, it was completely different from buying a bronze epic fae. If one was looking for a creation master to help improve their contracted phase quality, they at least had to be able to invite one. Being able to enhance a bronze fae from flawless to epic showed that the invited creation master needed to be at least class 4. They might even have to be intermediate class 4 creation masters, and above to be able to say with certainty that they could raise the flawless bronze fae to epic. In this world, creation masters' resources were the most scarce. Otherwise, they would not have been so revered in this world. There were only a few class 4 creation masters in the entire Radiance Federation. Less than 20 pinnacle class 4 creation masters. And only 3 class 5 creation masters. Each class 4 or higher creation masters was unparalleled and amazing. If a class 4 creation master wanted to take the order of nurturing phase, countless factions of all sizes would rush to contribute resources just to get the chance to improve the grade and quality of their phase. Thus, it was difficult to hire a class 4 creation master to help raise phase from flawless to epic. Moreover, Listen had not set a cap on the price he could pay in his requested trade. This meant that Listen had not hesitated to take all his resources to exchange for a chance to improve his phase quality. Lin Yuan had a rather good impression of Listen. If he could afford to pay enough for this deal, Lin Yuan would not mind helping him. Chapter 324 Dragon's Mouth Orchid. It might pose some difficulty to an intermediate class 4 creation master to raise a bronze flawless fae to epic. However, it was not a big deal to Lin Yuan. He could get it done easily. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I can consider if you have 3 source type items. Since Listen had sent the message a few days ago, Lin Yuan did not expect him to be able to reply to his message now. Ever since Lin Yuan had received the round item that the Mother of Bloodbath had given him, he had the thought of collecting more source type items. This was because this source type item that the Mother of Bloodbath felt was odd and useless was exactly what Liu Jai needed the most. The value of source type items varied from person to person. There were no useless source type items, only people who were not suitable. Therefore, The source-type items were a very precious and irreplaceable material. In short, there was no harm in collecting more source-type items. When he logged off Star Web, Lin Yuan found that Genius was lying on all fours on the bed, sleeping soundly. He then gingerly went over and covered Genius with the blanket. Lin Yuan still felt he was not sleepy. He took the weed-like dragon's mouth orchid that he had picked deep in the endless forest out of his diamond face storage box. He was prepared to nurture it. After taking out the normal dragon's mouth orchid, Lin Yuan examined it for a moment and realized that he could not really tell that it was an orchid fae without using Morbius True data. Most orchid faes were simply no different from weeds when they did not bloom at normal. There was not much difference between this dragon's mouth orchid and the white jade snow orchid that Lin Yuan had obtained when they did not bloom at normal. If he were to really distinguish it in detail, the dragon's mouth orchid's slender leaves had a few faint gradient lines compared to the white jade snow orchid. Their leaves were also more slender. Although orchid faes were nothing special when they did not bloom, they would live up to the nobleman of flowers reputation. Among plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, the four most elegant flowers, orchid faes were considered a relatively precious type of fae. The white jade snow orchid that Lin Yuan had nurtured was not considered a superior class orchid. However, the dragon's mouth orchid that he was holding onto was a prestigious class of superior orchids. Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone with this normal dragon's mouth orchid. He started to channel his spiritual power into it and enhance it. This normal dragon's mouth orchid constantly improved its quality and grade bit by bit in Lin Yuan's hands. When this dragon's mouth orchid actually broke through to bronze, a thick flower stalk that bore a dark blue flower bud sprang out of the few slender orchid leaves with gradient colors. While Lin Yuan was constantly injecting spiritual power into this dragon's mouth orchid, the large flower bud was also unfolding. When it was promoted to bronze X epoch, its flower fully bloomed. The beautiful dark blue flower was the size of a palm. A dragon's mouth orchid grew only a stalk, while a stalk only bloomed a flower. The dragon's mouth orchid's flower was unique in shape, just like the tongue of a dragon species fae. Scale-shaped woody tissues grew in the middle of the flower core, under the light. These woody tissues would faintly reflect light. It was as if there was a layer of dragon species scales growing on the surface. Although these scales would reflect light, they had a velvet texture and felt magical. When the dragon's mouth orchid's flower bloomed, Lin Yuan smelled an intoxicating aroma. The smell was not considered unpleasant, but people found it a little cloying since it was too strong. However, the value of its flowers did not lie in their smell. Rather, it was the fact that the dragon's mouth orchid's flowers could stimulate a dragon species fae's latent bloodline. This was why the dragon's mouth orchid could be called a superior grade orchid among the orchid faes. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to break off the dragon's mouth orchid's large dark blue flower from the flower stalk. If the dragon's mouth orchid wanted to ensure that its flower could awaken a fae with a dragon species bloodline to the maximum extent, it was necessary to pick its flower when it was in full bloom. Otherwise, if he was a little late, the dark blue flower would wilt and lose some of its effectiveness. The dragon's mouth orchid's flower had a very short flowering period. After blooming, the dragon's mouth orchid's flower could only bloom for less than an hour. Thus, creation masters had to be very careful when nurturing dragon's mouth orchids. Otherwise, when they returned after being busy with something, their painstakingly nurtured dragon tongue's orchid flower would likely have withered. Although Lin Yuan picked the large dark blue flower from the dragon's mouth orchid, he did not intend to let Blackie use the flower to activate its dragon species bloodline. This was because the higher the quality of a fae like the dragon's mouth orchid, the more effective its flower would be in stimulating the dragon species bloodline. This orchid flower had condensed when the dragon's mouth orchid was at epic and not legend. Therefore, the dark blue dragon's mouth orchid flower could not stimulate Blackie's dragon species bloodline to the maximum extent. Lin Yuan planned to keep this dark blue flower as a resource to exchange for other materials. Most of the dragon's mouth orchids on the market were light blue. They were the dragon's mouth orchid's bloomed flowers at flawless. It was almost unheard of that the dark blue dragon's mouth orchid flower would appear in the market. The dragon's mouth orchid's quality determined the ability of its flower to activate the dragon species bloodline. On the other hand, the dragon's mouth orchid's grade determined the time it took for a flower to bloom. The dragon's mouth orchid was a fey that required a very high concentration of spirit chi. The pure spirit chi within the spirit lock spatial zone could allow the dragon's mouth orchid to bloom the next flower again relatively quickly. Chapter 325 Pitiful Little Fellow. If normal creation masters were to nurture the dragon's mouth orchid, the blooming cycle would depend on the creation master's capability. If a Class 3 creation master wished to make a bronze dragon's mouth orchid bloom, it would need around 1 year. If it was a Class 4 creation master, the time would be cut down to 9 months. However, Lin Yuan was observing the dragon's mouth orchid's condition in the spirit lock spatial zone. If he wanted it to bloom again, it would need another 4 months. But Lin Yuan didn't mind. He had already decided to upgrade this dragon's mouth orchid from Bronze X Epic to Bronze X Legend. Once the dragon's mouth orchid's quality was upgraded to Legend, it would immediately bloom without a need for the blooming cycle. Since Lin Yuan wanted to use the dragon's mouth orchid to stimulate Blackie's dragon species bloodline, he wanted to use the best. Therefore, Lin Yuan was planning to find time to nurture this dragon's mouth orchid from Epic to Legend quality. To what extent would the Legend Dragon's Mouth orchid be able to stimulate the dragon species bloodline within Blackie? Lin Yuan was looking forward to finding out. If Blackie was able to stimulate the dragon species bloodline before upgrading into a fantasy breed, it would allow Blackie to have more chances to shift in species due to the bloodline purity when it became a fantasy breed. It would allow the dragon species bloodline to slowly devour the fish species bloodline, allowing Blackie to evolve into a dragon species fey. Lin Yuan truly wished that Blackie would be able to progress in grade rapidly. If Blackie was able to become a fantasy breed and progress in grade, then its spirit chi imprint would have a better effect. It would help to enhance Lin Yuan's ability to accumulate spirit chi in the spirit chi imprint. Blackie's spirit chi imprint had helped Lin Yuan greatly on many occasions. It was already considered Lin Yuan's trump card. Blackie was still Bronze X Legend, and the amount of spirit chi it could release constantly wasn't considered much. However, if Blackie could evolve into a silver fantasy fey, the amount of spirit chi it could gather in the spirit chi imprint would be 10 times more than what it could right now. However, Lin Yuan was rather worried too. He didn't know when he could comprehend a willpower rune that was suitable for Blackie. Lin Yuan wasn't planning to enhance the dragon's mouth orchid and upgrade its quality to Legend right now. Given his current capability, it would still need 5 days for him to upgrade a Bronze Epic Fey to the Legend quality. It was truly too long, and he had other important matters to attend to first. Therefore, this matter had to be slightly delayed. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan recalled that he found that grayish avian species Fey in the Endless Forest, which had a wingspan of close to 1 meter and a height of 50 centimeters. Back then, with Morbius ability, True Data, Lin Yuan had already confirmed that the grayish avian species Fey was a crane species Fey. However, due to the crane species Fey's genetic model, it was impossible to develop without concentrated spirit chi. Therefore, the crane species Fey had hidden all of its special traits. As a result, Lin Yuan wasn't able to differentiate the subspecies of this crane species Fey even after using True Data. Lin Yuan summoned the crane species Fey from the diamond Fey storage box. When inside the Fey storage box, the crane species Fey had been weak and listless. When it was suddenly summoned, Lin Yuan could feel its terror and fear, making it look weak and helpless. Lin Yuan could see this little fellow shrinking its body and doing its best to reduce its sense of existence. Lin Yuan was about to move, but he paused. This little fellow was obviously nervous and afraid, but it was so weak that it couldn't even make any additional movements. This sense of deep helplessness was something that Lin Yuan felt when he had been seeking survival with Chu Sai 10 years ago. However, after gritting his teeth, they still managed to survive. Therefore, Lin Yuan understood there wasn't any burden in this world that couldn't be withstood. Lin Yuan immediately circulated the spirit chi within his body and used both hands to channel a large amount of pure spirit chi into this little fellow's body. After a long period of time, This grayish little fellow started to become more active. Once Lin Yuan injected his spirit Kai, he realized how bad this Fei's internal condition was. At the same time, he was silently shocked and was wondering what subspecies this crane was. Why would it actually require such a massive amount of pure spirit Kai to slowly develop the body's genetic model? According to the current situation, this crane species Fei would never be able to survive in nature. This grayish little fellow felt the spirit Kai that was provided by Lin Yuan and weakly opened its eyes that had been half closed. When Lin Yuan saw this little fellow's eyes, they looked just like the purest black gemstones. They might be a little dim, but they had an intelligent glimmer. Lin Yuan reached out to tidy up the crane's gray feathers. He noticed there was plenty of dust and some leaves trapped within the feathers. As such, Lin Yuan took the crane out of the spirit lock spatial zone and carefully gave it a shower like how he gave Genius a shower earlier. Subsequently, Lin Yuan dried up the gray feathers on this little fellow. After a cleaning session, the crane was still grayish, but it looks to be much more energetic. Lin Yuan then brought the little fellow back into the spirit lock spatial zone and started to inject large amounts of pure spirit Kai into the normal crane species Fei. After 1 hour, Lin Yuan stopped. The little fellow's genetic model was severely incomplete, and it couldn't be resolved quickly. It could only be slowly recovered. Therefore, this little fellow would need to reside in this spirit lock spatial zone for a period in order to recover slowly. Lin Yuan planned to leave this crane species Fei inside the spirit lock spatial zone. However, when Lin Yuan was about to leave, he realized that this little fellow was even more reliant than Genius. Perhaps it was because it had never received any warmth and care from humans. The crane species Fei was looking at Lin Yuan with intimate and pitiful eyes. Lin Yuan rubbed its little head and brought it beside the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, which had already grown green leaves on its branches. A crane species Fei's bloodline evolution path was entirely different from a phoenix bloodline evolution path. Chapter 326 New Sequence Exam. The crane species Fei might also benefit from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, as the tree was able to purify an avian species Fei's bloodline. However, Lin Yuan didn't wish for Chinese quality upgrade to be affected. Therefore, Lin Yuan made a nest for this grayish little fellow on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus had the special effects of getting rid of the evil and congeal the spirit. It was obviously a good choice for this little fellow, which was rather worried about this unfamiliar environment. Furthermore, it was very meaningful to make a nest on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, as the young crane would be considered a new resident. Hopefully, this cinnabar sweet osmanthus would be able to provide some blessings to this young crane that had a life of misfortune. Lin Yuan looked at this grayish little fellow that truly didn't want him to leave. Lin Yuan involuntarily had the idea to bring this young crane outside. However, after considerations, it was obviously the better choice to keep this young crane in the spatial lock spatial zone to nurture its genetic model. This fellow required the abundance of pure spirit Kai in the spirit lock spatial zone to repair the genetic model's flaws. Perhaps after a period, this young crane might be able to regain the noble and grand appearance that belonged to a crane species Fei. But the required period would be rather long, as Lin Yuan looked at this pitiful young crane, which was reliant on him but afraid of the unfamiliar environment. He couldn't help recalling the time he had brought back Chimey and Genius from the Fei market. It was unknown why Lin Yuan produced a tender affection toward this young crane. He decided that it didn't matter what this young crane was going to become in the future, was going to keep it by his side. This young crane was obviously still an infant Fei. Lin Yuan felt grief when he thought that this young crane was facing the fate of death when it was just born. But at the same time, he was also very happy. Because of Lin Yuan's existence, this young crane that had been awaiting death could have a very good future. After exiting from the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan hugged Genius and went into a deep slumber. Just as Lin Yuan was sleeping, the radiant Sakigurud Hall was in clear light. Everyone there was working extra hours. Old song. This year's Radiance 100 sequence exam has a great change as compared to last year. The person speaking was a slender middle-aged man. He didn't look old and looked to be only slightly above 30. However, His hairline had already receded to the back of his head, making the crown bald. This slender bald man was currently standing next to a fair and fat man, who looked just like a sesame ball. The fair and fat man was constantly writing on a form. When the fat and skinny men were put together, they looked to be very harmonious. The fair and fat man had this excited expression as he said, "Old Fang, you don't say? The upper echelons are too brilliant. The current Radiance 100 sequence exam is all about combat capability in the wilderness. Those incapable can't even participate." The fair and fat man's voice carried a very excited tone. In his opinion, in order to test a person's true strength, it wasn't enough to measure it through duels on a stage. A duel wouldn't be comprehensive enough to measure a person's capability. Only by simulating a genuine dangerous environment and testing the survivability was enough to test a person's potential in other aspects. Aspects like facing pressure, adaptability to dangers, determination, and interpersonal interactions. If survivability was tested under an extremely dangerous environment, then the final survivor would definitely be the person with the strongest overall strength. In the past, during the Radiance 100 sequence exams, the offensive type and defensive type Spirit Kai professionals had always had the advantage. The support type Spirit Kai professionals, adept at control and with some offensive capabilities, would also be able to deal with duel-based exams. However, it would be very unfavorable for those traditionally weak support and healing type Spirit Kai professionals. At that moment, the skinny bald man shouted, "What the hell, old song? Are you insane? Hurry up and revise this proposal of a class 3-dimensional rift. What if a class 5-dimensional life form appears in the class 3-dimensional rift? That thing has the strength of a diamond fae and will kill anyone it sees. What exam will there be?" Due to the Moon Empress proposal, it had been approved by the Imperial Court. Therefore, the Radiance 100 sequence exam had an unprecedented change. In the past, all the Radiance 100 sequence exams had all been conducted in a dual format in the Radiant Sacred Hall. After the exam, it would ultimately decide the 10 young prodigies of the year. They would then be used to replace the Radiance 100 sequence 91 to 100. This new exam format of Radiance 100 sequence was placed on the Star Web. It was no longer going to be conducted in a dual format. Instead, it would be conducted in a giant virtual zone that was designed by the Radiant Sacred Hall and the Star Web's officials. This virtual zone was designed with various types and various classes of dimensional rifts. Furthermore, this year's Radiance 100 sequence exam was very stringent. The participants would need to survive in the various classes and types of dimensional rifts. The final 10 young prodigies that survived wouldn't have to go through other exams and would be immediately promoted to become a Radiance 100 sequence. Furthermore, regardless of gender and age, anyone would be able to view the live stream of this Radiance 100 sequence exam on the Star Web. The ability to survive might have something to do with luck. However, in the opinion of this skinny bald man, if there was a class 3-dimensional rift among the exam, it would be truly dependent on luck. If they were to propose such classes and types of dimensional rifts, the two of them might really have to get lost from the Radiant Sacred Hall. The fair and fat man replied awkwardly, "Old Fang, it is fortunate that you are around. You will always be the ice to make me sober." The skinny bald man shivered and said, "Stop being disgusting and quickly revise it." As a result, the skinny bald old Fang and the fair and fat old song discussed the entire night. Finally, they decided to open up 8 Class 2 Abyss dimensional rifts and 12 Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect dimensional rifts. Old song, why don't we revise the 12 Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect dimensional rifts into Marsh dimensional rifts? Chapter 327. How can you fish out real gold without creating huge waves? At that moment, under the skinny bald old Fang's dumbfounded eyes, a fair man as fat as a sesame ball old Son took out his pan. He then switched the positions of the Abyss Dimensional Rift and the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift on the proposal. He changed it from 8 Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rifts and 12 Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect Dimensional Rifts into 8 Class 2 Alien Insect Dimensional Rifts and 12 Pinnacle Class 1 Demon Dimensional Rifts. Old song, you're too ruthless changing it like that. In Old Fang's opinion, such a switch would undoubtedly be akin to adding numerous high-grade combatants while enhancing those low-grade combatants. The terror of Class 2 alien insect dimensional rifts could not be compared to the Class 2 abyss dimensional rifts. There were at least over 5 times the dimensional lifeforms. Those low-grade combatants in the Class 1 dimensional rift had been switched to the strongest abyss dimensional rift. The test's difficulty had increased by several times with this simple change. At that moment, Old Song said solemnly, "How can you fish out real gold without creating huge waves?" Just as dawn was about to arrive, that contingency plan, which obviously only had a few words, but had been delayed all night, was sent to an ordinary middle-aged man, who had previously been sitting on one of the Imperial Court Council's 13 seats. He looked at the proposal for a long time. He eventually got up and went to the Star Web official. However, all this was hidden in the sunlight with no one knowing. The rising sun in the early morning shone on Lin Yuan's face, waking him up from his slumber. He stretched and washed up before he went downstairs with the half-asleep Genius. Genius felt warm in Lin Yuan's embrace, and it soon fell asleep again and snored. Lin Yuan simply put Genius on the water rhinoceros leather sofa in the first floor's living room, letting it have a good rest on the soft sofa. Although Genius had now evolved into 1,000 questions beast, it had evolved from a housekeeping beast. The 100 questions beast, a cat species like the 100 questions beast, was very fond of sleeping. Even if Genius had long broken through 100 questions beast's limit, becoming a Bronze X Legend 1,000 questions beast, it still had the habit of sleeping. Lin Yuan noticed that at this time last year, Genius could sleep over 16 hours. But now, even though it seemed to be a little lazy every day, it had no problem after sleeping around 10 hours. Liu Jai was currently setting breakfast on the table. Ever since Lin Yuan, Liu Jai, and when Yu had started living in this mansion, as long as Liu Jai was there in the morning, he would prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was honey pancakes, hot fruit kernel porridge, and freshly squeezed banana milk. However, the strong food aroma made Lin Yuan, who had just woken up from sleep and had an empty stomach, feel hungry. Liu Jai's breakfast this morning was obviously richer than before. When Yu, who was helping Liu Jai set the table, rolled her eyes at him, without needing to guess, Lin Yuan knew that Liu Jai must have asked Wen Yu how much she could eat for breakfast again. He felt that Liu Jai was a guy who simply failed to understand women. How could he ask a girl how much she could eat for a meal? If Lin Yuan made breakfast, he would certainly politely ask Wen Yu whether 4 bowls of rice were enough to save her from the embarrassment. The porcelain tableware made from burning ores or metal had been replaced ever since Hu Quan's arrival. With Hu Quan's addition, an unfathomable Class 5 spirit craftsman, the tableware in the mansion had been carved with completely jade-textured wood. Lin Yuan looked at the tableware and the honey pancakes on it. He could not help but sigh. There was a natural and fresh feeling using the jade-textured wooden tableware to contain food. It was simply the best choice. After Liu Jai had witnessed how much the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer could eat yesterday, he no longer felt that Wen Yu could eat a lot. In the morning, Liu Jai deliberately got up half an hour earlier to cook a few more pans of honey pancakes. He had clearly prepared them for the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. In a short while, the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer left the room. The mother of Bloodbath's nostrils moved, and it came to the dining table. It looked at the breakfast on the table and could not help but gulp. The mother of Bloodbath was a foodie in nature and loved all sorts of food, given Liu Jai's cooking skills. In the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, the food he made was much more delicious than those the Spirit Food Pavilion's masters cooked. As the mother of Bloodbath looked at the breakfast Liu Jai had made, it felt it could quit the food club it had joined. The mother of Bloodbath found that the food its food club friends recommended was not on the same level as the one Liu Jai made, since Liu Jai had made a lot of honey pancakes and fruit kernel porridge. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer could eat as much as they wished. After eating, Lin Yuan thought about his decision to establish a guild club. So he said to Liu Jai, "Big brother Liu, I want to establish a guild club. Are you interested in joining?" When Liu Jai heard Lin Yuan's question, he revealed a happy smile. He quickly nodded and replied, Lin Yuan, if you didn't ask me, I would ask you in the next 2 days whether you had any intention of establishing a guild club. In Liu Jai's opinion, Lin Yuan was amazingly talented and powerful. Moreover, Lin Yuan also intended to compete in the Radiance 100 sequence, so there was no reason not to compete in the S tournament. Lin Yuan's combat style was so comprehensive it was hard to make a conventional definition. He managed to be a healing type Spirit Kai professional, support type Spirit Kai professional, and combat class Spirit Kai professional. It could be said that his combat style was all-rounded. So in Lin Yuan's case, he could join any guild club he wanted, as long as Lin Yuan used his identity as black and expressed his intention to join a guild club. Most guild clubs would probably come to invite him. Although he could join the S tournament by joining a guild club established by someone else, he would lose the upper hand. Liu Jai felt that Lin Yuan establishing a guild club was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 328 Three Treasures Tea. When Lin Yuan heard Liu Jai say so, he smiled brightly and revealed his teeth. Big brother Liu, you'll go to the Guild Alliance to apply for the establishment of a guild club in the next 2 days. Liu Jai replied, Lin Yuan, I'm going to take part in the Radiance 100 sequence in 2 days. I will obtain a place in the Radiance 100 sequence at that time. At the same time, I will push down 1 Radiance 100 sequence member. So there'll be 11 sequence members taking part in the Radiance 100 sequence test this year. Lin Yuan nodded at his words. This meant that this year's Radiance 100 sequence test was more competitive than in the past. The 11 members who were not in the Radiance 100 sequence would also take part in the test. If they passed, they would return to the Radiance 100 sequence rankings and would not quit. Every year, a few Radiance 100 members would return to the sequence. Therefore, only fewer than 10 newcomers could enter the Radiance 100 sequence through the test every year. There would only be at least 4 to 5 newcomers ranked among the Radiance 100 sequence every year, and 6 to 7 of them at most. After all, the Radiance 100 sequence members from 90 to 100 were not to be underestimated in strength. However, Lin Yuan did not care much about this. After seeing the strength of Long Tao, Shizu, Zhao Xiaochun, and Fang Duoduo in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift Heaven, though Lin Yuan knew they had not revealed their trump card, could vaguely guess the Radiance 100 sequence members' strength. Given his current strength, he did not dare to say that he could rank in the top 90 in the Radiance 100 sequence. Nonetheless, it was not impossible to compete for the Radiance 100 sequence 91 to 100. Moreover, during the Radiance 100 sequence test in 2 months, Lin Yuan could use the Spirit Kai crystals condensed on the small limestone bowl through Morbius Spirit Kai condensation to enhance his phase grade. At that moment, Liu Jai said, I'm going to compete for a spot in Radiance 100 sequence 20 to 30 and also find out my old friend's strength. If you want to establish a guild club, I can apply at the Guild Alliance after I become a Radiance 100 sequence member. At that time, you can save a lot of steps. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Although it was not difficult to apply for a guild club, there had to be special personnel to review the venue and estimate the guild club's organizers' economic level. They wanted to verify whether the daily expenses of a guild club could be supported. Only when the conditions were met would one then be allowed to establish a guild club. After the guild club's base was built, special personnel would come for a second review. Only after a successful review would the name of the newly established guild club be recorded by the Guild Alliance before it became a recognized guild club. If the Radiance 100 sequence members applied for the establishment of a guild club, they could save these steps. Lin Yuan intended to establish the guild club on the vacant land reserved behind the mansion, which would be inconvenient if the Guild Alliance's people came to inspect. Since Liu Jai had to go through the Radiance 100 sequence's internal assessment in the next 2 days, it would be good to wait until Liu Jai was done with it before applying directly. There was obviously not enough time to contract the source-type item, the Cocoon of Evolution, and use it to enhance the Insect Queen's abilities. Thus, Lin Yuan had not given the suitable source-type Cocoon of Evolution to Liu Jai yet. In his opinion, it would be better to wait for Liu Jai to return to the Radiance 100 sequence before he gave him the Cocoon of Evolution. At that time, The cocoon of evolution would be a gift to celebrate Liu Jai's return to the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan chatted for a while with Liu Jai before the latter went to intensify his training. Hu Quan used different sizes and colors of completely jade-textured wood fragments to do a collage of his own image on the feature wall. As Lin Yuan looked at the patterns on the feature wall, he found that Hu Quan had finished the Mother of Bloodbaths and Endless Summers images at some point last night. Lin Yuan could not help but put his hand on his forehand. Hu Quan couldn't have been up all night last night. Right. Hu Quan used up all the completely jade-textured wood fragments in his hand and was almost done putting his image on the feature wall. After he was done with that, Hu Quan stood up and stretched, clearly tired enough. Despite being tired, Hu Quan looked at this feature wall, his face full of complacency and excitement. It could be seen how satisfied he was with his work. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Quan stand up, he poured a small cup of hot tea from the teapot on the table and handed it over before saying, "Uncle Hu, have a cup of Three Treasures tea." Mystic Moon had sent the Three Treasures tea before Lin Yuan had left for training. The Three Treasures tea was a kind of spirit tea made from 3 kinds of fays and could relieve fatigue and restore physical strength. The 3 treasures referred to the plum blossoms, Buddha's hands, and pine nuts. The color of the plum blossom is not alluring. The fragrance of the Buddha's hand is clear, and the pine nuts have a rich flavor. The 3 treasures taste good. Each spiritual ingredient in the 3 treasures tea was platinum. The Buddha's hand used were those from Radiance Moon Mountain's garden. The diamond Buddha's hand flowers were dried and sliced. It could be said to be a rare product. Hu Quan took a sip of the 3 treasures tea and said, "Lin Yuan, you have such a good deal of good stuff here. Just this tea alone is absolutely extraordinary. When I visited the house of the Class 5 Spirit Craftsman Master, Fu Zhen, the tea was not as good as this. You have to know that besides crafting things as a spirit craftsman, the thing he loves most is making and tasting tea." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head. People who did not love tea might be able to assess whether the tea was good or bad by its value. However, those who really loved tea had their own favorite type of tea. Lin Yuan also took a Dihua porcelain teacup and poured the 3 treasures tea into it before he scraped the lid twice over the mouth. When he picked up the teacup, and before it reached his mouth, he smelled the aroma that leaped to the tip of his nose. Lin Yuan felt that this 3 treasures tea had a warm aroma, but it was not his favorite kind of tea. Chapter 329 Legend Wood Weaving House Centipede. Lin Yuan had heard before that the best way to eat pine nuts was to make tea. Adding a few pine nuts when brewing the tea would produce a light oil that contained the unique pine fragrance from pine fays. This could make a pot of tea rich in aroma and smooth in the mouth. One could taste the relaxation of the pine in the mountains and forest. However, Lin Yuan did not like the rich aroma mixed in this kind of tea. Instead, he liked light tea like the dark dream tea that Kai Cha made. At that moment, Hu Quan gulped down the contents in the teacup, smacked his lips, and said, "I'm going out for almost half a month. I'll use half my life's savings to see if I can get a bronze epic fay." Hu Quan said this with some faint melancholy. After Hu Quan had comprehended the willpower rune, he had been worrying about this bronze epic fay. If he did not contract a bronze epic fay, it would take very long for him to promote his fay to legend and fuse it with the newly comprehended willpower rune for it to become a fantasy breed. In this case, even if Hu Quan had comprehended another willpower rune, it would still be far in the indefinite future if he wanted to become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. After listening to Hu Quan, Lin Yuan put the teacup on the tea table made of completely jade-textured wood next to him. He asked inadvertently, "Uncle Hu, are there any particular fays that you're looking for?" Hu Quan lifted his hand and summoned a graceful half-meter-long dark green praying mantis. The surface of this dark green praying mantis armor emitted a texture between jade and metal. The 2 scythe-like arms in front did not have barbs like the mantis fay's arms. They were very smooth instead. However, the faint cold flare that appeared on it could show how sharp the scythe was. The most bizarre thing was that the abdomen of this mantis fay was round like a small drum. Lin Yuan used true data to check the mantis fay that Hu Quan had summoned. At a glance, he discovered that it was called Jade Severing Blade Mantis. It was a platinum VI fantasy I Fei. Its main function was to swallow metals into its belly, which could then be turned into a special paste for Hu Quan. The jade severing blade mantis could also cut metals in any shape like tofu while still ensuring the metal's surface's smoothness during the cutting process. This was not just due to how sharp the jade severing blade mantis' arms were. It was mostly because its exclusive skill could allocate and change the shape of the metal at will. It could be said that this fantasy breed jade severing blade mantis was a fey very suitable for spirit craftsmen. After Hu Quan summoned the jade severing blade mantis, he said with some remembrance, "I've never wanted to fight with anyone in my life, so my contracted fays are all to assist my spirit craftsman abilities." After he said that, his thoughts moved. Lin Yuan saw Hu Quan's spiritual energy shooting out a glowing purple willpower rune that emitted a jade-like luster. As he looked at this willpower rune, he raised his eyebrow. Lin Yuan felt that this willpower rune texture was no different from that of a completely jade-textured red sandalwood. At that moment, Hu Quan said proudly, "This willpower rune I comprehended is a treasure. I won't exchange it with any other better willpower runes. I comprehended this willpower rune from the pieces of completely jade-textured wood. It's undoubtedly a very suitable one for a spirit craftsman to use. You have so many pieces of completely jade-textured wood. If I can still contract a wood weaving house centipede with this willpower rune, you'll definitely be more skilled in using the completely jade-textured wood in the future." When Hu Quan said this, he could help but feel melancholy again. Lin Yuan could tell that Hu Quan was worried about getting a high-quality bronze wood weaving house centipede. Lin Yuan knew about the wood weaving house centipede. It was a highly sought-after fey among spirit craftsmen. Many spirit craftsmen with an affinity for insect species fey would choose to contract the wood weaving house centipede. However, most contracted wood weaving house centipedes were of low quality, which were not too rare in the market. Some creation masters were willing to nurture a few highly sought-after feys like the wood weaving house centipede and put them on the market to earn money from the pockets of spirit craftsmen. For this reason, Hu Quan planned to take his savings to see if he could try his luck. Just then, Lin Yuan said very plainly and casually, "Uncle Hu, leave this matter to me. However, I don't have any bronze epic wood weaving house centipede here." When Hu Quan heard that, he could not help but roll his eyes. If a bronze flawless wood weaving house centipede was useful to him, would he have to worry so much? At that moment, Lin Yuan added, "Although I don't have any bronze epic wood weaving house centipedes, I have a bronze legend one here." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan widened his eyes. His lips trembled, and it was only after a long time that he responded incredulously, "What did you say just now, a bronze legend wood weaving house centipede?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes. He'll give it to you in 10 days. Even though Hu Quan had received Lin Yuan's affirmation, he still felt as if he was in a dream. Although bronze legend feys had never appeared in the market, it was not that they did not exist. However, bronze legend feys were uniquely enjoyed by Class 5 creation masters. Even if Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could occasionally succeed, how could they put the bronze legend feys in the market after nurturing them? When Lin Yuan had taken out the completely jade-textured wood, Hu Quan had not understood why. But when he heard that he could provide a bronze legend wood weaving house centipede, the completely jade-textured wood paled in comparison with it. It was not even worthy of being compared. This made Hu Quan understand how right his decision to join this mansion was and the amount of energy this cheerful youth contained. Could Lin Yuan actually have the resources of a Class 5 creation master? How much energy must that be? Then Hu Quan immediately felt moved. In Hu Quan's eyes, Lin Yuan was going to use a Class 5 creation master's precious resources precisely because of him. Hu Quan could not help but feel an unswerving feeling, which made his eyes redden. He poured himself another cup of 3 treasures tea and drank it to suppress his overwhelming emotions. After Lin Yuan left, Hu Quan turned to look at the young man on the feature wall he had pieced together and could not help but say softly, "Since you scratched my back, I, Hu Quan, will scratch yours." Although it was hard for Lin Yuan to enhance a bronze legend fey, it would only take him about 5 days to do so. he felt that it was worthwhile to enhance a bronze legend Fei for Hu Quan. After Hu Quan had joined the mansion, he had made a vow, which was akin to signing the rest of his life over to the mansion. Furthermore, the agreement Hu Quan and Lin Yuan had made before remained the same, as long as Lin Yuan could have enough completely jade-textured wood for Hu Quan to use. Hu Quan would always be Lin Yuan's full-time spirit craftsman. To put it simply, even after Hu Quan became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he would still be Lin Yuan's toolman. Lin Yuan had witnessed Hu Quan's dedication, so he felt that Hu Quan could afford a bronze legend Fei. Since Lin Yuan had promised Hu Quan to give him a bronze legend wood weaving house centipede in another 10 days, he now had to bitterly return to the spirit lock spatial zone to start enhancing the wood weaving house centipede. At that moment, Morbius' voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Yuan, the total amount of spirit Kai in the spirit Kai crystals is equivalent to the amount of spirit Kai you can inject to enhance phase for 30 days. Therefore, the amount of spirit Kai in one spirit Kai crystal can enhance about 5 to 6 bronze legend phase. You just need to crush one spirit Kai crystal, and I will manipulate the spiritual power in it for enhancement. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Morbius say that. Chapter 330 Born to Belong to the Horizon. According to what Morbius had just said, it was possible not to waste the Spirit Kai in the Spirit Kai crystal when using one to enhance 5 to 6 bronze epic phase to legend. Lin Yuan would not need 5 days to do that in the future. This would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. He had not really thought about using the Spirit Kai crystal formed by Morbius' Spirit Kai condensation to enhance the bronze phase quality. When the Spirit Kai crystal was crushed, it would turn into a huge amount of pure Spirit Kai. If Lin Yuan controlled such Spirit Kai and used it on several phases, a part of the Spirit Kai would undoubtedly be lost and result in waste. Every single trace of the huge amount of pure Spirit Kai in this Spirit Kai crystal wasted was akin to wasting Lin Yuan's time. At the same time, it was also wasting Radiance dollars and resources because the overflowing Spirit Kai could easily nurture many bronze epic phase. Although it was very easy for Lin Yuan to nurture such phase, countless people would fight over every bronze epic phase he took out. Lin Yuan had previously used the Spirit Kai crystals to enhance his fantasy breed phase grade. Each Spirit Kai crystal could help a bronze X fantasy I Fei break through to silver I fantasy I and raise a silver fantasy breed phase grade. However, when a silver X fantasy I Fei wanted to become a gold I fantasy I Fei, it would have to consume 10 Spirit Kai crystals. After that, each grade from Gold I Fantasy I to Gold X Fantasy I would also require 10 Spirit Kai crystals, based on the time required by the Spirit Kai crystals. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture a Gold X Fantasy I Fei, he would need 2 years' worth of Spirit Kai crystals. This period could be said to be short. Even if Lin Yuan was riveting resources and used the Spirit Kai crystals as much as possible, he had reached the limit by enhancing the Fei to Gold Fantasy breed. Although Lin Yuan had not tried to use the Spirit Kai crystal to let a Gold X Fantasy I Fei become Platinum I Fantasy I, the reason he was unsure how many Spirit Kai crystals he needed to use would need to at least consume 100 of them based on his calculations. 100 might not even be enough, given Morbius' current grade. Using the Spirit Kai crystals to enhance Fantasy breed phase from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman 2 was even more difficult than enhancing Fantasy breed phase to Platinum. Therefore, after promoting the phase grade to a certain level, the Spirit Kai crystals would have little effect in promoting them again. Only after Morbius became a Silver Fantasy breed would the Spirit Lock spatial zone change again. Its strength and Spirit Kai condensation would take a turn for the better by then. Furthermore, it was currently difficult for Lin Yuan to become a Brank Spirit Kai professional. Nearly half a year had passed, and Lin Yuan felt his body's Spirit Kai was not even a quarter of the way from becoming a Brank Spirit Kai professional. If Lin Yuan wanted an improvement in his overall strength, he would need to step over the hurdle of his Spirit Kai professional rank and Morbius grade. Lin Yuan could still feel his growth little by raising his Spirit Kai professional rank. However, raising Morbius grade would depend on when he could comprehend suitable willpower runes for the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly and Spirit Gather Goldfish. If this progress was said to be fast, As long as Lin Yuan could comprehend the will of heaven and earth, then Morbius could become a silver fantasy breed tomorrow. If he could not comprehend suitable willpower runes for the spirit gather goldfish and the blue flash purple butterfly, then Morbius could only be stuck. Although Lin Yuan still had a willpower rune that could be used in his spiritual spatial zone, he would never use a willpower rune that was unsuitable for a Fae in order to promote it into a fantasy breed. This would not only destroy his potential, but it would also be irresponsible to the Fae that followed him for a lifetime. Even though Lin Yuan wanted to improve his strength now, if he could use the huge amount of pure Spirit Kai in the Spirit Kai crystals that Morbius controlled to enhance a few Bronze Legend Faes, it would be of great benefit to the development of Lin Yuan's faction, since he wanted to develop his faction into a proud, aloof, and mysterious cloud flowing in the sky. This cloud needed to have the capital to float in the sky and be proud. Otherwise, a few gusts of wind would scatter the clouds into a fog. With a Bronze Legend Fae in Lin Yuan's hand, this floating cloud in the sky was destined to become one. Since Morbius was able to promote Bronze Epic Faes to Legend using the Spirit Kai crystals, it would not take as long as 5 days. A moment's work would be enough. Thus, Lin Yuan did not need to rush to enhance a Bronze Legend Wood Weaving House Centipede for Hu Quan now. He had also made a plan regarding the choice of this batch of Faes enhanced to Bronze Legend. Since Lin Yuan had planned to enhance the Dragon's Mouth Orchid from Bronze Epic to Bronze Legend, it was just right to take it over to be enhanced through this Spirit Kai crystal. Furthermore, he still had 3 to 4 more positions after including Hu Quan's Wood Weaving House Centipede. The main thing that the crane species Fae initiated with a damaged genetic model was not to directly absorb a large amount of pure Spirit Kai. Rather, it needed to slowly warm up under this huge amount of pure Spirit Kai and make up for the missing genetic model. Hence, Lin Yuan did not include this little fellow in the list. He then thought of the 3 Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carps. Why not upgrade such auspicious Faes to Legend and no longer suppress their grade, but let them grow freely? Although suppressing an auspicious Fae like the Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carp at Bronze could represent supreme wealth after it reached Legend, in Lin Yuan's opinion, with its exclusive skill, the Place of Life, the most important thing for it to do was to bring its auspiciousness to bless the land. After adding 3 Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carps, there were 5 Faes. Lin Yuan intended to choose a random Bronze Epic Fae to enhance, but its promotion to Legend would depend on whether the Dragon's Mouth Orchid, Wood Weaving House Centipede, and the 3 Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carp would give the opportunity. Wen Yu was currently sunbathing in the garden outside the mansion with the source-type item, Earth Rush Golden Lotus. Lin Yuan originally planned to wait until he finished enhancing the Faes before he talks to Wen Yu about his idea of setting up a faction. Since he was not in a hurry to enhance the Faes now, he simply thought of going to talk to her about it. He appreciated her strategic talent of being able to take over their resources in the Fae Battle Flag game the previous night. Her deployment of resources and judgment of the situation had really amazed Lin Yuan. This was because this talent was, in a sense, 100 times more useful to a faction than a creation master's talent. Wen Yu, who was basking in the sun with her contracted source-type Earth Rush Golden Lotus, saw Lin Yuan walk over and hurriedly said, "Young master, look, the lotus core of this Earth Rush Golden Lotus has turned golden. It's going to reach gold soon." Lin Yuan took a look and nodded silently. It seemed that Wen Yu's strength as a creation master also had quite an improvement recently. This Earth Rush Golden Lotus core had become golden and should be able to reach gold in the following 3 days. This meant that Wen Yu had become a Class 2 creation master. Lin Yuan remembered that a few months ago when Wen Yu had left the Radiant Moon Palace and become his assistant, she was still an intermediate Class 1 creation master. Wen Yu had grown so much during this time unknowingly. Lin Yuan stood beside Wen Yu, under the warm sun of the early winter. He told her his idea of establishing a faction. After listening to his idea, she gazed at him with a kind of inexplicable glow. Wen Yu suddenly understood the saying that she did not quite understand in the past. It turned out that some people belonged to the horizon. Wen Yu clenched her hand into a fist. Myriad gusts of fierce wind rose from the ground. It was time to skyrocket far ahead. Chapter 331 Eating Other Factions Like Crabs. In the early winter, on this very rare midday, Lin Yuan was having a usual and casual conversation with Wen Yu about establishing a faction. He only spoke for over 10 minutes and made his intentions clear. Upon seeing that Wen Yu was listening seriously, Lin Yuan simply asked, "Wen Yu, what do you think would be the most appropriate path if I were to establish a faction?" When Wen Yu heard Lin Yuan's words, she did not hesitate to reply to him. "Young master, if you want to develop your own faction, it would be the most appropriate to accumulate resources." Lin Yuan nodded and gestured for Wen Yu to continue. He had only said about his intention to establish his own faction and his own advantages. He did not tell her about his specific plan afterward. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Wen Yu's view could be said to be coincidental with his own view about development to a certain extent. After Wen Yu finished speaking and saw that Lin Yuan did not state his position, but instead wanted her to continue, she pondered carefully for 5 minutes and answered seriously, "Young master, based on your idea of establishing a faction, it is the most appropriate for us to go on the path of accumulating resources. The better our resources, the greater the benefits our faction would get. As long as we show the most top-notch luxurious resources, everyone will think of currying favor with our faction. So we have to use the most top-notch resources to prove our faction's foundation. Once we show our foundation, other factions will try to hook up with us and use the luxurious resources in their hands to replace those in our hands that are useful to them. We just need to ensure that our luxurious materials are what they don't have and what they desperately want. Then we can have a hold on the other factions and obtain a number of luxurious resources far greater than what we pay for." Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrow when he heard Wen Yu's words. She was worthy of being the prodigal Wen Yu when establishing the mansion. It was really different when she spoke. However, Wen Yu's idea about his faction development was almost completely the same as what Lin Yuan was thinking. When Wen Yu was speaking her thoughts, she was thinking about something from over a month ago. She understood the details about the Radiance Federation's factions due to the Radiant Moon Palace's database. Thanks to her understanding, Wen Yu said what was on her mind in front of Lin Yuan. If she did not know about anything, Wen Yu would have an empty talk in front of Lin Yuan in any case. At that moment, Lin Yuan revealed a bright smile. In fact, there were several routes to faction development. There was not a particular route that had absolute benefits for the development of a faction. However, if one wanted to develop a powerful faction, then there could only be one voice in that to make the main decisions. Naturally, Lin Yuan would make the main decisions in his own faction. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan wanted Wen Yu to help develop his faction and become his assistant. In that case, her voice would be the same as his. Otherwise, no matter how strong her strategic talent for deploying materials and reviewing the situation was, he would never let her play a role in his faction development. This was because if two people had different ideas on the faction development, and Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had conflicting opinions, that would be akin to two forces. Even if these two forces were trying to pull the faction forward in one direction, the two forces would restrict each other silently and divide the power away. Such a development was not good for a faction. However, after knowing Wen Yu's thoughts from the conversation and that their thoughts were also the same, he could set up the faction prototype that he wanted to build. Wen Yu took a deep breath and said with a very serious look, "How big do you want your faction to be, young master?" Upon hearing that, he raised his head with his eyes looking at the distant bright sun before replying, "The Radiance Federation is just a starting point." When Lin Yuan said this, he thought of the unhatched floating island whale in his spirit lock spatial zone. Thanks to the floating island whale, Lin Yuan's faction would not only be limited to the Radiance Federation, it was a behemoth, and they could build a sky city on its back. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wen Yu clenched her fist. She felt the big picture that Lin Yuan had in mind and the magnificence in his heart. She knew she had to grow as his assistant. When facing Lin Yuan's intention to build a faction, Wen Yu was willing to use her heart and soul to help outline this magnificent power. Lin Yuan was looking at the bright sun in the sky when Wen Yu said, "Young master, I am ready to face all the challenges in building the faction from now on." Lin Yuan replied with a smile, Relax. It won't be very tough when we build a faction. As early as Lin Yuan had decided to build a faction, he had actually anticipated everything he was going to face in his heart. Just after a month and a half, after his training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he could judge the human heart and the good and evil. Lin Yuan could completely eradicate the judgment in his heart to weigh exactly what should be done or not. A faction establishment was not a game. It was not as simple as opening a store on Star Web. Lin Yuan's Star Web store had been seemingly quiet and did not have the slightest impact on him, but it was not that nobody had done anything to it. Firstly, Lin Yuan's Star Web store produced and sold their own goods and did not need to worry about the source of goods. Secondly, even if others did anything in the dark, the market demand for the elite spirit siphon goldfish or silver usneas was simply too high. There was no way they could do anything to affect Lin Yuan's Star Web store. Therefore, his store had been developing smoothly and steadily. On the other hand, a faction establishment had to withstand the suppression of other factions from the very beginning. If it could not do so, it would be forced out by the other faction's encroachment. Of course, these kinds of things were some of the usual problems that needed to be faced with a faction establishment. Lin Yuan could easily take out Bronze Epic phase, and Bronze Legend ones were even not a problem for him. He was confident in making other factions become bootlickers one after another. For bootlickers, the hardest thing was not thinking about how to bootlick Lin Yuan's faction. They could not do so even if they wanted. Chapter 332 Oath Lily of the Valley. Take Lin Yuan's Star Web store as an example. When his store put out the message to exchange any quality of Bronze Epic phase for a Gold Day and Night Spirit Silver and Source type items, there was no more targeting from other Star Web stores. As long as Lin Yuan could show his foundation, no Star Web store would dare to be an enemy of a Star Web store that could provide any kind of Bronze Epic phase with a suspected Class 4 Creation Master behind it. Likewise, as long as Lin Yuan's established faction could come up with any kind of Bronze Epic phase, it would not even need to come up with Bronze Legend phase. Other factions would madly befriend it whatever the price was. These factions would try to curry favor with Lin Yuan's faction and might even help his faction to develop. The only thing Lin Yuan could say to them was sorry. He had thought about how to develop his faction previously. He would make these factions that wanted to befriend his faction unable to find the means. After several dealings with the Bronze Epic phase, Lin Yuan understood more about their value. Their biggest value was their unparalleled attraction to Spirit Kai professionals that had comprehended a willpower rune, as they were akin to a better future. Some powerful factions mostly had Class 4 Creation Masters presiding over. Those without Class 4 Creation Masters presiding over were a lot worse than those that had. These factions with Class 4 Creation Masters also lacked Bronze Epic phase. If a Class 4 Creation Master wanted to enhance a Bronze Epic phase, they would have to use many resources and a period to nurture it. The Class 4 Creation Masters in the large factions were worshipped and were not always nurturing phase. This had caused an even greater shortage of Bronze Epic phase. Those King Class experts from the large factions were not always able to be compared with the Class 4 Creation Masters' resources, let alone the other people in the faction. As these large factions with Class 4 Creation Masters could attract more King Class experts to join them, they had become the buyers with the highest demand for Bronze Epic phase on the market. At present, no faction in the Radiance Federation offered a service of custom selling Bronze Epic phase based on the Willpower Rune 1 comprehended. Most of the services like this that could customize the Bronze Epic phase based on the comprehended Willpower Rune would require booking some Class 4 or even Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters through some connections. They might even have to rely on favors and wait for a few years even if they could afford the price. The waiting time of several years was undoubtedly akin to the comprehended Willpower Rune not being able to be used for a few years. However, this was unavoidable as advanced or Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters had this status and reputation. If one did not love to wait, the numerous people behind would thank them and be willing to wait. This was why when Lin Yuan's purchase with No Loss phase store had released the news of exchanging with any Bronze Epic phase, even if there were 3 source type items in the things Lin Yuan wanted to exchange for, Plenty of people had still madly exchanged and even caused so much attention. Since Lin Yuan's faction's initial goal was to accumulate resources, he might as well let his faction be the first to eat crabs. 1. He would let his faction specially customize bronze epic phase based on the different willpower runes the spirit Kai professionals comprehended. Lin Yuan did not even need much capital for this. Thus, he was certainly going to eat this crab. He was going to even gorge it. Since he was going to eat it, how he was going to eat it was the key. As such, Lin Yuan would have to think about how to eat it mysteriously and elegantly with style. Just like eating crabs. After breaking open its shell, if he chewed the crab legs directly without going to the crab's gills and heart, although he had eaten the crab, he would have been at the losing end because of the crab gills and crab heart being the coldest parts. By chewing the crab legs, he would also lose the enjoyment and taste of eating crabs. However, if he ate with the 8 crab eating tools, it would be elegant but also too troublesome. Since Lin Yuan did not want to be at the losing end while eating the crab, nor did he want to affect the taste of it or eat it with too much trouble, he needed to set up a pot whenever he wanted to eat a crab. With the pot set up, when Lin Yuan casually added fire, many crabs would peel off their shells and scramble to jump into the pot. These crabs would take the initiative to steam themselves and invite Lin Yuan to eat them. This was the highest comfort of being a crab eater. Lin Yuan had his own plan on how to eat the crabs. At present, he needed to enhance a vital faith for his intention. The oath lily of the valley. Of course, as a transmigrator who had lived one more life than the others, Lin Yuan understood the importance of good quality and hunger marketing. The other factions would madly compete for a chance to be a crab, so he could also start to implement his plan. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a weight on his hand. He saw Wen Yu put the spray bottle in his hand and said, full of energy, "Yo, master, I'll go to my room to write a plan for you now." After saying that, Wen Yu ran back inside the mansion to write the plan. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Although she had good strategic talents in deploying resources and reviewing the situation, she was still a young girl and needed to be honed. This was when Lin Yuan realized that her contracted source type Earth Rush Golden Lotus was shaking the huge golden lotus flower, looking a little aggrieved. It was as if it did not understand why its contractor had left it there and run away suddenly. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan took over Wen Yu's position to accompany it to sunbathe and regularly irrigated it with the spray bottle's concocted spirit fluid. When Lin Yuan saw he was almost done with the spirit fluid, he placed the spray bottle on the flower bed's side. At that moment, he decided that, besides the dragon's mouth orchid, wood weaving house centipede, and the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carp, the 6th fae he was going to enhance would be the oath lily of the valley. 1 annotation text missing. Chapter 333 Faction Territory. If Lin Yuan wanted to create his private faction apart from the wait for the floating island whale to hatch would have to build a sky city on the back of the majestic giant beast. At the same time, Lin Yuan had to establish his faction's territory on Star Web. To a certain extent, Star Web was already considered a second world in the Radiance Federation. In fact, more things could be accomplished on Star Web than in reality. It was due to the massive size of the Radiance Federation's map. Even with the Diamond Fae, it was difficult to travel between 2 major cities. If it was to travel between the southernmost city and the northernmost city, it would need at least 2 months of journey. Therefore, it was actually the most convenient for matters that weren't very important to have the negotiation and trade on Star Web. Matters like the application to set up a guild club could be easily done at the Guild Alliance. However, to be officially recognized as a guild club by the Guild Alliance in the list and to participate in the S tournament, one would need to establish the home base first, and there would be plenty of inspections. However, it was different when establishing a private faction, and it wouldn't be as troublesome. In order to establish a private faction, one would need to prove to the Radiance Federation that they had a sufficient foundation. The foundation didn't mean wealth, but actually martial strength. Once the faction possessed the combat standard of a pinnacle king-class faction, one would be able to submit the application to establish a private faction. Establishing a private faction on Star Web was different from establishing a Star Web store. For Star Web stores, The store's grade would be increased gradually, allowing for the store's space to increase. At the same time, all decorations on the Star Web store could be purchased in furnishing stores on Star Web. It didn't have to be items that existed in reality and were scanned into the Star Web through the Star Web card. However, to establish a private faction on Star Web was the same as establishing a private faction in reality. Firstly, a territory had to be purchased on Star Web. The territory space on Star Web that was specifically used for factions would be as big as a Blubble Guild Club from the Guild Alliance. The territory bought from Star Web could be freely used for construction. However, all of the decorations inside the faction territory must be items from the real world and scanned by the Star Web card. It was precisely because of this reason that the foundation of a private faction could be seen by the territory's construction. Moreover, there was always this restriction for items scanned into the Star Web with the Star Web card. For any fey or spiritual ingredient, they could only be scanned once by the Star Web card. It was also because of this reason many of the newly established factions on Star Web would look for the veteran factions and spend huge amounts of Radiance dollars to scan in some items that would be good enough to uphold their reputation. Some examples would be Jada-textured wooden decorations or furniture. As for completely Jada-textured wooden decorations and furniture, those veteran factions wouldn't lend them no matter how much money was offered. After all, completely Jada-textured wooden items that represented one's foundation weren't enough for even veteran factions. Some of the newly established factions might already have martial strength that was at the standard of veteran factions. However, most of the veteran factions wouldn't even view these rising factions at their own level. After all, the rising factions were lacking in foundations when compared with the veteran factions. Some of the veteran factions with a deep foundation would actually despise those rising factions. It was a kind of cycle of despise, as the veteran factions with deep foundations would feel that the rising factions were just a group of upstarts without years of experience to settle as their foundation. Nevertheless, one had to admit that these veteran factions were indeed stronger than the rising factions. After all, there were times when resources could indeed be used to represent strength. As compared to those rising factions, veteran factions would have an easier time obtaining the King-class experts' loyalty. King-class experts didn't just need resources to nurture their contracted phase. They also had to accumulate resources to trade for a bronze fae with high quality after comprehending a willpower rune. It could be said to be a constant requirement for a huge amount of resources. The prestigious family's descendants didn't have to worry about such resources requirements, but instead the spirit Kai professionals from ordinary families who relied on themselves. If they wished to improve further after reaching King class, they would normally have an easier time just joining a veteran faction than striving for themselves. Take the King class group that had hosted the auction which had Lin Yuan participated in. That King class group didn't have any veteran faction as a backer, and they were just a group of pinnacle King class experts that were gathered together. That's why when two of the members had comprehended their willpower runes, they had to sort out their resources to trade for bronze epic phase. It was enough to see that the resources King-class experts required were always more than what they could actually earn. This was already prominent in a group of King-class experts. What about those King-class experts that worked alone? Therefore, the best choice for those lone King-class experts was to join a veteran faction. It was the reason why veteran factions had plenty of power that would always be hidden in the dark. It was unlike those rising factions that always liked to place their power in the light in order to attract more people to join them. However, the strength difference between rising factions and veteran factions would never be absolute. The factor that could cause a change would be high-class creation masters. If a rising faction that didn't have much foundation had a class 4 creation master's assistants, then the rising faction would be able to promote into a veteran faction quickly and would be gradually recognized by other veteran factions. In short, no matter what, if Lin Yuan wanted to establish his own private faction on StarWeb, his first step would be to purchase territory. As for the application to establish a private faction on StarWeb, Lin Yuan wasn't worried at all. If Pinnacle King class combat strength were enough to apply for a private faction's establishment, it wouldn't be considered a problem for the current Lin Yuan. Endless Summer was Lin Yuan's protector and was naturally considered his martial strength. As a suzerain myth Roman 3 Fae, Endless Summer already had an emperor-class expert strength. As long as he made the application, he would immediately reach the standard and pass. Thus, Lin Yuan wasn't thinking of how he should apply for the establishment of his private faction. Instead, he was thinking of how he should decorate his private faction's territory. Chapter 334 Fate Letter. Lin Yuan had plenty of valuable items. If he was willing to bring them out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to decorate his private faction's territory. However, Lin Yuan wasn't planning to spend his efforts to decorate the private faction's outside environment. It was the same as wasting time. The floating island whale had yet to hatch. And if Lin Yuan used large amounts of phase and spiritual ingredients to decorate the territory, it would be the same as wasting the resources and smashing his own hand. If these scan items were sold, then they would vanish from the private faction's star web territory. After each transaction, it would refresh those items' scan count. Furthermore, since Lin Yuan wanted to create a low-profile and secretive faction, then he didn't have to spend any effort to create an exterior environment. However, the territory's interior was something that Lin Yuan still had to put some effort into. Regarding his private faction's interior construction, Lin Yuan was going to fully exhibit his foundation. Lin Yuan might already have the interior design, but he only had the designs and not the spirit craftsmanship. Therefore, Lin Yuan required Hu Quan and his brilliant spirit craftsmanship to make his designs a reality. Hu Quan already had the standard of a Class 5 spirit craftsman and could undertake Lin Yuan's arrangements. Lin Yuan's private faction's operation model would be entirely reliant on fate letters. Fate letters was a method for Lin Yuan to choose spirit kai professionals who comprehended willpower runes and for them to order a bronze epic fae that was suitable for their respective willpower rune. Lin Yuan planned for his private faction to sell 100 fate letters every 3 days in an auction. These fate letters would be contested for with radiance dollars by experts, prestigious families, and various major factions. Furthermore, this was a contest for merely a chance to obtain a bronze epic fae according to the comprehended willpower rune. All of the experts, prestigious families, and major factions that participated in the fate letters auction would only be able to auction for one fate letter. Once the 100 fate letters were sold by auction, 100 participants would be able to go through the Star Web's automatic ballot function and randomly deliver 100 fate letters to the 100 participants that purchased the fate letters. Among the 100 fate letters, there were 99 fate letters drawn with black wings, signifying that it was an ash letter. Those who obtained the ash letters meant that they didn't obtain the chance to order a bronze epic fae based on their comprehended willpower rune. There would only be one fate letter that was drawn with white wings, signifying that it was the angel letter. The one who drew the angel letter would have the chance to order a bronze epic fae that was suitable for their comprehended willpower rune. The faction or individual who obtained the angel letter would need to pay 3 pieces of source-type items and also make an oath of exchange. 3 days later, once it was time for the next fate letters to be sent, the winner could come to redeem the ordered bronze epic fae. As for the oath of exchange, when it was time for Lin Yuan to trade for the specific fae or spiritual ingredient, as long as Lin Yuan was able to provide a resource of similar value, then the faction or individual that obtained the angel letter would need to unconditionally agree to Lin Yuan's trade terms. The trade terms could be a fae or a spiritual ingredient. The oath of exchange was the reason Lin Yuan had to enhance the fae. Oath Lily of the Valley. The oath lily of the valley was a kind of plant that was around 30 centimeters in height, and the leaves would bloom with bell-shaped white flowers. The ability of the oath lily of the valley was to use each bell-shaped white flower as a medium for the world oath. Spirit Kai professionals who possessed willpower runes could swear an oath to the oath lily of the valley. Once the oath of exchange was agreed upon by the oath lily of the valley and the Spirit Kai professional, then the white bell-shaped flower would turn golden. This golden flower would then fall off from the oath lily of the valley, bearing the oath of exchange. At the same time, once the flower dropped, a new white flower would bloom at the same location. The golden oath flower would be proof of the oath. Once the oath of exchange was fulfilled, the golden flower would wither. However, If any party unilaterally broke the oath that was born by the golden oath flower, then the oath lily of the valley would produce a unique curse effect. The curse's effect would seal the willpower rune that was used to make the oath. In other words, the violator would waste a willpower rune for nothing. The punishment was significant. The punishment for breaking the oath was serious. But it was extremely fair if the oath was fulfilled. Otherwise, whenever a person who comprehended a willpower rune was here to make an order, they would have to issue the oath of exchange with the private faction's owner, making it truly troublesome. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't have the time to stand and wait in his private faction's territory every 3 days to receive the oath of exchange from the buyer with the angel letter. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would become a letterbox for the oath of exchange. The oath lily of the valley could simply take up the role of this job. In fact, inside the Radiance Federation, willpower runes used to swear an oath with oath lily of the valley was uncommon and very rare. After all, to a certain level of significance, the oath lily of the valley was the monopoly of Class 4 creation masters. Only a legend oath lily of the valley could receive the effects of an oath. The oath lily of the valley didn't need to be at bronze legend. Even if it was at gold legend, platinum legend, or diamond legend, it would have the same effects. Therefore, for some Class 4 creation masters, upgrading a gold or platinum oath lily of the valley to the legend quality wasn't difficult. However, that wasn't Lin Yuan's plan. He planned to nurture a bronze legend oath lily of the valley. It would be enough to represent Lin Yuan's private faction's foundation. It could be said that a single bronze legend oath lily of the valley was enough to shock everyone more than placing tons of exquisite items outside the private faction's territory. This was the most direct method for Lin Yuan to show others of his private faction's foundation. Of course, this was merely one of the methods to showcase the private faction's foundation. While pondering, Lin Yuan returned to his room to log on to StarWeb. He was preparing to purchase a wood weaving house centipede and an oath of lily of the valley to enhance them. Once he logged on to StarWeb, Lin Yuan saw Listen's reply. This time, the reply's content looks to be even more anxious. Chapter 335 Listen with a hidden meaning. Lin Yuan found 3 more messages from Listen this time. Listen, thank you for your help. Thank you so much. I wonder when you will have time to help enhance my phase quality. Listen expert. If I add on another source type item, could you help promote those 2 phase from bronze flawless to epic within 17 days? Listen expert. Hey. When Lin Yuan looked at Listen's message, he raised his eyebrow. He could not help but have an interesting expression. Based on Listen's 3 messages, he could tell that he should really be in some kind of trouble. Listen wanted to get 2 chances to enhance his phase quality from bronze flawless to epic. This was just a transaction and not a complicated one. He had also finalized the deal before. But Listen was willing to provide another source type item. By doing so, Listen hoped that he could enhance those 2 phase to bronze epic within a certain period. This meant that Listen had a very urgent reason for having to do so within 17 days. Otherwise, it was rare to see a buyer willing to take out another source type item after a seller had agreed to proceed with the transaction. After all, source type items were unlike a cubic meter of gold day and night spirit silver that could be bought with radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had only seen Listen's messages when he had logged on to StarWeb the previous night. He had also gotten off StarWeb last night after replying to Listen. When Lin Yuan logged on to StarWeb in the morning, he found that not long after he had just gotten off StarWeb, Listen had immediately replied to him. Listen had sent him 2 messages last night and a 3rd one today. Expert. Hey. This was what Listen had sent him not long ago. A message without content, like the 3rd one, and that was as though he was trying to converse. Greatly illustrated Listen's anxiety while waiting for Lin Yuan's reply. That feeling was similar to when one had a very urgent matter and sent a message, but the other party was slow to reply. Thus, due to extreme anxiety, one would send another message. It served as a test as to whether the other party had seen one's messages. How would Listen, who had such high emotional intelligence and great ability to deal with people, not know this? Therefore, Lin Yuan knew that such a situation was because Listen's heart was in turmoil. Lin Yuan sensed Listen's anxiety, so he did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he replied, "Based on the previous deal, I can complete the enhancement of the phase quality after 17 days. You don't have to add another source type item." After replying to Listen's message, Lin Yuan logged on to StarWeb. He purchased a wood weaving house centipede and an oath lily of the valley. A fae like the wood weaving house centipede was not considered cheap among normal faes. On the contrary, the normal wood weaving house centipedes were much more expensive than most normal faes. This was because such faes were quite popular among spirit craftsmen. As for the oath lilies of the valley, they were very common on StarWeb. It could even be said that the oath lilies of the valley had the same status as the string of pearls that Lin Yuan had bought at that time. It was what hardly anyone would buy. If one were to really compare, the oath lilies of the valley were sold a little better in the market than the string of pearls. After all, the oath lilies of the valley looked quite eye-catching. The oath lilies of the valley being placed as an ornament was better than the inconspicuous string of pearls. Although the strings of pearls were healing-type phase, they were disliked as they caused severe pain during treatment, making people wish for death. However, the oath lilies of the valley were disliked because they were only useful when they reached legend. The oath lily of the valley was a kind of fae that underwent a qualitative change at legend. There were a lot of oath lilies of the valley on the market, but few people could make them reach legend. Even if there were any, nobody would be willing to nurture them. After all, creation masters with such strength and experience were more willing to nurture combat class faes that could fight. Lin Yuan soon ordered a wood weaving house centipede and an oath lily of the valley. He just had to wait for Ostrich Logistics to deliver them. After buying the faes he needed, Lin Yuan looked at the message bar and realized that Listen had replied to him. Thus, he opened the message. "Listen expert. I have 11 source type items here. How about you choose 6 of these 11 that are most useful to you?" After reading his message, Lin Yuan frowned. He could feel that there was a hidden meaning in Listen's words, but Listen had not revealed it. It was not as simple as what it seemed to be. If Listen wanted to express goodwill and let him choose 6 out of a certain number of source type items agreed upon in the previous dealing, he would have done so. Lin Yuan felt there was nothing that he could not understand. In fact, quite a few factions would also use such a goodwill-like gesture when trading with creation masters. Anyway, the source type items that these factions took out for trade were those no longer useful to them. It would be an excellent thing if they could use those items to convey goodwill to creation masters. After all, there were only benefits of leaving a good impression on creation masters. There were no disadvantages. Nonetheless, such factions would not reveal how many source type items they had. The source type items that they allowed the creation masters to choose from were integers. Unexpectedly, Listen had placed his faction's trump cards in front of Lin Yuan. Listen now had a total of 11 source type items, which was not a lot. Listen's source type item reserves were not even comparable to some small factions. It could even be said that Listen's source type item reserves were not worthy of a faction's. Who would hand over their trump card unless they had other things in mind? Listen's way of doing things gave Lin Yuan a strange feeling. Was Listen offering the source type items on a plate so that he could depend on him? Chapter 336 Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan was frowning slightly, prepared to reply to the message. He did not know that Listen, the person he was talking to on the other side of StarWeb, was actually also a youth. Although Listen was a little older than Lin Yuan, Listen was undoubtedly a lot younger than Liu Jai. At that moment, Listen was tightly pursing his lips while the corners of his eyes betrayed a deep sense of exhaustion. However, Listen relaxed his furrowing brows, meaning that his burden had been lifted. As Listen read Deep Mountain Elder Lin's message, he unknowingly felt infinite gratitude in his heart. Someone was finally willing to help him at his most difficult moment. Listen was in high spirits and actually looking forward to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future. How could he have imagined that fate would have played such a big joke on him in just a month? Listen was the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's only direct descendant. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had set its development goal toward the sea 3 years ago. Unfortunately, its core members Listen's relative had suffered a sea catastrophe. Listen had been a minor, only 17 years old, at that time, so he was left to tend to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce on his own. He could only gnash his teeth and take over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's management by himself. During those 3 years, Listen had put in a lot of effort to rejuvenate the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and accumulate some resources. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had actually had 5 Class 3 Creation Masters, with a pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master that could break through and become a Class 4 Creation Master at any moment. Those 5 Class 3 Creation Masters had been working in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce for more than 10 years before its development goals toward the sea. Although these people were not Listen's direct relatives, they were also his uncles. Listen had almost spent most of the accumulated resources on the pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. He had set his heart on helping this pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master become a Class 4 one. In the end, the hard work had paid off, and that Creation Master successfully became a Class 4 one. However, after that, he defected to a veteran faction with the remaining 4 Creation Masters, dealing a heavy blow to the already weak listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Listen had actually pinned his hopes on this pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. He had been imagining that when the pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master became a Class 4 one and presided over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, it might even advance from an emerging faction to a veteran faction. The Class 3 and pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters had been the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backbone ever since Listen was young. Thus, while allocating a lot of resources to assist in that pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master's breakthrough, Listen had never let him swear an oath of loyalty to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce with a willpower rune. Of course, Listen did not have the qualification to make this pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master swear an oath even if he wanted to. Moreover, since the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had directed its development toward the sea and suffered the catastrophe, it had lost its top experts. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was nothing in front of the other factions without the top experts' protection. Had Listen not always been racking his brains to try to get things around, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would probably have been annexed. Listen was not a Creation Master, and the Chamber of Commerce's rich resources had been diminishing after the heavy blow. Therefore, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had to rely on the 4 Class 3 Creation Masters and that Class 4 Creation Master on many matters. Even a Class 3 Creation Master would not easily use their willpower runes to swear allegiance to any faction. Only other Spirit Kai professionals and factions in this world would swear an oath to high-ranking Creation Masters. Although that pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master had squandered the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's resources to become a Class 4 Creation Master, he had also earned huge benefits for the Chamber of Commerce. It could even be said that the pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master had been earning the past 3 years high-level resources. Although some Creation Masters would swear allegiance to some factions, such allegiance generally only existed in a veteran faction with a great foundation, like Wind Mist City's richest Gao family. This allegiance would generally be set for a certain number of years, so oaths the effect would be lifted after that. This was also the reason some Class 1 and Class 2 Creation Masters were willing to use a few years of freedom to pay allegiance to the veteran factions in exchange for the opportunity to grow. After breaking through, the Class 4 Creation Master left the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce with 3 other Creation Masters. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's situation was akin to a geyser with the potential to rush forth. Yet someone blocked the geyser's opening. Given the favors Listen had obtained, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would have been able to tide over the difficulties. However, it was hard to rise again after it lost its source. To this unfavorable turn, Listen had tried to control the situation, taking him a week. Unfortunately, misfortune never came alone. In less than a day after stabilizing the situation, a veteran faction revealed its hidden poisonous fang. In fact, it had been eyeing the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce for a long time. This veteran faction had signed an exchange oath with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce at great cost a year ago. This exchange oath was precisely in exchange with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce for 2 chances to promote the bronze flawless phase to epic. If Listen could complete this exchange request, he would obtain lots of resources. He would even get help from this veteran faction in some other areas. However, if the exchange oath failed, Listen had to agree to let this veteran faction intervene with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. Listen had signed this exchange oath because there had only been benefits and no disadvantages for the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce at that time. Naturally, the situation had changed dramatically with the Class 4 Creation Master and 3 other Creation Masters' departure. Chapter 337 The Chance to Fully Pledge Allegiance. Listen also understood that this veteran faction had enmeshed and caused him to reach rock bottom. Although this veteran faction had not stepped in when the Creation Masters left the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, its vague shadow was still there. If Listen let this veteran faction intervene with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development, he would have no confrontation power after it established its presence. Perhaps in less than a month, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would have completely changed hands and belonged to this veteran faction. Thus, he had used up all his network of resources he had maintained all these years during this crisis. In the end, he found that he was not qualified to interact with Class 4 Creation Masters. Even if he offered a premium price on the market and took out more source-type items, he still did not have this qualification. This made Listen understand how strong, precious, and terrifying Creation Masters' resources were. At the last moment, he thought of Lin Yuan, who had only traded with him once. Lin Yuan had become Listen's last straw to clutch at. Listen actually did not have much hope. He only wanted to try his best. He did not expect Lin Yuan would turn out to be the driftwood that could save him. Strong gratitude emerged out of Listen's exhausted look. Suddenly, his heart sank. Before Lin Yuan replied, he typed a message. Listen expert. Are you interested in chambers of commerce? After sending this message, it was as if he had suddenly lost all the strength in his body. Listen had used his ability and means to save the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce for the past 3 years. He had always had a clear understanding of himself. His high emotional intelligence and ability to win people's hearts were simply unworthy to be mentioned when facing the veteran faction. There was a time for manpower. Listen had always positioned his talents on development, not on production reserves. Unfortunately, what the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had given to Listen had always been a mess. One after another, there were no resources or time for Listen to develop the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, he felt relieved now. This was the last effort that he could make for the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan was about to reply to Listen's message. He did not expect that before he did so, Listen would send another message. Lin Yuan could not help but hook the corners of his mouth and say silently, "It seems that I was right." Lin Yuan actually did not intend to reply to him. He only wanted to complete the transaction and get the 6 source-type items for resource accumulation. However, when he saw the words Chambers of Commerce, he was quite impressed. Stores that sold spiritual ingredients and phase on Star Web mostly got their sources from those large and small chambers of commerce. For example, the energy ores, butterfly shells, and spirit siphon goldfish he had purchased from Zhu Jiax's and Star Web store actually came from these chambers of commerce. Some precious spiritual ingredients and phase often had to be purchased or auctioned from the rare lifeform pavilion. However, some daily consumption of ordinary spiritual ingredients and circulation of ordinary phase had been greatly occupied by these chambers of commerce in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan consumed a lot of low-grade resources daily, and his consumption of energy ores was getting greater and greater. If Lin Yuan could control a chamber of commerce, whatever he did in the future could be much more convenient. In the future, he would no longer have to go through the hassle of purchasing low-grade spiritual ingredients and energy ores from Star Web every time. A chamber of commerce's resources were priced differently on Star Web. Even if Lin Yuan bought resources from Zhu Jiaxin store, he was also earning a portion of the money, which was much better. However, the price difference was huge from directly buying resources from a chamber of commerce. It was challenging to apply for the qualification of a Chamber of Commerce in the Radiance Federation alone. Moreover, a Chamber of Commerce's most valuable thing was not only its qualification, but also its small detailed methods. Every relationship that a Chamber of Commerce established with a Star Web store was akin to a steady income. In the faction's eyes, even a small Chamber of Commerce was considered a quality resource. This was also the reason the veteran faction had been eyeing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had been in dire straits. Lin Yuan felt that he should meet Listen on Star Web, so he sent a message. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, bring your 11 source-type items to the Star Web Meeting Center. Then, Lin Yuan took the lead and headed over. When Listen saw Lin Yuan's message, he suddenly felt blood rush straight to his brain. He was worry-free and felt relaxed a moment ago, and nervous and apprehensive emotions crept up now. Listen could not see through Lin Yuan's real thoughts from his message. It was reasonable to assume their meeting on Star Web was akin to giving him a chance to talk. However, Lin Yuan had also asked him to bring 11 source-type items. It seemed that he just wanted to pick the source-type items to complete the previous transaction. The disheartened Listen vaguely saw a ray of hope while being apprehensive. He was not afraid that hope was hard to come by. He was only afraid that he might not even have the chance to seize the hope. At that moment, Listen became unusually firm. How could a person who might be drowned by the incoming waves at any time not grasp this rare opportunity? However, Deep Mountain Elder Lin, who he had never seen but had a transaction with him once, had given him the hope of courage. This was a kind of feeling like a long lane that has no turning. This made Listen, who was used to relying on himself and had nobody to rely on, feel cherished. Nonetheless, Listen still had to strive on this path. Listen knew that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was not worth mentioning in front of a power that could casually take out Bronze Epic Phase. Listen headed to the Star Web Meeting Center with a determined yet apprehensive mood. When Listen arrived at the place, he saw a cheerful youth with a natural aura sitting quietly, waiting for him. A flash of shock flashed through Listen's eyes. Although Listen had heard that the purchase with no Lost Store's owner was a young man, and many people compared him with the young hero, Black, he had never really believed those words. This was because Listen could not imagine that a young man could actually own a faction that had a pinnacle class 4 creation master and could easily take out Bronze Epic Phase. Chapter 338. Come to the Royal Capital. When Lin Yuan saw Listen standing in a daze, he said with a bright smile, "Let's sit down and talk." Listen did not expect Lin Yuan to be so young, and so did Lin Yuan. He looked around 20 years old. Lin Yuan would not look down on Listen because he was young. On the contrary, he valued Listen because of his age. Although having high emotional intelligence and the ability to win people's hearts might be outstanding to an older person, it was not valuable. Adults who experienced the ways of the world over time were more mellow. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh at Listen being accomplished though young. Being shocked was one matter. Listen was sincerely grateful to Lin Yuan, although the youth, who had given him a helping hand in desperate times, might have done nothing more than a small, insignificant thing for him. It was the most valuable salvation to Listen. Since Listen was firm on his decision, he did not take the seat opposite Lin Yuan. Instead, he kneeled on one knee in reverence and raised the tray placed with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's remaining 11 source-type items in front of the youth, before saying, "Expert, I would like to offer the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to obtain your blessing. I only pray that you can save the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and allow me to develop it. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and everything I have will be yours in the future." Lin Yuan did not expect that Listen would do something like that after he came in and saw him. Lin Yuan was caught up in thoughts. Since Listen wanted him to save the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan had to weigh this matter and see whether he wanted to save it. Also, he had to consider whether it was worth saving. While thinking, Lin Yuan could obviously feel that Listen, who was kneeling on the ground with one knee, was holding up the tray with 11 source-type items with slightly trembling hands. This showed the apprehension in Listen's heart. However, the more silent Lin Yuan was, the more anxious Listen was, and the further he felt hope was away from him. Listen's mind was in a whirl now. and he somehow thought of two kinds of fish with pickled vegetables and braised chicken. Listen felt that he was a fish with pickled vegetables, sir. Weak and redundant. He also felt that he was a braised chicken, flustered, boring, and trash. At this point, he suddenly felt that there was some movement on the 11 source-type items in the tray. Listen knew that Lin Yuan was starting to observe the source-type items in the tray. This made Listen's heart tighten, and the corners of his eyes then became a little red. However, the corners of his mouth were in an arc. I only pray that you can save the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and let it develop. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and everything I have will be yours in the future. Listen had put down the persistence in his heart. It did not matter if he would not be leading the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. It was good as long as the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had been developed due to his family's efforts, could continue to exist. Lin Yuan was playing with the source-type items in the tray and pondering when Listen said that. Lin Yuan then dropped the few source-type items in his hand into the tray, creating a crisp sound. Listen's hand that was holding onto the tray trembled. He heard the youth's calm voice. If you had the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's loyalty, it would naturally still be under your management. It seems that some things can't be said today on Star Web. Upon hearing the youth's words, Listen was wrapped in a wave of ecstasy and froze in place. That was when he heard the youth's calm voice again. Come to the royal capital. Let's meet in person and talk. Listen only felt a holy sound that dispelled the gloominess, brush away the tiredness and restlessness he had for over a month. At the same time, a dazzling light of hope shone in his eyes. Listen knew that since a great figure like that youth in front of him had said to meet in person to talk, it meant a great chance for this matter to be or even had already been half-solved. He raised his head, his face wearing a cheerful smile that the gloominess had long suppressed, and replied, I'm in Indigo Azure City. I'll go to the royal capital now. Lin Yuan logged off Star Web after making a verbal agreement with Listen. He felt it was a little sudden regarding Listen's sudden and decisive decision. However, he lamented his amazing courage besides his high emotional intelligence and the ability to maintain an interpersonal relationship. Regarding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and Listen's loyalty, Lin Yuan did not agree right away. Instead, he had asked Listen to come to his mansion in the royal capital to discuss it in detail. This was because Lin Yuan was still unaware of the problems that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had encountered. As for whether he would let Listen take control of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he still had to fully understand the situation before making a decision. However, Lin Yuan had agreed with Listen. He would soon promote the 2 bronze flawless phase to epic in exchange for Listen's 6 source-type items, thus completing the deal. It was also considered helping Listen get through the difficult times at hand. Lin Yuan had a good impression of Listen, so the fact that he had agreed to the deal when Listen encountered difficulties was giving him a hand. However, Lin Yuan wanted to establish his own faction and had to do beneficial things for it. He would not do useless things because of his kind heart and burden his faction. Lin Yuan wanted to build a sky city on the floating island Whale's Back, and let it become a floating cloud in the sky above the 9 heavens. If he could control a power like the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the dark, there were only advantages and no disadvantages for him. Each of these powers that Lin Yuan could control and hide in the dark was considered to be a foundation in his hands. Such a foundation was far more reliable than the power in his network. This was because white clouds were empty and could remain unchanged for a lifetime. The floating white clouds had the world's water as a foundation. When Lin Yuan walked out of the room, he saw Wen Yu standing in front of his room, holding a few pieces of paper. From time to time, she made changes on the paper with a pen and looked very serious. Upon seeing Lin Yuan come out of his room, Wen Yu quickly said, Young master, I was about to knock on the door to look for you. Take a look at what I wrote about the planning and suggestions of the faction. While she said that, she handed 5 or 6 pieces of paper in her hand to him. Her eyes full of expectation, Lin Yuan took the pieces of paper. Some of Wen Yu's views on fashion development were written very clearly on the paper. The more Lin Yuan looked at it, the more he felt something was amiss. Chapter 339 The Superiority of Lin Yuan's Faction. Although Lin Yuan had established the path of his faction's development during his previous conversation with Wen Yu and had a plan in mind, he seriously contemplated the faction establishment and her views. Wen Yu's proposal allowed Lin Yuan to understand Wen Yu's views and direction for his faction establishment. At first, he could not help but nod while looking at it. Many of Wen Yu's ideas were the same as his. However, when he saw her views on the other factions, he felt that something was not right. It was not that Wen Yu's views were different from his or that there was anything wrong with her. When she mentioned other forces, her words gave off a kind of feeling. If Lin Yuan had to describe it, he could only say it was a sense of superiority. He sensed this feeling of superiority from her words and soon understood. As the Radiant Moon Palace's spirit attendant previously, Wen Yu's starting point was simply something ordinary people could not compare to. Thus, her scope had always remained in the Leaning Moon Mountain's Radiance Moon Mountain. She did not take the Radiance Federation's factions to heart. If Wen Yu used this sense of superiority in other areas, Lin Yuan might have to give her some advice. However, based on Lin Yuan's strategy of accumulating resources to start the faction's initial development, he felt that Wen Yu's sense of superiority was not only fine, but also not enough. A bronze epic Fey was akin to a luxury item to Spirit Kai professionals, and Lin Yuan had numerous such Feys. In other words, he could establish a dynasty of luxurious goods that focused on customizing bronze epic Feys. Each bronze epic Fey could represent the superiority of Lin Yuan's faction. At the same time, perhaps some huge veteran factions could contend with him in terms of superiority with their bronze epic Feys. Although they might not have as many as Lin Yuan, they could contend against him. However, compared to these huge veteran factions, Lin Yuan could take out bronze epic Feys for trade at will. It could be said that customizing bronze epic Feys based on willpower runes was a way for Lin Yuan's faction to develop and obtain resources. Therefore, his faction would be flaunting its sense of superiority to other factions at all times. Veteran factions may have bronze epic Feys, but they had always been the parties that had a huge demand for such Feys. As long as they were not collectively crazy, they would not allow any bronze epic Feys to leave their faction. As such, Lin Yuan's faction would be at the very top in terms of superiority from the starting point. As long as Lin Yuan was willing, he could take out bronze legend Feys. Thus, he could stand at the top of superiority and proudly look down on the entire food chain and other factions. Even if King-class experts highly sought after bronze legend Feys and huge veteran factions had pinnacle class 4 creation masters that nurtured bronze legend Feys by luck, could such veteran factions bear to take out those bronze legend Feys and put them on the market? Although Lin Yuan would not easily put bronze legend Feys on the market, they were still his faction's most powerful trump cards to suppress other factions. He did not even need anything else but only a bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley. He could clearly tell all the other factions, "Don't mess with my faction." In fact, if Lin Yuan were to be compared to class 5 creation masters now, his ability to promote a phase grade and heal a phase damage roots was simply incomparable. He could not even be compared to class 3 creation masters. He was only at the level of a class 2 creation master. However, when it came to nurturing bronze legend phase, Lin Yuan did not think he would lose to class 5 creation masters. He even felt that class 5 creation masters were not even comparable to him in nurturing bronze legend phase. As long as Lin Yuan was willing to spare a Spirit Kai crystal condensed by Morbius Spirit Kai condensation and injected it into bronze epic phase, he could at least get 5 to 6 legend phase. If Lin Yuan did not use the Spirit Kai crystals to strengthen the phase, he would be able to have a bronze legend Fey every day or so on average. This was how Lin Yuan's faction could be mysterious, be noble, and despise other factions in terms of resources. If Feys were compared to a pyramid of luxurious items, Lin Yuan was now standing at the top of it. After reading Wen Yu's faction development proposal, Lin Yuan looked up and saw her expectant expression. He nodded and said, "Wen Yu, you've done a good job with these ideas and planning. Many of our views overlap." When Wen Yu heard Lin Yuan's words, her face immediately revealed her joy. She was just a young girl under 20 years old. She had a young heart and would smile after being complimented by the person who was most important to her. However, after Lin Yuan affirmed Wen Yu's planning, he said seriously, "Wen Yu, there is not enough sense of superiority in this plan in terms of resources. We have the upper hand, so we are entitled to be wild. The wilder we are, the more the other factions will look up to us, fear us, and won't be able to see through us. But this is only in terms of resources, not martial force. We are building a faction, not the Leaning Moon Mountain or the Radiance Moon Mountain. Thus, we're ultimately just a rising faction to other factions. We still need time before our wings can be fully developed." Upon hearing Lin Yuan say that, Wen Yu understood what he meant and could not help but feel a little ashamed. Wen Yu realized her problem. When she was analyzing things, she would inadvertently do so with the Leaning Moon Mountain's Radiant Moon Palace's standards. She understood Lin Yuan's determination to establish a faction. A smart person like Wen Yu would not commit the same mistake again after knowing her problem. "Young master, I know where the problem is. I'll go write another one and bring it to you." Chapter 340 A Different Lustrous Winged Butterfly. Wen Yu returned to her room and started writing a new proposal for the faction's development and planning. Hu Quan, a true all-nighter, also could not stay up and returned to his room to sleep. After the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer ate 2 big plates of honey pancakes in the morning, they went to the street with a clear purpose and started wandering around. However, they had different goals. The mother of Bloodbath wanted to eat all the nice food that interested it after seeing it. In contrast, Endless Summer wanted to visit some jewelry stores to buy its favorite strange Alice-shaped spirit jewelry. The day before, Endless Summer had gone out with the mother of Bloodbath for half a day and returned with almost 100 fancy necklaces, rings, bracelets, and brooches. In short, the two suzerain myth breed phase had now been reduced to just knowing to buy things on the street. This perfectly showcased the importance of eating and females' love of beauty. After Liu Jai cooked breakfast in the morning, he went to the Radiant Sacred Hall. Although he would enter the Radiance 100 sequences internal ranking 2 days later, Liu Jai had to be tested in other aspects within the Radiant Sacred Hall during these 2 days. Hence, he would not be able to cook in the mansion during these few days. While he was away, the mother of Bloodbath had taken over the job of cooking this morning. The mother of Bloodbath would not really be cooking in the mansion. It intended that while daily wandering on the streets, it would bring back the food it found good to share with the people in the mansion. Thus, only Lin Yuan was left in the hall. Upon looking at the huge, completely jade-textured red sandalwood fish tank, he could not help but feel a headache. He really did not know how he was going to get the 3 Dragon Phoenix landscape carps out of the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. However, the bronze eye flawless spirit containing hibiscuses on the top of the fish tank were growing more and more luxuriant, thanks to the huge amount of spirit kai released by the 5 fortune ranches. Many bronze eye flawless spirit containing hibiscuses had reached bronze Roman 2 or even bronze Roman 3. Although the spirit containing hibiscus bloomed in the day and withered in the night, it was noon now. Not long after its buds opened, the huge flowers bloomed very beautifully. It was like green leaves unfolding quietly, and the colors of the red peonies fresh and dark. Large hibiscuses accompanied by lustrous winged butterflies were on top of the red sandalwood longevity fish tank during the day. At night, the lustrous winged butterflies flapped their wings between the spirit-containing hibiscus's green leaves and frolicked. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that one of the lustrous winged butterflies was different from the others. Lustrous winged butterflies were phased that flew together. The 98 lustrous winged butterflies were flying in groups, but only this lustrous winged butterfly was like a lonely patient. It was far away from the other lustrous winged butterflies. The 98 lustrous winged butterflies also seemed to be very afraid of this one. However, Lin Yuan did not care too much. He had made a Herculean effort to open up the mechanism Hu Quan had set up on the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. Lin Yuan had personally nurtured the 3 Dragon Phoenix landscape carps, so they all acted friendly after seeing him. The 3 Dragon Phoenix landscape carps were about to greet Lin Yuan with their tails like they did in the spirit pool. Since they were in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and not the spirit pool, Their tails that were almost as long as a fish's body created splashes and drenched Lin Yuan's entire body. Had he not been standing firmly on the ladder, he would have fallen to the ground because of the 3 sudden splashes of water. Lin Yuan wiped his face and wet hair. He could not help but feel helpless as he looked at the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps. He wanted to upgrade these 3 from bronze X epic to legend, but they actually used 3 splashes of water and sent him to change his clothes. After he put the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps into the diamond face storage box, he got off the ladder with trembling wrists. The ember button-shaped source sand transformed into a few strands of yellow sand and dried up the large water spots on the ground. Then, the source sand transformed into the shape of an amber button and attached to Lin Yuan's amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. Soon after he finished fishing for the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps, Ostrich Logistics delivered the wood-weaving house centipede and oath lily of the valley to his mansion. He had picked the best-growing ones in the same grade and quality. This wood-weaving house centipede was particularly lively and active. Lin Yuan took the bronze face storage box containing the wood-weaving house centipede and oath lily of the valley, returned to his room, and entered the spirit lock spatial zone, which looked the same as before. However, on the red platine wood shelves full of phoenix feathers and phoenix patterns, the surface of the 5 kinds of rare wood that had been placed for nearly 10 days had become jade textured to a certain texture. Under the extremely high concentration of spirit Kai in the spirit lock spatial zone, a jade luster was faintly emitted. However, at least 20 days were needed for these rare pieces of wood to become completely jade textured and reached 5 times their weight. When the gray crane species face saw Lin Yuan return to the spirit lock spatial zone, it immediately flapped its wings and shot at him. It used its small head to touch Lin Yuan's hand hanging at his side of his leg. Clearly, this little fellow had gotten used after staying in the spirit lock spatial zone for a night. It also got along well with the spirit lock spatial zone's little butler, the wind-speed rapid antelope. It had apparently become good friends with it. Lin Yuan touched its little head and sensed the state of its body's genetic model. He let out a sigh. At this rate, if this little fellow wanted to completely display its genetic model, it probably would have to wait until he finished taking part in a Radiance 100 sequence test before it could more or less recover. The aquamarine elemental shellfish, celestine elemental shellfish, and scorching elemental shellfish were absorbing the huge amount of pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone and spitting out elemental pearls dutifully. The floating island whale was also continuously absorbing the elemental pearl's huge amount of pure water and Kai elements, as well as the pure spiritual power, and was slowly developing. Lin Yuan cut his palm and used his blood to deepen the bond with the floating island whale. At the same time, he sensed the floating island whale's condition in its crystal egg and found out what was going on. Chapter 341 Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carp's Evolution. Even if Morbius grade didn't increase, the floating island whale would be able to hatch from the crystal egg next June. As for the twin red pagoda, it might have only been over a dozen days since the life-form sacrificial fire had been harvested, but Lin Yuan could already feel the life-form sacrificial fire's birthplace getting stronger. It seemed like the scorching elemental shellfish fiery elemental pearls were very beneficial for the twin red pagoda. Endless Summer had already used the previous matured lifeform sacrificial fire, so Lin Yuan hoped that this lifeform sacrificial fire would mature quickly. Subsequently, Lin Yuan started his task to enhance his phase this time. Firstly, Lin Yuan placed the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps in a giant water tank inside the spirit lock spatial zone. Afterward, he placed the giant water tank on his nurture table. The 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps were in extremely great condition, as compared to when he had enhanced them into bronze epic. They were looking much better, be it physically or spiritually. Furthermore, their tails and side fins were longer, with larger tails and side fins. The dragon phoenix landscape carps were even nicer to admire. However, Lin Yuan realized that the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps looked a little stranger. From the outside, the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps might look just as majestic as before. Still, when Lin Yuan carefully observed them, He realized that as their dragon and phoenix bloodlines were constantly concentrating, they were also mutually assimilating. The assimilation wasn't to devour each other. Instead, they were mutually accepting each other and slowly integrating into one. Lin Yuan had already planned to allow these 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps to freely evolve, and not be stuck at bronze once he upgraded them to legend quality. It seemed like these 3 bronze X epic dragon phoenix landscape carps wouldn't need too long to evolve to silver eye after their quality reached legend. The dragon phoenix landscape carps were evolved from myriad form carps, and their special trait was their significant evolution every time their grade increased. Therefore, when the dragon phoenix landscape carps reached silver, they would certainly go through a significant evolution. After evolving into the dragon phoenix landscape carps, their foundation had already been settled. However, Lin Yuan was looking forward to seeing their transformation. Subsequently, Lin Yuan took the bronze epic dragon's mouth orchid. Lin Yuan had harvested the orchid from the dragon's mouth orchid previously, so it looks no different from a weed now. The stalk that grew the orchid previously was now already withered. But once the dragon's mouth orchid's quality was upgraded to legend, it would naturally grow another stalk, producing another orchid. Lin Yuan had enhanced the originally normal wood weaving house centipede to bronze X epic. At present, it was around 20 centimeters in length, and its dark green body had 100 feet. It was considered a multi-legged insect. One had to admit that the wood weaving house centipede had some resemblance to Cheng Rui's contracted source-type life form, spine goo. However, the wood weaving house centipede was a very docile insect fae. Its diet merely consisted of wood, and it didn't have any offensive capabilities. Even if you were to push it to the extreme, there would rarely be any incidents of a wood weaving house centipede attacking a spirit kai professional because it was trying to protect itself. It was considered to have the motto of I am very ugly but very gentle. When Lin Yuan had purchased the Oath Lily of the Valley, he had chosen to purchase a bronze flawless one. It wasn't because the market didn't sell any bronze normal Oath Lily of the Valley. The reason was the bronze flawless Oath Lily of the Valley's appearance, as it had a very layered structure, making it look like the shape of a pagoda. It was filled with pure white bell-shaped lilies. This was the pot that looks to be in the best condition among the few pots that Lin Yuan had checked. It was also the one with the best trimmings. It was the main reason Lin Yuan had bought this bronze flawless Oath Lily of the Valley. Since he was going to upgrade it to legend, it had to have a good base. Once Lin Yuan upgraded this bronze flawless Oath Lily of the Valley to epic, he placed 6 bronze epic phase in front of him and took out a spirit kite crystal. Subsequently, he exerted strength to crush the spirit kite crystal. Morbius, which was on Lin Yuan's wrist, immediately controlled and split the crystal's spirit kai into 5 portions. They were then channeled toward the dragon's mouth orchid, wood weaving house centipede, and 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps. Once the 5 phase absorbed the crystal's massive amounts of pure spirit kai, they were quickly upgraded and reached bronze legend. Morbius then channeled the crystal's remaining spirit kai into the bronze epic Oath Lily of the Valley. The bronze epic Oath Lily of the Valley was truly living up to expectations as it was immediately upgraded to the legend. Lin Yuan looked at the 6 bronze legend phase in front of him and revealed a sunshine smile. It wasn't because of the rarity or value of these 6 bronze legend phase that made Lin Yuan happy. Lin Yuan received 2 pleasant surprises when the 6 phase were upgraded to legend. The first pleasant surprise naturally came from the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps. Previously, Lin Yuan had been withholding the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps from increasing their grade as he wanted their quality to reach legend first. Therefore, they had already accumulated large amounts of spirit kai within their bodies. The moment the 3 bronze dragon phoenix landscape carps reached legend, they also evolved at the same time. The evolved silver legend dragon phoenix landscape carps were considered a small surprise. But immediately after, the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps gave Lin Yuan a greater surprise. When using Morbius True data, Lin Yuan noticed that the silver carps' names had actually changed, and they were no longer called dragon phoenix landscape carps. Chapter 342 With the bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix. The eternal mountain and rivers are settled. At that moment, The three silver legend dragon phoenix landscape carps were emitting blinding radiance. The blinding radiance might only have two colors of black and white, but there was a stone, grass, flower, and tree within it. Within the flow of radiance, they formed a house, a pavilion, a platform, and a residence. They then formed a city. The city, forest, mountains, and rivers then formed an ever-changing world of black and white. Just as this ever-changing flow was rising to the peak, the blinding radiance of the black and white world suddenly changed. The originally black and white world turned into 8 different beautiful colors. These 8 colors felt as though they were the most proper colors. Each color felt as though they were the colors of origin: pure yellow, red, indigo, green, blue, purple, orange, and black. The universe's 8 colors contain limitless energy. The 8 colors set all life. The 8 colors were so bright and colorful that it felt as though the world was going through a life-changing transformation. At present, Lin Yuan was only able to see the 8 colors flowing down the mountains and rivers. He was still unable to see the appearances of the dragon phoenix landscape carps after the evolution. However, Lin Yuan had this abnormal shock just after seeing the dragon phoenix landscape carps post-evolution names. With the bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix, the eternal mountain and rivers are settled. The dragon phoenix landscape carps were now named mountain river eternal life carps. After a long period, the Bronze X legend dragon phoenix landscape carps had finally completed the evolution into Silver I legend mountain river eternal life carps. At that moment, the halo around the mountains and rivers that was produced from the 8 colors finally dispersed. Lin Yuan was finally able to see the Silver I legend mountain river eternal life carps appearances. The difference between the mountain river eternal life carps and the dragon phoenix landscape carps wasn't that significant. However, the mountain river eternal life carps gave off an entirely different feeling to Lin Yuan. Previously, the dragon phoenix landscape carps gave off a feeling as though they were graceful, like the songs that echoed through miles of mountains. The mountain river eternal carps gave off a feeling they were the blessings that protected the beautiful mountains and rivers. Lin Yuan looked carefully at the 8 colors, which replaced the black and white on the mountain river eternal life carps, causing his pupils to contract. The patterns of mountains and rivers on the mountain river eternal life carps were now even more complex. As the common saying went, the 4 directions welcomed 8 colors, while the 8 colors produced 6 blessings. Apart from the ever-changing painting on the mountain river eternal life carp's body, there were additional fortuitous patterns. The carp's forehead had a joy bat blessed pattern, signifying a flood of good fortunes. The carp's eyes had a common examining blessed pattern, signifying clear and direct. The carp's fins had a key deer blessed pattern, signifying the arrival of spring. The carp's abdomen had a golden pomegranate blessed pattern, signifying the abundance of offspring. The carp's scales had zoysia blessed patterns, signifying ability for growth. The carp's tails had a ginger sterculia blessed pattern, signifying boundless longevity. Blessed patterns of the mountains and rivers were all prominent on the carps. Lin Yuan carefully distinguished them and realized that there were a total of 6 blessed patterns, and they just happened to signify smooth sailing. The 6 blessed patterns and 8 flowing colors felt as though they were boundless blessings. They extended the life of mountains and rivers and gave off endless fortune and blessings. The mountain river eternal life carps looked abnormally restricted inside the small water tank, so it wasn't possible to see their true brilliance. However, even in this small water tank, just the swing of their tails was enough to showcase their bodies' magnificent colors. Just like thousands of fragrant flowers, any one of those flowers would be enough for a person to admire and enjoy for a long time. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps and thought silently. If the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps were considered superior auspicious signs, then these 3 mountain river eternal life carps would be considered extreme auspicious signs. In fact, they are already beyond the range of auspicious. Lin Yuan couldn't bear having the 3 mountain river eternal life carps being restricted within the water tank. Therefore, he stored them within the diamond grade face storage box. Once he exited the spirit lock spatial zone, He was going to put them back into the jade-textured red sandalwood fish tank. The enhancement of 6 phase from bronze epic to legend gave Lin Yuan 2 pleasant surprises. However, as compared to the 3 mountain river eternal life carbs transformations, the other pleasant surprise was insignificant. However, the insignificant surprise was probably enough for Hu Quan not to be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. As a craftsman who worked more than 10 hours a day, if Hu Quan was to celebrate, his happiness wouldn't be reduced by a hint even if he celebrated for an entire year. When Lin Yuan had been enhancing the wood weaving house centipede to bronze X legend, a mutation occurred. Of course, this mutation couldn't be considered an evolution. This mutation was actually referring to the wood weaving house centipede's spinneret, which had split into 2. The splitting of the wood weaving house centipede's spinneret and the transformations into bunches for the jasmine lily was roughly the same. The jasmine lily's bunches mutation allowed it to form many flowers instead of a singular flower. The healing capability might not have changed, but the jasmine lily was now able to heal multiple targets instead of a single target. Furthermore, Lin Yuan could switch from single healing to multiple healing as and when he wanted. It was the same for the wood weaving house centipede's split spinneret. The wood weaving house centipede could eat the wooden materials and turn them into liquid within the spinneret, allowing it to spit out durable silk. The wood weaving house centipede's speed to break down the wooden materials didn't change. So even if the spinneret was split into 2, the amount of wooden silk it could produce would still be the same. However, having a split spinneret didn't simply save time and increase efficiency for the spirit craftsman. 2 spinnerets that could produce silk allowed the spirit craftsman to create with increased speed. It would save the spirit craftsman plenty of effort while also increasing the possibility of producing more products. Moreover, if the wood weaving house centipede's grade was high enough, its speed of breaking down wooden materials would be faster. In fact, to a certain extent, the mutation of split spinnerets was indeed able to increase the spirit craftsman's creation capability by several times. Hu Quan, who was already a top-class craftsman, was now even better. Once Hu Quan fused this bronze X legend wood weaving house centipede with his willpower rune, along with the fantasy breed jade severing blade mantis, Hu Quan would possess 2 fantasy breed phase. Since Hu Quan's spirit craftsman standard was already at class 5, if he went to the Spirit Craftsman Association to verify it, he would become a genuine Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. Chapter 343 The Spirit Gather Goldfish, Second Bloodline Stimulation. The Oath Lily of the Valley's appearance did not change much after evolving into Bronze Legend. However, there was a layer of lustrous white stream of light among the white bell-like flowers that bloomed on the pagoda-shaped Oath Lily of the Valley the moment it reached Legend. It was as if each of the white bell-shaped flowers lit up in a flash. It was like a tree of bells and nephrite with its bell-like shape. There was a feeling of wealth. This pure white bell-shaped flower's stream of light after reaching Legend was the reason Oath Lily of the Valley could carry an oath. Or maybe the light was actually a kind of curse. The Legend Oath Lily of the Valley's flowers were both a container for an oath and a curse that sealed a betrayer's willpower rune. Lin Yuan did not pay too much attention to this bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley and stored it in the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. This bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley was not something he would usually use, so there was no need to put it in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's resources were tight, so placing it there would undoubtedly take up space. After Lin Yuan bought an area on Star Web to establish his faction, he could place this bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley into the room within his faction. There was only one last bronze epic fae that Lin Yuan had not yet checked. It was also the Dragon's Mouth Orchid that had been promoted from bronze epic to legend, which really gave Lin Yuan an eye-opener. He did not know what changes would occur when the Dragon's Mouth Orchid was promoted from epic to legend. The flowers bloomed at Flawless were light blue, while those at epic were dark blue. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the flower from this Dragon's Mouth Orchid would actually become black when it reached Legend. The large black dragon mouth-shaped flower was much larger than Lin Yuan's palm. If it were to be said that the epic dark blue Dragon's Mouth Orchid's stamen had a shiny, scaly wooden structure previously, there now seemed to be bright diamonds on this black legend stamen. This was a manifestation of wood crystallization. After the dragon's mouth orchid reached legend, Lin Yuan smelled the fragrance it emitted. It was so fragrant that it stank. It was also kind of stimulating, like liquor, and was unique to dragon species phase. Lin Yuan had a hard time breaking off this large black legend dragon's mouth orchid flower. It had to be said that the flower grew quite sturdily on the stalk. If it was said that the previous usage of the spirit Kai crystals to enhance these 6 bronze epic phase into legend was just small scale, Lin Yuan was now going to really enhance phase that belonged to him. The one he wanted to enhance was none other than the bronze X legend spirit gather goldfish within Morbius spirit lock. He walked over to the spirit pool and found that Blackie was leisurely eating the butterfly shell flowers at the bottom of the pool. After it had reached bronze, the butterfly shell flowers Lin Yuan fed it also reached another level. The butterfly shell flowers that he previously fed it were from low-grade ones living in the shallow sea. The butterfly shell flowers that Lin Yuan fed Blackie now were high-grade ones from the deep sea. Although such shell flowers were not priceless, they were very expensive. Under normal circumstances, few people would be willing to use high-grade deep-sea butterfly shells to casually feed their phase. After all, even though it could stimulate a phase dragon species bloodline, this effect was based on warm nourishment. The short-term effect could not be seen. This was why Lin Yuan had been feeding Blackie so many butterfly shell flowers. In order to stimulate Blackie's dragon species bloodline the first time, 3 drops of dragon species blood essence had been used. This was the reason he intended to use this legend dragon's mouth orchid flowers for the second time. However, he did not feel that it was a waste to feed the deep-sea butterfly shell flowers to Blackie. In the past months of accumulation, Lin Yuan could sense that the hidden trace of dragon species bloodline became more active in the spirit gather goldfish's body. It was due to consuming such expensive butterfly shells. Although he could not see anything if he focused on Blackie's daily changes, he could still see the faint dragon species phase power constantly accumulating in its body if he looked once per month or two. It was as though it was waiting for a complete metamorphosis. Lin Yuan looked at the large black legend dragon's mouth orchid flower with great expectation. He was prepared to feed it to Blackie. After that, Blackie would immediately undergo an earth-shattering transformation and become a dragon species fae. This legend dragon's mouth flower could certainly let Blackie wash its bloodline and greatly strengthen its trace of dragon species phase bloodline. It might even fully suppress its fish species bloodline, allowing the dragon species bloodline to become its body's dominant bloodline. However, Lin Yuan did not know about the legend dragon's mouth orchid flower's effect. In fact, he still placed his bet on the moment that Blackie became a fantasy breed fae. When Blackie sensed Lin Yuan's arrival, it immediately swam to the spirit pool's side. It used its black velvet piano-like tail to smack the spirit pool's surface, creating splashes and greeting Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the splashes, Lin Yuan only felt that Blackie had greeted him the same way as the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps. He felt that if he was at the pool's edge, the splashes would definitely be drenched in water. At that moment, Lin Yuan fished the bronze 5 fortune ranches out of the spirit pool and placed the female ones that played well with Blackie in the tank, where the 3 mountain river eternal life carp were. This was the moment that Blackie would stimulate its dragon species bloodline. Chapter 344 2 Horns on the Head. Lin Yuan had now completely cleared the spirit pool, and only Blackie was left swimming without restraint inside. He looked at its cheerful appearance and felt a headache. Although it was considered an animal, it was actually similar to the jasmine lily in terms of intelligence. Blackie looked quite humane, but it actually had a silly, cheerful nature, as if it could understand anything. When it had nothing to do, it would blow bubbles in the spirit pool. This was like a student who understood nothing in class and was always nodding, contemplating, and interacting with the teacher with an expression that he understood. In fact, he was thinking of a simple thing such as eating potato chips and drinking Coca-Cola on a big bed alone. Lin Yuan had completely overestimated Blackie's intelligence. Previously, he had always thought that something was going on between Blackie and the 5 fortune ranchu, but it suddenly occurred to him that Blackie was also a female fish. Later on, Lin Yuan found out that Blackie was not interested in the 5 fortune ranchu. The size of the 5 fortune ranchu was not much different from Blackie's, and Blackie treated the female 5 fortune ranchu as its playmate. At that moment, Lin Yuan issued a command to Blackie. Then he threw the Black Legend Dragon's Mouth orchid flower into the spirit pool. This was the moment that Blackie would stimulate the metamorphosis of the dragon species bloodline in its body for the second time. Fish fays were not smart, and even high-grade ones were not too smart before they became myth breeds. This was why there was the common saying, the memory of a fish lasts for only 7 seconds. However, if Blackie could evolve toward a dragon species fae, then its intelligence would be raised to another notch. Blackie swam toward the legend dragon's mouth orchid flower with Lin Yuan's command. Just as Blackie swallowed it, Lin Yuan could sense the accumulated dragon species power in its body explode instantly. Although Blackie was already a spirit gather goldfish, it still looked like a telescope spirit siphon goldfish. The moment the dragon power burst out, Blackie immediately sank to the bottom of the spirit pool under the intense pain. Immediately after that, it tossed and constantly slammed its body against the spirit pool's base with great force. Its black scales were considered hard, and it suffered no damage during the first few hits against the spirit pool's base. However, after it constantly slammed against the spirit pool's base again and again due to unbearable pain, the black scales on its body had slowly loosened. Even its fish fins and tail had been damaged under the crazy slamming, causing an opening to form on them. Through this opening, Lin Yuan could even see the golden disc and the deep-sea butterfly shell flowers at the bottom of the spirit pool filled with energy ores. Although Blackie did not have high intelligence, a contractor and a fae could sense each other's feelings and thoughts. It was just like how Lin Yuan could completely sense the pain from the depths of Blackie's soul. It was a process of destruction and renewal of all the cells in its body under its bloodline activation. Lin Yuan naturally felt very sorry for Blackie's pain. However, he also knew that it was useless. He could not reduce a trace of the pain that Blackie had to endure. A sword tip comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the cold one. If a person wanted to gain knowledge to become the best person, he would need endless hard work, let alone the metamorphosis of a species bloodline like Blackie's. The red blood flowed through the ruptured scale armor from its body into the spirit pool and disintegrated into spirit kai by the spirit pool before being injected into the spirit lock spatial zone. If it was not because Blackie's bulging bulb-like eyes were not damaged, Lin Yuan probably would never have recognized that this badly mangled fish in the spirit pool was actually Blackie. There were no more scales on Blackie to be seen, and it was using the softest flesh to slam the spirit pool's base. The badly mangled Blackie was still crazily slamming the spirit pool's base to vent the pain that gushed throughout its body. Each impact must have caused a handful of blood. Lin Yuan quietly accompanied Blackie as it walked its most difficult path in its life. For Blackie, if this legend dragon's mouth orchid had not been found in the endless forest unexpectedly, it would have really been a blessing that could not be asked for. Since it was a blessing, it had to endure no matter how hard it was. Fish belonged to the pool and would become dragons after encountering difficulties. At that moment, the legend dragon's mouth orchid flower was the difficulty for Blackie's transformation. As Blackie's contractor, Lin Yuan had been standing at the spirit pool's side to accompany it. He silently watched the second dragon species bloodline metamorphosis. It was like after a spirit siphon goldfish awakened its dragon species bloodline for the first time and became a spirit gather goldfish. Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly and watched the pain of his contracted fae growing and metamorphosing. He was both heartbroken and happy at the same time. Blackie would no longer have ups and downs in the future after crossing this path. Although Blackie was still badly mangled, the red blood that flowed out slowly contained a gold color. However, Blackie's eyes that were as large as a light bulb seemed to be detached from itself. They were constantly pushing toward the top of the head. A touch of gold appeared where Blackie's eyes were and was constantly deepening. When the gold color turned completely dark gold, Blackie was quiet all of a sudden and sank to the bottom of the pool, lying there as if it had no strength. Lin Yuan observed carefully and found that a thin layer of tough skin had grown out of Blackie's body. Immediately after that, its two big eyes formed two small black horns, seemingly containing dark gold with black on the top of its head. Chapter 345 The Changed Spirit Kai Imprint. Layers of black crystal-like scales with dark gold patterns at the edge grew on Blackie's body. As its body trembled violently, it was continuously growing longer. If it was said that it was only 50 cm before, it had now reached 1 meter long, twice as long as before. It was no longer as round as before and had instead become longer and stronger. However, what remained unchanged was its large tail that was like a black peony flower. It was no longer as elegant as before. Instead, a layer of bone-like structure grew inside and supported the tail completely. At that moment, another pair of dark gold eyes appeared at the area where its eyes had been pushed to the top of its head and had formed crystal-like horns. It was like putting on the finishing touches, and Lin Yuan had now seen Blackie's evolution process. Its eyes were round and protruding, just like two large light bulbs, looking very cute. However, its slender dragon eyes contained a kind of unique power and grimness of a flood dragon species Fae. After evolving at the bottom of the pool, Blackie had exhausted all its strength. Blackie's evolution just now seemed as though it had just been to the gates of hell. However, it knew that Lin Yuan had been at the side of the spirit pool to accompany it. Blackie, which was at the bottom of the spirit pool, flung its tail and leaped out of the water into Lin Yuan's arms. The 1 meter long Blackie was heavy now, but it was not a problem for Lin Yuan, who had been a crank spirit Kai professional for some time now, to carry the Blackie that weighed 15 to 20 kilograms. As Lin Yuan felt Blackie's silly affection in his arms, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. His clothes, which he had changed after the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had drenched before entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone, had gotten completely wet again. Lin Yuan carried Blackie and channeled spiritual power to sense its changes. He could clearly sense that its body condition had improved drastically. At the same time, although it was still silly, its intelligence had also made great progress. If it was said that Blackie was a student that pretended he understood, it was now a student that sort of understood. When Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check Blackie's attributes, he found that it was no longer called a spirit gather goldfish. It was a spirit drawing ichthyosaur. Upon seeing this name, Lin Yuan's eyes shrunk. He had never thought that the legend dragon's mouth orchid would have such a strong effect on stimulating a dragon species phase bloodline. Blackie was now no longer considered a fish fae. If it was called the spirit-drawing dragonfish under True Data after stimulating its bloodline, its fish species bloodline would still be dominant in its body. However, Blackie's name under True Data was now spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, which meant that the dragon species bloodline dominated its body. It could even be said that very little of the fish species bloodline was left in its body. Lin Yuan was very surprised at such a discovery. In other words, it could be a sure bet that Blackie would become a genuine dragon species fae when it became a fantasy breed. It would no longer be an ichthyosaur, but a real flood dragon. He was undoubtedly still lacking a suitable willpower rune for it to become a fantasy breed. Regarding Blackie's willpower rune, he still could not comprehend it yet. Previously, when Endless Summer had used the Enlightenment Law rune to make an oath to become his protector, Lin Yuan had vaguely felt a touch of fuzzy comprehension in his mind. Unfortunately, it was simply too faint, so he did not fathom what exactly it was. Even if he fully comprehended it and a willpower rune was produced, Lin Yuan felt that such a willpower rune generated from comprehension should not be suitable for Blackie. Therefore, there was no clue about Blackie becoming a fantasy breed. Nonetheless, after it stimulated a trace of the dragon species bloodline hidden in its body and evolved into a spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, Lin Yuan discovered that the speed of spirit Kai accumulation in its spirit Kai imprint had doubled. Its spirit Kai imprint had also changed significantly after Blackie became a spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. Fae name spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. Fae species ichthyosaur flood dragon. Spirit injection restore a certain amount of spiritual power at once and gradually restore the lost spiritual power. Spirit Kai imprint. The spirit Kai that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the spirit Kai imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that do not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Upon seeing this change, Lin Yuan could not help but size up the spirit pool because he saw a very feasible path from this change. It had to be said that the spirit siphon goldfish Lin Yuan had initially nurtured in the spirit pool within a very short period had indeed accumulated a lot for him at the early stage. However, that was only for his initial start. The income that these spirit siphon goldfish could bring to Lin Yuan now was negligible. In fact, the silver usneus had tighter sales than the elite spirit siphon goldfish. The spirit siphon goldfish was nothing more than a fey to assist in cultivation, while the producing fey like the usnea was a necessity in life. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not intend to sell the nurtured spirit siphon goldfish in the spirit pool in his purchase with no loss store. He had been supplying Ju Jiuxin store with the elite spirit siphon goldfish. But if he was willing to change them into silver usneas, she would be jumping with joy. Due to the changes of the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur's spirit chi imprint, Lin Yuan felt that he could put the spirit pool to good use. Chapter 346 Gray is the bravest. If Blackie could draw the spirit chi released by dragon species phase within a certain range into the spirit chi imprint, Lin Yuan had to strive for it even if only a trace of it was drawn. This was because every additional trace of spirit chi in the spirit chi imprint would be Lin Yuan's trump card. It could be said that almost all dragon species phase could release spirit chi. The size of some rare dragon species phase that could release spirit chi would certainly not be small. Therefore, the most suitable for Lin Yuan was these spirit siphon goldfish that had a trace of the dragon species bloodline. He could nurture these telescope spirit siphon goldfish with a trace of dragon species bloodline, just like how he had nurtured Blackie from a spirit siphon goldfish into a spirit gather goldfish. When these telescope spirit siphon goldfish activated the trace of dragon species bloodline within their bodies, Blackie could increase the spirit chi in the spirit chi imprint with its exclusive skill faster. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the range Blackie's exclusive skill could reach to absorb other dragon species phase released spirit chi. He found that the range was actually very small and not even half the spirit pool area. But he did not care. The range would keep extending after Blackie became a fantasy breed. After Morbius' grade increased, the spirit pool area would also become bigger, which could meet Blackie's constantly expanding range of drawing spirit chi. There were many colors of telescope spirit siphon goldfish, with the most common being the red ones. However, Lin Yuan intended to choose black for all the telescope spirit siphon goldfish that he would carefully nurture in the future and activate their dragon species bloodlines in the spirit pool. This way, the spirit pool would have the feeling of a black dragon pool. After Lin Yuan and Blackie got close to each other for a while, he let it warm up properly in the spirit pool. Although Blackie's bloodline had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis, its current mental state was not good. The pain it had endured would not disappear just because its bloodline had undergone a metamorphosis. Thus, Blackie still needed some time to warm up before it could recover to its best state, since the dragon species bloodline was dominant in Blackie's body. When Lin Yuan nurtured it, besides feeding it the butterfly shell flowers to warm its bloodline, he could also feed it some dragon essence blood every once in a while. Previously, Lin Yuan did not dare to feed Blackie dragon essence blood because he was afraid that the dragon species bloodline in its body was too thin. Rashly giving it the dragon essence blood to enhance it would likely cause the trace of dragon species bloodline in its body unable to suppress the energy in the essence blood. But now, the concentration of the dragon species bloodline in Blackie's body was strong enough. The bloodline of dragon species phase was divided into ancient dragons and flood dragons. Regardless of which dragon species bloodline it was, it could be called the main dragon species when it became a stronger bloodline. Flood dragons were the rarest between the two dragon species phase. Thus, it was not simple for Lin Yuan to feed Blackie flood dragon essence blood that it could take. Although Blackie had reached legend, it was still a bronze fey. It would be the most suitable to feed its silver flood dragon essence blood. However, most flood dragons' grades were rather high. Blackie's situation was completely unexpected. The dragon species bloodline in Blackie's body could never have reached such a level without the legend dragon's mouth orchid flower. Unfortunately, silver flood dragon essence blood was very rare. Where would Lin Yuan find it? He could not just wait for the bronze legend dragon's mouth orchid to bloom a flower 4 months later, nurture a silver flood dragon species Fae, and use its essence blood to feed Blackie. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan could use the dragon's mouth orchid flower to nurture a silver flood dragon species Fae, he would not do so even if he could. Therefore, this silver flood dragon species Fae's essence blood would become his next target after he used 10 flower brocade pearls to exchange for 100 mid-grade strange flames. When Lin Yuan was about to store Hu Quan's bronze legend wood weaving house centipede in the diamond Fae storage box and leave the spirit lock spatial zone, he realized that it was confronting the crane species Fae that had yet to develop its genetic model. It was that little gray fellow. Lin Yuan glanced and understood what was going on. He had been accompanying Blackie in the purification of its bloodline and simply had not paid attention that this wood-weaving house centipede had targeted the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was clearly more delicious than the cinnabar sweet osmanthus for the wood-weaving house centipede. However, it did not dare to have any ideas about the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Chimey was lying in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest while purifying its bloodline and raising its quality. The strange flames sealed between the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branches alone could make the wood-weaving house centipede feel deadly danger. Among the 130 golden leaves sealed with the mid-grade strange flames on top of the tree, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and Chimey had absorbed the golden flames in more than 30 golden leaves. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree could burn the wood-weaving house centipede into ashes by releasing a mid-grade strange flame. Therefore, the wood-weaving house centipede had targeted the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. However, the little gray fellow had regarded the cinnabar sweet osmanthus as its nest. It had never felt warmth since birth and would fight with its life to protect all the warmth it could feel. Hence, this little gray fellow had confronted the Bronze X legend wood-weaving house centipede. The wood-weaving house centipede was docile by nature, and the gold windspeed rapid antelope had been guarding at the side. As a result, the wood-weaving house centipede had not attacked. Although this little gray fellow looked rather big, it was still a normal Fae that had yet to develop its genetic model. Lin Yuan looked at its fierce look and went forward to store the wood-weaving house centipede in the Fae storage box. When this little gray fellow saw that Lin Yuan had helped it chase away the bad guy, it trotted over to him and used its head and neck to rub against his palm. Lin Yuan rubbed its head and said, "Good boy. Don't be afraid. Ray is the bravest." When he had left the spirit lock spatial zone last night, he had given this little fellow a name. When he first saw it, it was all gray, so he thought that he would call it Gray. Chapter 347 Approval from Spider Stomach. Gray seemed to half understand Lin Yuan's words, although it was not quite sure what he was talking about. This little gray fellow was very reliant on Lin Yuan as he had saved it. All creatures had intelligence. Even though Gray had yet to sign a contract with Lin Yuan, its goodwill and love for him could be clearly felt. Lin Yuan put Gray on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branch and played with it for a while, before saying, "Gray, I'll come back to see you later. I'll bring you some white cloud mountain minnows to eat." Even if the Faes had low intelligence, Lin Yuan was usually used to interacting with them in the same way he treated his human friends, because he communicated with his Faes with equal respect. Within 2 years of only starting to raise genius, which did not have a good foundation, it had become more spiritual than ordinary 100 questions beast 2 years later. Although Lin Yuan could not pinpoint what kind of crane species this little gray fellow was, it was a Gru's Fae after all. Gru's Faes love to eat white cloud mountain minnows the most. This little fellow was now recovering its genetic model and growing. So in addition to the huge amount of pure spiritual power in the spirit lock spatial zone, nutrition from food was also indispensable. After leaving the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan immediately went to change a set of clothes. Previously, Blackie had jumped into his arms and drenched his clothes. Even though his clothing was not so wet due to his body temperature, it was really uncomfortable wearing wet clothes. Lin Yuan went out of the room and saw the small basket placed in the doorway, with Wen Yu's carefully written planning and suggestions for the faction. He picked them up and looked at them carefully. Lin Yuan had been living in the mansion with Wen Yu and Liu Jai. Now, with Hu Quan, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer, the people living in his mansion consisted of 2 young men, a young girl, a middle-aged man, a plant, and an insect. They respected each other's privacy with the minimum respect and care in the large family, so they would knock on the door when entering each other's room. If nobody responded after knocking on the door, they would put the prepared things in the basket at the door. Hu Quan had skillfully created these baskets with those large pieces of remaining fragments from carving with all sorts of completely jade-textured wood. Each basket made of various jade-textured wood scraps was like a fine craft. Lin Yuan stood in the doorway, looking at Wen Yu's newly written development and plans about the faction for an hour. The more he looked at it, the more he found that due to the abandonment of the previous sense of superiority, Wen Yu was extremely clear with the analysis of the major factions. When he had come out of the King-class experts squad's private auction, she knew that Gao Feng was from the Wind Mist City's Gao family from the way he had spoken. From that time onward, Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu was very knowledgeable about all the major factions. It now seemed that it could no longer be described as an understanding, based on the analysis for each faction that was 7 or 8 pages thick. She had clearly summarized each of their advantages and disadvantages in a sentence. It could be said that she was simply a living encyclopedia for the major factions. It also happened that Lin Yuan was weak in this aspect that Wen Yu was good at, and Wen Yu's ability made up for his shortcomings. After reading this development and planning of the faction, Lin Yuan went down the Primavera spiral stairs and went to Wen Yu's door before knocking lightly on it twice. Wen Yu soon opened the door and came out. Upon seeing that it was Lin Yuan and that he was holding the proposal for the faction that she had written for the second time, she asked with some expectation and apprehension, "Young master, what do you think about what I've written this time?" When Lin Yuan heard that, he revealed a bright smile on his face and replied, "It's great this time. Your insights about other factions happen to be what I'm not good at." Upon hearing that, a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face. At that moment, she suddenly felt that she was finally able to help him. Meanwhile, Hu Quan, who had caught up on sleep, started to make all sorts of delicate things downstairs. Although Lin Yuan did not intend to build the outside when he established his faction on Starweb, he still had to design the interior space well. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry to do so. Lin Yuan thought that after he gave Hu Quan the Bronze X Legend Wood Weaving House Centipede a few days later to let him contract it and promote it into a fantasy breed, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient to let Hu Quan build the faction's interior space. Lin Yuan had agreed to give Hu Quan a Bronze Legend Wood Weaving House Centipede within 10 days. Although he had completed enhancing the Wood Weaving House Centipede within a few hours, he was not in a hurry to give it to Hu Quan. After he gave Hu Quan the Wood Weaving House Centipede, he planned to put together the 3 Silver Legend Mountain River Eternal Life Carps into the Red Sandalwood Longevity Fish Tank. A clear distinction between the main and secondary was needed for the various phase as an auspicious scene in the fish tank. In the past, the Bronze Epic Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carps had been the main, and now, it was the Silver Legend Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. However, the 99 lustrous winged butterflies, 99 spirit-containing hibiscuses, and 99 5 fortune ranches were still at Bronze Eye Flawless. Therefore, the secondary phase should also get a boost. As an auspicious scene, only a complementary match could reflect the kind of harmonious atmosphere. Otherwise, it would seem a little unbalanced. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer also returned when it was gradually getting dark. They carried things in their hands. They had clearly returned from the mall. Endless Summer had mostly bought some spirit accessories and clothing, while the mother of Bloodbath had bought all sorts of snacks and pastries. When it was dinner time, everyone was happier. On the contrary, the mother of Bloodbath, which had brought back all kinds of gourmet snacks, looked a little dejected. During the meal, The mother of Bloodbath had been harping on that Liu Jai's cooking was better. Lin Yuan could not help but think that one would have to get approval from a spider's stomach first in order to get its approval. Chapter 348 Endless Summer's New World. In another 2 days, Liu Jai would be able to return to the mansion from the Radiant Sacred Hall. How would he be ranked in the Radiance 100 sequence after his 3-year absence? When Liu Jai returned, Lin Yuan would give him the Source-type Cocoon of Evolution to celebrate his return to the Radiance 100 sequence. After dinner, Lin Yuan thought there was nothing to do, so he went to Starweb to buy his faction territory. During the day, Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath had applied for Starweb cards and could log on to Starweb at any time. Lin Yuan then agreed to meet Endless Summer at the Starweb Center later. He first logged on to his purchase with no loss store and found that Listen had returned to his previous self in his store's fan club. Listen, who had not been interacting in the group for nearly a month, seemed to have become the crowd's focus in just a few hours. No matter what the topic was, the center of the typhoon eye was always Listen. Even the 8 Class 3 Creation Masters and 2 Class 4 Creation Masters that had joined the group afterward would also occasionally strike up a conversation with Listen. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh at Listen's amazing diplomatic ability. When different people spoke the same thing, some people would seem righteous, while some people would make people think the wrong way. Listen's ability would be terrifying if used properly. Besides letting Listen come to the royal capital to discuss in person and determine the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's value, Lin Yuan also appreciated Listen. Compared to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan felt that Listen might have a greater role in his faction. Indigo Azure City was not far from the royal capital. If he was fast, he would be able to reach the royal capital in 3 days. Whether or not Lin Yuan helped the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce get through the difficult time or pulled Listen to his faction would have to wait until they met before making a decision. If Lin Yuan controlled the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and allowed Listen to continue managing it, he would certainly inject a lot of resources into the Chamber of Commerce. Although Lin Yuan had a good impression of Listen, the willpower rune Oath was still the most trustworthy. If Lin Yuan could not control those small puzzles hidden in the shadows under his faction, he felt that he should abandon these small puzzles. He first put up 10 flower brocade pearls in his purchase with no loss store. After displaying them, he still intended to use the blind trade method. The mid-grade strange flames that he had exchanged last time could still be used for some time. Therefore, the target for this time's blind trade would be the silver flood dragon essence blood. He could certainly exchange for it with the flower brocade pearls, but he was unsure how much he could get. The amount of flood dragon essence blood that could be exchanged with 10 flower brocade pearls should be enough for Blackie to use for a period of time. Lin Yuan did not bother about the commotion he created after displaying 10 flower brocade pearls in his store again. Although various factions and even many of the Creation Masters were no longer eyeing his Starweb store like before, their attention on it had not decreased. Lin Yuan had taken out 10 flower brocade pearls and displayed them in his purchase with no loss store, making the attention that had yet to die quickly surge. This was because he had displayed a batch of 10 flower brocade pearls twice now. This proved that the purchase with no loss store possessed many flower brocade pearls. Otherwise, he would not have put up such resources that were useful for Creation Masters in his store in such a large number. These factions had also noticed that Lin Yuan was still trading the flower brocade pearls through blind trade, which secretly gave them a headache. The blind trade was undoubtedly the most annoying of all trading methods and increased the losing chips. The number of chips one bet would likely be taken by other squanderers, who were not afraid of being at the losing end. Lin Yuan had indicated the resources he wanted to exchange for, which was the silver flood dragon essence blood. This made the major forces and Creation Masters that wanted to exchange for the flower brocade pearls feel dazed. Silver flood dragon essence blood was rare, but there was no great use for it. This was because when Creation Masters concocted spirit fluids, they would undoubtedly be more willing to use high-grade flood dragon essence blood than silver flood dragon blood. Therefore, many Creation Masters and factions did not keep such useless stuff like the silver flood dragon blood. Now, the factions and Creation Masters, who were focused on the purchase with no loss. Stores displayed flower brocade pearls, started to buy large amounts of silver flood dragon essence blood. Of course, Lin Yuan was unaware of this situation. Anyway, he just had to exchange for the resources he needed. Even if he knew, he would also feel that the more silver flood dragon essence blood that these factions and creation masters got, the better it would be. He would reap the benefits eventually. When Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time, he went to the Star Web Center to wait for Endless Summer. However, Endless Summer did not come. At that moment, he heard a gloomy voice coming from his side. Lin Yuan, I reached here before you. I've been watching you for an hour, and you didn't even recognize me. Lin Yuan immediately figured out that it was Endless Summer's voice. However, as soon as he turned his head, Endless Summer's clothing shocked him. He only saw a figure wrapped in a Star Web figure costume, which had almost completely blocked his body, standing beside him. Lin Yuan looked closely for a long time, and determined the person in the figure costume was none other than Endless Summer through the two eyes exposed from the headgear. Lin Yuan could not help but hold his forehead. He really did not understand Endless Summer's aesthetics. In his opinion, even if it wanted to wear a figure costume, just like the braised egg head, it could just dress as a small bee. That would even look better than Endless Summer's tree costume. Endless Summer was dressed in green, so green that Lin Yuan panicked. Just like this, he went to Star Web Center for the procedures with a moving tree. The staff member looked at Endless Summer as if it were an idiot, only for the latter to reveal its strength. Then, the staff member looked at Endless Summer as if it were a god, and gave Lin Yuan the pass to start a Star Web faction. After leaving the Star Web Center, he taught Endless Summer how to watch Star Web's live streaming channels. Then he helped Endless Summer find fashion and beauty channels. Upon seeing the numerous Star Web fashion and beauty hosts, Lin Yuan thought, if Endless Summer clicked on any of them, it should be able to understand that wearing this big tree doll costume is not aesthetically pleasing. In the end, he chose a relatively simple channel of simple women's clothing matching for Endless Summer. After some choices, Endless Summer liked those accessories and fashion styles. When it saw the Star Web fashion and beauty live streaming channel, it was as if a door to a new world was undoubtedly for Endless Summer. It was the first time ever since it had become a suzerain myth Roman 3 Fae. When Lin Yuan noticed Endless Summer was absorbed in the live streaming channel, he was relieved and left to purchase his faction territory. Shortly after he left, when Endless Summer was watching with great interest, it found that the live streaming channel Lin Yuan had found for itself was not broadcasting. Thus, Endless Summer found two rather popular live streaming channels at once. After some search, Endless Summer could not help but say, the documentary of 107 Days of Becoming a Big Shot of Women's Fashion and Heavy Makeup Lessons Before the Spirit Kai Awakening. Which one of these two should I watch? After some hesitation, Endless Summer finally clicked on the latter. This made it feel that another new world had opened in the door of the new world. This new world was simply too fantastic. Chapter 349-50. Radiance dollars were really worth it. Lin Yuan did not need to think too much about the choice of his faction's territory on Star Web. This was because every faction could be directly teleported. Just like when he went to the Radiant Sacred Altar. This was also the reason Star Web was more convenient than in the real world. Establishing a faction on Star Web and buying a piece of territory to build a faction cost 50 Radiance dollars. Due to how expensive it was, many rising factions without sufficient resources did not build a faction territory on Star Web, even if they knew it was convenient to do so. In fact, some rising factions could take out 50 Radiance dollars. Although these current assets would have a certain impact on his faction's development, the 50 Radiance dollars effect was negligible compared to the convenience of building a faction territory on Star Web. These rising factions did not build their factions on Star Web because they did not have money to do so. It was better not to enjoy the convenience of building a faction on Star Web when one's foundation was lacking instead of other rising and veteran factions with some foundation laughing at you. Dignity was sometimes the most important thing for a faction. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan to come up with 50 Radiance dollars. His purchase with no loss stores accumulated wealth was almost enough to purchase the faction territory. He also had the diamond face storage box filled with radiance dollars. The pinnacle class 4 creation master Cheng Wu had contributed. In fact, Lin Yuan had spent most of those radiance dollars building the mansion and buying various spiritual ingredients during that period. It was not cheap to purchase a diamond phase storage box of mid-grade energy ores. The key was that the mid-grade energy ores in the diamond phase storage box were simply too many. At that time, in order to help Lin Yuan get enough mid-grade energy ores, Zhu Jiaxin had requested to pick up the goods from the Chamber of Commerce that supplied her. This had consumed 13 of the Chamber of Commerce's mid-grade energy ore reserves. Due to Zhu Jiaxin's purchasing power, the Chamber of Commerce had ranked her store from a third-tier customer to a major one. Lin Yuan had mainly been exchanging and collecting resources, rather than using his resources to exchange for radiance dollars. This had caused Lin Yuan's main source of radiance dollars to come from his purchase with no loss store. Based on his current way of spending money, it would not be long before his Star Web stores and Cheng Wu's radiance dollars would all be gone. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about this at all. After building the Star Web faction territory, as long as Lin Yuan sent out the fate letters, King-class experts with willpower runes or major factions would be fighting to contribute their radiance dollars for the one chance of obtaining the angel letter. Now that Lin Yuan had this pass to build a faction on Star Web, he spent 50 radiance dollars from his Star Web card without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Yuan received a message from the Star Web officials. Based on the messages, Lin Yuan only needed to wait for a moment before a special Star Web staff member informed him on the matters related to establishing a private territory. Lin Yuan waited for less than 5 minutes until he saw a short-haired middle-aged woman in a competent professional outfit walk over. When she got near and saw him, her expression clearly froze. This middle-aged woman had been explaining territory-related matters to the factions that had purchased land on Star Web for a long time. However, she had never seen a young man, who looked obviously less than 20 years old, purchase a Star Web faction territory. Most of the rising factions had been developing for a long time in the real world and accumulated a lot of resources before purchasing Star Web faction territory. The minimum requirement to do so was to have Pinnacle King-class experts behind the faction as martial support. This half-grown youth had purchased a Star Web faction territory, meaning that he did not only have Pinnacle King-class experts behind him as martial support, he could even take out a circulating fund of 50 radiance dollars at once. The competent middle-aged woman could not help but sigh. A youth actually had such unfathomable power. Although some successors of veteran factions with deep foundations also possessed such energy, the deeper their foundations were, the more they would not let their successors be on their own outside. This was because each faction had its own direction of development. It would be good if the people of the faction worked together toward this direction of development and did their best to develop it. Rashly moving in other directions of development would mess with the areas that their factions had not ventured into. If it infringed on other factions' interests and their development direction, they would receive severe suppression. After all, in the areas that each development path corresponded to, there would be veteran factions at the absolute apex and with advantage in that direction. After Lin Yuan saw this middle-aged woman walk over, he hurriedly welcomed and greeted her. This competent middle-aged woman only froze for a moment before she immediately recovered to her best state. She began to seriously complete her job and introduced Lin Yuan to faction-related matters skillfully. Lin Yuan could not help but secretly nod his head after listening to the middle-aged woman's introduction. Although it cost 50 radiance dollars to purchase a Star Web faction territory, in his opinion, he had not spent it for nothing. Once he purchased the Star Web faction territory, he would be able to get 3 kinds of rights. The first right was that after establishing a faction, the Star Web officials would issue an invitation letter to the veteran or rising factions that had a private territory on Star Web. He could invite other veteran and rising factions on Star Web to visit his faction territory. In fact, this right was an excellent way to present his faction's foundation to the other factions. At the same time, He could also interact with many rising factions and veteran factions that he could not get in touch with in the real world through the Star Web channel. Chapter 350 The reason for being the center of the Typhoon Eye. It could even lead to some cooperation during the exchange. It could be said that with such a right alone, one could not even achieve a similar outcome by forking 50 radiance dollars in reality at some point. The second right was that before his faction territory was officially established, he could block his territory from outsiders. In fact, outsiders could not enter a Star Web faction territory without the owner's permission. However, they were usually free to visit its external part. This second right was entirely to ensure some rising factions' dignity without a sufficient foundation that had just built their Star Web faction territory. The third right was the most useful one for Lin Yuan. This was because he could issue a message to all the Star Web established factions. The third right was unlike the first one, which was to increase contacts with other factions while showing one's faction's depth. Instead, it was to announce his faction's development direction to all other factions. If the first right was to manifest the faction's foundation, then the third right was to manifest his faction's role. Due to the different development directions, each faction had completely different roles. Some private factions were composed of experts who could be hired to complete tasks in exchange for resources. Factions mainly sold rare spiritual ingredients, searched the world for rare phase, or relied on selling information to obtain resources. Different factions played different roles, and Lin Yuan could use the third right after establishing his private Star Web faction territory to declare his faction's role to other factions. The role derived from Lin Yuan's faction's development direction was to customize bronze epic phase that perfectly matched the Spirit Kai professional's different willpower runes. Lin Yuan only intended to use the third right, as it was enough to highlight his private faction's vainglorious name. At that moment, the middle-aged woman with length hair said, "These three rights must be used carefully, except for the second one. The first and third one can only be used once. After using them, you can't buy the rights even if you spend another 50 radiance dollars." She spoke very seriously, and Lin Yuan nodded and expressed his gratitude. After this middle-aged woman left, he teleported to his private faction territory. Lin Yuan found that his private faction territory was built exactly like a Blevel Guild club. The outside environment was done with extremely simple greenery and was planted with some flowers and plants, which was rather elegant. The interior was like a standard house. The shape of this house could not be changed, but he could freely change the private faction space. After entering the house, Lin Yuan found that the interior area was nearly 2 square meters in size. Only a long table was placed in such a large area without any other things. The long table inside and the flowers and plants outside could be modified. Any items he had scanned with his Star Web card and placed inside or outside his private faction could be modified. As the private faction owner, Lin Yuan could change the internal layout at will. After establishing his private faction, the first change in the room's layout was free of charge. After that, he would have to pay 100 radiance dollars to the Star Web officials for every change. Lin Yuan had to sigh. Who knew how to make money? The Star Web officials knew how to make money. The 2 square meters inside the private faction were like an office space. There were a total of 3 floors and many rooms. Lin Yuan erased all these structures and turned the 2 square meters into a separate space. This was exactly his intention. He wanted to make the interior into a grand hall. Since he did not intend to change the exterior, the interior certainly had to leave the other factions in awe. Lin Yuan did not take the rising faction's foundation to heart. The key was to leave the veteran factions backed by Class 4 creation masters in awe. Although the 2 square meter hall was not yet decorated, he could feel a magnificent aura from looking at the huge empty area alone. Since Lin Yuan would develop his private faction on the floating island Whale's Back, he planned to call it Sky City. The Star Web private faction's main hall should be designed like it was in the sky. However, Lin Yuan was not in a rush to immediately start the construction of this hall. He took out the pagoda-shaped bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley, which was flickering with lustrous white light, and placed it on the long table that Star Web had given him for free. After that, he logged off Star Web. When he did so, he did not use his second right. Thus, after establishing his private faction, besides not being able to enter the main hall inside the territory, the external environment was displayed to all other factions, regardless of whether they were rising or veteran factions. Lin Yuan did not care that much. Not long after he logged off Star Web, his phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was an unfamiliar number. When he picked up the call, he heard that the caller was Listen, expert. I might have to postpone my trip to the royal capital. Listen paused slightly when he said this. Before Lin Yuan could ask why, Listen added, expert. I plan to take advantage of the time before I go to meet you in the royal capital to clean up the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's interior. After that, you'll transfer it from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. Anyway, most of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's resources are some of the resources on Star Web. There will be no effect even if those offline resources are moved to the royal capital. While listening to Listen, Lin Yuan could hear his firmness and sincerity. This made Lin Yuan raise his eyebrow. This might be the reason why Listen could become the center of the Typhoon Eye in his purchase with No Lost Stores fan club. Chapter 351 Lin Yuan getting up for breakfast. It was clearly just a meeting and discussion. He had only shown that he was considering accepting Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance. However, Listen showed his full sincerity and excluded the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's chaos and instability. After that, he showed him the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's best situation that Listen could come up with. Rather than saying Listen was fighting for a chance of allegiance for himself, it was better to say that he was being responsible for the decision Lin Yuan would make. After Listen finished expressing his intentions, he was a little nervous. He heard the youth's cheerful and magnetic voice at the other end of the phone. Okay. When he heard this word, the nervous Listen immediately revealed a smile. Then, he decided to cut the Gordian knot and make a ruthless change in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's chaotic situation as soon as possible. After experiencing the previous incident, he understood a principle. Any unstable factors would be a fatal variable in a life-and-death situation. Even if it was favorable, that might turn out to be the most vicious stab to the core in a life-and-death situation. After Lin Yuan hung up the phone and went to take a shower, he felt that it was time to adjust his working and resting timing. All the things in the mansion were proceeding in an orderly manner in these 2 days. Wen Yu was refining the information on the major veteran factions. Information resources were often equal to a faction's eyes and ears. Lin Yuan's private faction had gotten almost all the information from Wen Yu, and the source of information came from the Radiant Moon Palace. This ensured the absolute accuracy of the information about the major factions. The Radiant Moon Palace was like a manual regarding the major factions' information, regardless of whether they were rising factions or veteran factions. But under Wen Yu's organization, all this information was organized into the best suitable way for Lin Yuan's private faction. Lin Yuan had to go to the Radiant Moon Palace nearly every day for the past 2 days. He went there to have a round of question and answer session with his master, the Moon Empress. During the knowledge quiz with the Moon Empress previously, Lin Yuan would mainly be asking while she would be answering. But during this period, Lin Yuan had not gone out for training. He had spent most of the time in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to enhance phase. Therefore, Lin Yuan had not really had a lot of questions to ask the Moon Empress. The 2 days of question and answer session had become roughly the Moon Empress asking, while Lin Yuan would be pondering. When the Moon Empress answered, Lin Yuan would mentally note down her answer. Then, based on the questions the Moon Empress had asked before, he would think about them. Lin Yuan asked again, and the Moon Empress answered again. This was repeated 3 times. Lin Yuan basically could link together these questions. Every time Lin Yuan left during the past 2 days, Mystic Moon would be a bit frightened. This was because Mystic Moon really did not understand why the Moon Empress would be so happy. The Moon Empress had finally experienced the feeling of teaching her disciple during these 2 days, giving her a great sense of accomplishment. Most of the questions Lin Yuan had asked the Moon Empress before were the problem he was currently encountering at this stage. After asking the Moon Empress and getting answers, he immediately understood what he could not before and was enlightened. However, Lin Yuan had encountered only a few problems, so his questions were also relatively one-sided. During these 2 days, with the Moon Empress asking in the question and answer session, the Moon Empress had taught Lin Yuan the problems he needed to take care of or knowledge that he needed to learn and understand at the current stage. This had given Lin Yuan a new perception. The Moon Empress had always been a very strong person in terms of character. However, when she had decided to accept Lin Yuan as her disciple, she had decided, in her opinion, accepting a disciple was not managing the disciple, and teaching a disciple was not controlling the disciple. Thus, after the Moon Empress learned about Lin Yuan's thoughts and persistence, she retreated behind him. She had always been doing things for Lin Yuan as what a master should do in her own way. This was a master's respect for her disciple. In fact, in Mystic Moon and Cold Moon's opinions, the Moon Empress had never been a person who was good at expressing her feelings, but in almost half a year, the Moon Empress had decided to accept a disciple, become his master in a fluster, and had been able to watch her disciple grow in her own way. This was not only Lin Yuan's progress, but also the Moon Empress. In the Moon Empress' opinion, her disciple was also an inherited torch. For the past few days, while Lin Yuan had been contemplating what the Moon Empress taught him, he would return to the mansion and feed the nearly 50 black telescope spirit siphon goldfish a drop of diluted dragon blood every half a day. It had to be known that such blood had a completely different effect from a dragon species phase essence blood. For a low-grade dragon species Fae, all the blood in its body could not condense into 5 drops of essence blood. There was a procedure needed for this bloodline stimulation, and it roughly took half a month to take effect. At the same time, the huge amount of pure spirit Chi in the spirit siphon goldfish raised these telescope spirit siphon goldfish grade and quality very quickly. Lin Yuan had also made arrangements for Gray and the White Cloud Mountain minnow, which could not be considered a Fae. It was just a fish that grew in grass ponds and had a soft spine, with flesh high in sugar. It also had an excellent effect on Gray's nutrition. As a Grouse Fae, in addition to having gray feathers all over, Gray could be described to be all skin and bones. Hence, it now needed to repair its damaged genetic model and replenished its nutrition. Lin Yuan slept very early in the past 2 days, so under normal circumstances, he could wake up from sleep at about 7:30 in the morning. But early this morning, Lin Yuan was still asleep when he heard a knock on the door. This knocking sound woke him up from sleep, and before he could open his eyes, he heard the mother of Bloodbath's voice. "Lin Yuan, it's late. Quickly get ready and come down to eat breakfast." Lin Yuan, who had been suddenly woken up, was still a bit confused. He answered, "Got it. I'll get ready now." After 3 or 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, his entire body had fully awakened. Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly tidied up his hair that had changed shape from being pressed on. Upon looking at the hair standing on his head, Lin Yuan went to take a shower. After he took a shower and wiped his hair into a symmetry state, he went downstairs. The mother of Bloodbath usually did not have the habit of waking people up to eat. It had now done so, meaning there was only one possibility. Chapter 352 Insect Queen's Flaw. Liu Jai had returned. Otherwise, a foodie like the mother of Bloodbath would never be so passionate about breakfast. As expected, when Lin Yuan got downstairs, he noticed that Liu Jai was carrying out the breakfast that he had just made in the kitchen. Before Lin Yuan could even see what was for breakfast, just from the fragrance, he knew that Liu Jai had probably steamed some soup dumplings and also crab roe dumplings. Lin Yuan originally thought he was already fast enough, but he realized that he was the last to arrive downstairs. Hu Quan was already happily waiting for the food. From Hu Quan's spiritual state and the completely jade-textured wooden shavings in the main hall, Lin Yuan could guess that Hu Quan had probably burned the entire night working again. When Yu was helping out Liu Jai to serve the baskets of soup dumplings and crab roe dumplings on that completely jade-textured wooden dining table, before they could finish serving, The baskets were already stacked so high. However, no matter how many dumplings there were, it was probably not enough for the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. Endless Summer was a suzerain myth fae and required a lot of food, but it wasn't especially passionate about food. At present, Endless Summer was holding onto a small mirror and fiddling with its hair. Once it saw Lin Yuan coming down, it ran over and said, "Lin Yuan, the Star Web livestream that you recommended to watch is truly brilliant. This is my first time knowing that color could give hair new life." Lin Yuan also revealed a handsome, but puzzled expression. "Didn't I ask Endless Summer to watch the dressing combination? What has that got to do with the hair?" Since Endless Summer was so happy, Lin Yuan followed the topic and said, "Actually, there are times when a single color might not be as nice as imagined." Lin Yuan recalled yesterday when Endless Summer wore an entire suit of green that made someone feel nervous, so he couldn't help but give this comment. Endless Summer nodded excitedly and agreed. "I feel so too. It isn't called fashion without at least 3 colors. More than 5 colors is called taste." Lin Yuan also revealed another handsomely puzzled expression. What he said just now was to subtly tell Endless Summer that green would look much better than complemented with other colors. But if it was a simple color, there wouldn't be any problem for it to be just one color. Furthermore, 2 to 3 colors on a dressing should be more than enough. If there were more than 5 colors, wouldn't it look like a Christmas tree? The mother of Bloodbath saw that Endless Summer still had things to discuss with Lin Yuan, so it grabbed the mirror from Endless Summer and said, "Big Sister Summer, let's eat first. We can talk about anything after eating." Endless Summer sat at the dining table and said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Little Sister Blood, I have noticed a secret to fashion. Later on, we will go out, and I shall help you make a design. I promise you will like it." Lin Yuan felt that he had merely given Endless Summer a method to dress simply. So how could there be such a great inspiration? How did she actually connect fashion with hairstyle? Could it be Endless Summer's innate fashion taste? It was just a live stream on dressing combination. How could it allow Endless Summer to become summer stylish? Everyone had a very comforting breakfast in the manor. One had to admit that Liu Jai's culinary skills were truly brilliant. Liu Jai had made all sorts of different fillings with the dumplings, allowing the mother of Bloodbath to have a satisfactory meal. Just as they were finishing the meal and when Lin Yuan wanted to ask Liu Jai about the Radiance 100 sequence rankings, Liu Jai spoke to Lin Yuan in a very solemn manner. "Lin Yuan, had it not been for you who upgraded my insect queen into a fantasy breed, and allowing my insect queen's platinum ability to have the genetic model of the hurricane owlet moth, I might not even have made it to the top 70 of the Radiance 100 sequence." Liu Jai had a very serious expression when speaking. Liu Jai originally thought that he could reserve Insect Queen's platinum ability during the Radiance 100 test and keep it as his trump card. However, when Liu Jai had challenged the current Radiance 100 sequence 30, Invisible Twine, Lan Beibao, he had nearly messed up. Lan Beibao's trump card, which he had never been exposed, was revealed during the duel with Liu Jai. Liu Jai would have failed if he hadn't made a prompt decision to use the Insect Queen's platinum ability to produce 7 hurricane owlet moths, allowing the moths to create a hurricane and control the duel. This had allowed Liu Jai to realize that he wasn't the only person that had improved. His previous comrades hadn't stayed down like him for over 3 years and might have improved significantly. At the same time, the duel with Sequence 30 Invisible Twine had allowed Liu Jai to feel his limitations in combat. The limitation was the fact that Liu Jai could only contract with the Insect Queen. The Insect Queen had nearly taken up all of Liu Jai's spiritual energy, so he couldn't contract another Fae or life form. According to the Insect Queen's trait, Liu Jai would never be able to form a contract with another Fae or Source-type life form in this life. The Platinum Insect Queen was powerful as it could produce 5 types of insects. There was an absolute advantage in numbers, allowing Liu Jai to be like an insect swarm on the battlefield. However, as Liu Jai got stronger, he encountered stronger opponents. As such, the problem with the Insect Queen slowly surfaced. Among the 5 insect species phase that the Insect Queen used as its abilities, Liu Jai might be able to choose and use them to coordinate with each other flawlessly. However, Apart from the hurricane owlet moth, the 4 other insect species phase had relatively simple genetic models. It simply meant that they were rather weak. There were times when numbers didn't mean advantage. When the numbers reached a standard, individual strength was also very important. When the insect queen's grade got higher, its abilities in sex species phase would get stronger as well. However, as compared to others who had multiple fantasy breed phase, Liu Jai would be inferior. Therefore, this duel for the Radiance 100 sequence position had given Liu Jai no choice but to face his problem directly. Therefore, Liu Jai's feelings had been rather heavy until now. If this carried on, even if the insect queen evolved to the diamond grade and added on another powerful insect species Fey with a simple genetic model, it might increase Liu Jai's combat strength, but it would never give Liu Jai a significant leap in strength. Chapter 353 Star Web Celestial Stairway 2v2. Such a situation was what was known among Spirit Kai professionals as being more powerless at the later stages. However, Liu Jai was not able to resolve such a problem. When Lin Yuan noticed that Liu Jai's expression was somewhat ugly, he took it to heart. Everyone was at the table now. If there were really any problems, it would seem awkward if he asked Liu Jai. Lin Yuan thought that he would ask Liu Jai what problems he had encountered after breakfast. As long as the mother of Bloodbath was around during the meal, it would certainly be the best eater. None of the small steamed buns and crab roast soup dumplings were left. After eating, Liu Jai started to clean up the mess on the table. On the other hand, Wen Yu returned to her room and began to organize the intel on the major factions. Hu Quan, who had stayed up all night, was now eating breakfast. His eyelids were closing, so he was ready to go back to his room and sleep until noon. The mother of Bloodbath had always been more active when going out in the past, but this time, endless summer had dragged it out with gusto. Lin Yuan was sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa in the hall, drinking the 3 treasures tea that Wen Yu had brewed in the morning. Although Lin Yuan did not really like the 3 treasures tea's taste, when the pine nut secreted oil reached his stomach after drinking a mouthful of it in this early winter season, he felt a few hints of warmth. The taste of the Buddha's hand flower was relatively bland and even a little bitter. However, the bitterness started from the tip of the tongue to the back of the tongue before disappearing. At the same time, there was a strange sweet aftertaste. It had the sense of metamorphosis of there is a bright pearl within me, buried for a long time under the dust. Today, the dust is gone, and the light radiates, shining through all the mountains and rivers. The bitterness of the Buddha's hand flower in the mouth turned into an intense sweetness before it reached the throat. If one tasted this sweetness after the bitterness, they could distinguish a touch of happiness from it. This mansion was like a big family. Liu Jai took up the job of cooking and was sharing and harvesting the taste of happiness, while Wen Yu took up the job of washing clothes. Although the lustrous winged butterflies could clean all the dust in the mansion without a speck of dust left while flying, if there was any dirt on one, they could even clean the clothes until they shone like new when they flew beside for a while. Even if one's clothes were stained with large patches of dirt, the lustrous winged butterflies could help remove it. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that everyone in the mansion did not have to wash their clothes or take a bath. However, bathing was never just about washing away the dust. It was a way to relax. So the people in the mansion still maintained the habit of bathing. Although the lustrous winged butterflies could make the clothes very clean, Wen Yu still habitually washed everyone's clothes except for their undergarments. Everything in the mansion was all in order. In a short while, Liu Jai cleaned up the tableware used for breakfast. When he saw Lin Yuan sitting on the sofa, he walked over and sat beside him before saying, "Lin Yuan, I heard of a piece of news when I participated in the Radiance 100 sequence this time." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan asked, "Big brother Liu, is there any change in the Radiance 100 sequence test this year again?" Liu Jai was a bit surprised. He did not expect Lin Yuan would guess it so accurately. It said that this year's test will undergo a huge change, but they have not notified us about the details. When I was participating in the Radiance 100 sequence ranking, I heard that other than the previous 1v1 duel format, they will also set up a 2v2 duel format on the Celestial Stairway. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He did not care about the test's change, as there was nothing for him to worry about. However, after learning that 2 people could form a squad on the celestial stairway to have a 2v2 duel, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. He had been watching the recent S tournament on StarWeb. Even though it was not interesting, that was because the S tournament was still in the elimination stages, and the strong teams instantly squashed the weak teams. The duels between the weak teams were roughly duels with silver phase. Occasionally, there would be a few duels with gold phase, all of which were considered exciting. This had also decreased the viewership. However, Lin Yuan would feel ardor and zeal coursing through his blood when he watched the 5v5 duels between teams. Most of the 1v1 duels showcased the strength between individuals, or it was better to say their phase grade and quality, under the premise of comparable strength. The use of intelligence would influence the victory. In the end, the 1v1 duels were all about individual strength rather than intelligence. Nonetheless, while Lin Yuan focused on the team competition, he discovered that it mainly relied on teamwork. Although it was said that absolute strength could crush the opposing team, there were times when teams with vastly different experiences battled. Teamwork and strategy could directly affect the battle's direction. In these elimination duels, Lin Yuan had seen many weak teams without gold phase use intelligence to overturn strong teams with more than 2 gold phase. If Lin Yuan wanted to participate in the S tournament, he would have to wait until next year at least. Now, however, the Celestial Stairway was about to launch 2v2 duels. A squad formed by 2 people would undoubtedly allow Lin Yuan to have a two-man team battle addiction. When Liu Jai saw Lin Yuan's expression, he knew that he was very interested in the 2v2 duels. Liu Jai, who had seemed a little serious all morning, revealed a smile on his face. The difference of the squad members cannot exceed 5 stars on the Celestial Stairway. I'm currently at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Then I'll be able to team up with Big Brother Liu when I reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars. Lin Yuan had long known that Liu Jai's was currently at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. Liu Jai had never participated in a Celestial Stairway duel ever since his insect queen had recovered. He would usually be making appointments with his friends on StarWeb to train himself and hone his combat skills by having private duels. That was why Liu Jai had remained at Celestial Stairway 17 stars. He had been at the Celestial Stairway 37 stars 3 years ago. Since he had not participated in the Celestial Stairway duels for more than 3 years. Based on the Celestial Stairway's rules, he would drop 1 star every 2 months, which had made him drop to 17 stars. Liu Jai had always been considered a sequence member who was not really keen on the Celestial Stairway duels. Among the Radiance 100 sequence, Chapter 354 Big Brother Liu, you happen to be able to use it. Although Liu Jai had rejoined the Radiance 100 sequence now, and even entered the top ranks, when it came to the number of stars on the Celestial Stairway, he was probably considered the lowest among the 100 sequence members. Lin Yuan was now only at Celestial 1 star. If he wanted to team up with Liu Jai, he still needed to win 11 consecutive duels. Although Lin Yuan had not wanted to challenge the Celestial Stairway again, his fighting spirit was set ablaze after he learned about the Celestial Stairway 2v2 duels. Liu Jai clearly was excited as well. However, he was not excited because of the 2v2 Celestial Stairway duels, but the fact that he could form a 2-person team with Lin Yuan and fight side by side. There was a huge difference between Liu Jai's Celestial Stairway stars and Black's. The difference was 16 stars. However, Liu Jai did not have the thought of dropping his star ranking on the Celestial Stairway. It would go against his principle of doing things and insult Lin Yuan, not to mention distrusting him. When he thought of the scene of himself and Liu Jai fighting side by side at the 2v2 Celestial Stairway duel, Liu Jai said, "Lin Yuan, my insect queen's normal ability, bayonet beetles, can assist in providing flesh energy for your plant fey." Liu Jai said that in excitement, but Lin Yuan froze. Liu Jai had always been considered a power offensive-type spirit Kai professional. Although his source-type insect queen was more all-rounded, it still focused on attacking with the abilities he had chosen for it. The insect queen's bayonet beetles may increase the speed at which red thorn sea of flowers spread, but this was undoubtedly the same as Liu Jai giving up his bayonet beetle's attack ability, even though the bayonet beetles were insect species phase with an embedded genetic model by Liu Jai's normal ability. The core of Liu Jai's combat tactics was undoubtedly the bayonet beetles. Due to the bayonet beetles' existence, Liu Jai had gained the nickname Heart of Insect Swarm. Now they had to form a two-man squad, and Lin Yuan's strength was far inferior to Liu Jai's. Liu Jai's source-type insect queen was Platinum Fantasy breed. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, even if Liu Jai was Lin Yuan's retainer, he had his own pride in a battle, which drove Liu Jai not to depend on others in a battle. Unexpectedly, his mentality had changed a little now. Lin Yuan could not help but think of Liu Jai's weird and serious expression during breakfast. Big brother Liu, did you encounter any insurmountable problems in the Radiance 100 sequence ranking? Lin Yuan had sensed the change in Liu Jai's attitude, so he asked him very bluntly. This change of mentality was not a trivial thing for a Spirit Kai professional. Liu Jai suddenly laughed silently. He had heard those same words before. Liu Jai recalled the last time he heard that. It was during the King Class Experts private auction. At that time, his expression had changed when he had seen the hurricane owlet moth. And Lin Yuan had also asked that in a light-hearted manner. After that simple question, Lin Yuan had simply bought the hurricane owlet moth and given it to him in the blink of an eye. The same scene was replaying itself now. Liu Jai was frank as he explained. Lin Yuan, I realized that as I become stronger, the insect queen is slowly becoming more and more limited. Thus, I intend to shift from a combat type to a support type Spirit Kai professional in future battles. The insect queen is now at Platinum Roman 7. When it reaches Diamond, my transformation toward a support type Spirit Kai professional will be able to proceed completely. As Lin Yuan listened to him, he could hear his helplessness and powerlessness. At the later stages, when facing an opponent of the same level with many fantasy breed phase, the insect queen would indeed become a little restrained, and its insect swarm would no longer play a suppressive role on the battlefield like in the past. It was not Liu Jai's fault for having such a mentality. On the contrary, Liu Jai was giving himself a way out as a Spirit Kai professional. It was like an underground spring, gushing toward the ground. When it encountered hard rocks and could not break them with its strength, the spring could only switch routes to be able to gush out of the ground. Liu Jai was making exactly one such trade-off. Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai and asked seriously, Big brother Liu, do you prefer being a combat class or a support-type Spirit Kai professional? Lin Yuan's words caused Liu Jai to fall silent straight away. The insect queen was originally a source-type lifeform that could develop in any direction. Even if Liu Jai had wanted to become a healing-type Spirit Kai professional, the rarest ones among Spirit Kai professionals, the insect queen just had to use its ability to inscribe a healing-type insect's genetic model, and Liu Jai could become one. However, he had not chosen to do so. Instead, he firmly trod the path of a combat class Spirit Kai professional. When one looked into the future, how would there be changes easily if there was a choice in the beginning? Lin Yuan looked at Liu Jai and suddenly wore a bright smile on his face, revealing his white teeth. He then took the source-type Cocoon of Evolution out of the Diamond Phase storage box. The Cocoon of Evolution was a congratulatory gift Lin Yuan had prepared to celebrate Liu Jai's return to the Radiance 100 sequence. However, the Cocoon of Evolution was more meaningful instead of being a congratulatory gift for Liu Jai's promotion to the Radiance 100 sequence. If a boulder blocked a spring, the only way out would be to turn around. This source-type Cocoon of Evolution allowed this spring to move forward and smash the boulders to gush out of the ground. If the Cocoon of Evolution could let Liu Jai find his confidence back and stick to the path he always wanted to take, he would make the best use of it. Big brother Liu, I found this by chance. You happen to be able to use it. When Liu Jai saw the source-type item, he revealed a bitter smile. After contracting the source-type insect queen, Liu Jai could not contract any other source-type items or phase. How would he not know that, however? Lin Yuan handed him this source-type item, so Liu Jai hurriedly took it. When he took a closer look at it, His eyes almost popped out. At that moment, a heartfelt elation crept up, making him choke up a little. This source-type cocoon of evolution formed by white mycelium was as if it was 5 kilograms heavy. Liu Jai looked up and found that the youth sitting next to him was smiling brightly. Chapter 355. Why thank him? Liu Jai was not a creation master, so he could not fully understand the source-type cocoon of evolution's function. Nonetheless, Liu Jai was ultimately an experienced spirit-type professional, and could feel whether he could use it or not when he obtained a source-type item. Lin Yuan watched as Liu Jai looked up with surprise in his eyes. His hand holding the cocoon of evolution was trembling slightly because of the great joy. Lin Yuan then explained to Liu Jai the use of the source-type cocoon of evolution. Liu Jai heard this youth with a bright smile in front of him say, "Big brother Liu, this cocoon of evolution is not for you to contract. It's for the insect queen to contract and parasitize. At that time, the insect queen just needs to supply it the nutrients to improve its grade and quality. Every time the cocoon of evolution's grade is increased, the insect queen's ability can be enhanced once." Liu Jai had long known that he could not contract phase or source-type items after contracting the insect queen. However, when he got this source-type cocoon of evolution, he unexpectedly found that he could contract it. This was akin to giving Liu Jai another path to tread through, regardless of whether the source-type item in his hand was very suitable for him. However, Liu Jai's situation made him unqualified to say that he would rather go without something than having something shoddy. When he heard the smiling youth's words, Liu Jai felt a bright firework explode in his mind, creating the most beautiful floating life scroll. No one in this world knew himself and the insect queen better than Liu Jai. Therefore, he was well aware of what Lin Yuan meant and what this cocoon of evolution in his hands signified. Not only did it mean that the insect queen could become stronger, but he could also follow the path he had chosen before. The corners of Liu Jai's eyes suddenly moistened, and a drop of hot tear diffused without a trace on the wing of his nose, as if it had never been there. He had never shed a tear during the 3 years of silence and despair. If there was anything in this world that could make Liu Jai cry, it must be tears of joy. Liu Jai's eyes were full of gratitude, but he did not say words of thanks like before, when he had been in desperate straits. This youth had lit up the light and saved the insect queen and him when they were in imminent danger. When he had been enhancing phase, this youth had ignited the torch and given him a chance. He would not make the same mistake twice. When he had denied himself for the first time and tried to find a way out on the path he had discarded, this youth had raised the sun and lit up the path that he could not cross so that he could firmly follow his own choice and go on. For the grace of giving him a new lease of life twice, any kind of gratitude would seem hypocritical. Thus, Liu Jai did not say any words of thanks. This was faith, and he intended to repay him with his life. Why did he have to thank him? In Liu Jai's opinion, no matter how strong he would become in the future, it was only to protect this youth in front of him. Lin Yuan was smiling, and so was Liu Jai. However, Lin Yuan was smiling because this source-type cocoon of evolution had helped Liu Jai open up his heart and be firm on the path to take. On the other hand, Liu Jai was smiling because it contained his silent gratitude and faith. After sitting with Liu Jai for a while, Lin Yuan planned to proceed to the Celestial Stairway and grapple with his opponents. The Celestial Stairway 2v2 duel format Liu Jai had mentioned would be announced within this month. Lin Yuan was still a Celestial 1-star. If he wanted to form a 2-man squad with Liu Jai for this 2-man team competition, he had to at least reach Celestial 12-star from within this month. Lin Yuan could not be sure that he could beat everyone on the Celestial Stairway, as many of them were experts. If he encountered someone who was stuck at a certain star on the Celestial Stairway, and doing the live streaming for effective, and if Lin Yuan now had the Gold Eye Fantasy Ice Source Sand as his trump cards, did not dare to be sure that he could beat everyone. He could very likely take a turn for the worse at some point, but the chances of this happening were tiny. Lin Yuan just had to have more wins than losses by 11 duels. This time, he logged onto StarWeb as Black and was ready to go straight to the Celestial Stairway for the duels. However, He did not know that the Starweb private territory he had established with his identity as a creation master had become the laughingstock of the factions that had also established their private Starweb territories last night. In fact, the veteran factions that had already established their Starweb territories were fine. The veteran factions had a deep foundation, and most of them despised the rising factions with only little foundation. Most of the rising factions with some foundation despised the rising factions without foundation. The chain of contempt rendered under the sense of superiority made those rising factions without foundation be at the bottom. However, they had suddenly found a faction that had just established a Starweb territory. These rising factions without foundation were thinking of paying a visit, regardless of whether the new Starweb factions were strong or had a deep foundation. There was no harm for rising factions to visit them. If this new Starweb faction was strong, they would think of it as going to build a good impression. If not, they could always work together with each other. Lin Yuan did not block external access to the private faction. When these rising factions without foundation saw that Lin Yuan's faction's exterior remained unchanged at the time of opening, it was as though they had discovered a new continent and finally found the target of their contempt. The construction of private Starweb faction territories was a kind of diplomacy with other factions to show their foundation. Lin Yuan's newly established private faction territory had been treated as a talking point by these rising factions as a show of superiority. However, those rising factions did not take Lin Yuan's private faction seriously. After all, if these rising factions with some foundation wanted to find a sense of superiority, they could do so from those rising factions without foundation. It was like a person could find superiority over someone who was slightly worse. But with someone who was too superior, this sense of superiority would have been very faint. After all, the difference was vast. Chapter 356 Lin Yuan's private faction equals country bumpkin. Such a sense of superiority also existed when the difference between each other was not huge. If the difference was too great, this sense of superiority would change into a sense of distance. Factions that were not on the same level were worlds apart in terms of their energy and the resources they possessed. This was why those rising factions without foundation had not been able to gain the veteran factions' recognition. The veteran factions could not even bother to despise them. It could be said that Lin Yuan had done nothing after establishing his private Starweb faction territory, since he had not used the second right after establishing the private territory. His faction had become a country bumpkin in the eyes of those rising factions without foundation. However, this also allowed his private faction to gain a lot of attention that was filled with contempt and curiosity. These rising factions without foundation were unaware a pot of bronze legend Oath Lily of the Valley, which they would not even dare to think about, was placed in the country bumpkin they could not enter. Lin Yuan was unaware that his Starweb faction territory had been labeled as a country bumpkin. Even if he knew about it, he would only feel amused. When he logged on to Starweb as Black, he saw a message from Tan Ningning. Tan Ningning Black. I heard that the Celestial Stairway is going to add a new kind of Celestial one-star duel format, but I'm not sure what kind it is. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Tan Ningning's message. Based on what Liu Jai had said just now, the new 2v2 duels on the Celestial Stairway was a piece of news that circulated at the Radiant Sacred Hall. Although this was not a piece of confidential news, only a few hours had passed since Liu Jai had learned about it. Tan Ningning had already heard of the news, even though it was not comprehensive enough. However, Tan Ningning's identity as a Starweb special columnist allowed her to get some of the latest news very conveniently. According to the timing now, Tan Ningning must have told him immediately after hearing the news. This made Lin Yuan sigh. Having an exclusive reporter on Starweb was really a very convenient thing. Ever since Tan Ningning had become Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, the only thing he needed to do was to leave everything on Starweb to Tan Ningning. His dual video had been recorded in Starweb's video library when he had ascended to the Celestial Stairway. Tan Ningning had helped Lin Yuan handle various matters regarding the proceeds of the dual video, which had saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan replied to Tan Ningning, Black, I know. I'm going to have a Celestial Stairway duel. Do you want to watch it from a first-person perspective? When Tan Ningning saw Lin Yuan's reply, She was a little confused and shook her ponytail tight at the back of her head. Tan Ningning did not know if Black's "I know" was actually referring to what she had just said or about the news of the Celestial Stairway's dual format. Besides Tan Ningning, a lot of people on Star Web were speculating about Black's identity. If Black was just an ordinary Spirit Kai professional, how could he be equipped with so many high-quality phase, let alone contracting a source-type item among his phase? High-quality source-type items and high-quality phase were different. One could buy a ready high-quality Fae and contract it. But high-quality source-type lifeforms belonged to the ability of Class 4 creation masters. Black's identity had become the husband of many girls on Star Web. Although Black had always been wearing Genius Tool transformation mask, his misunderstood aura of being cool had attracted the attention of many fans who went after visuals. Since Black had been identified as a youth, his fans were mostly mother fans, including those male mother fans who crazily supported Lin Yuan. Tan Ningning was puzzled, but she would not ask Lin Yuan such a personal question. This was because she knew what to say and what not. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tan Ningning had always been doing her work well and trying her best to maintain Black's image and interests. Based on Lin Yuan's request, she reported all the news about Black truthfully. However, when she saw that Black was going to have a Celestial Stairway duel and asked her whether she wanted to watch it from a first-person perspective, she was immediately elated and replied to him without hesitation. "Yes, I want to. I really want to." Tan Ningning's reply puzzled Lin Yuan. "There's only one place for a first-person perspective. I can't give you 3 places." Lin Yuan began matching with an opponent on the Celestial Stairway and shared the first-person perspective with Tan Ningning. If there was anywhere Black was the most popular on Star Web, it would undoubtedly be Black's official fan club and the official forum. But his third most popular area on Star Web definitely had to be the Celestial Stairway's achievement platform. As early as 20 days ago, when the Star Web officials had set up Black's virtual image on the Celestial Stairway's achievement platform, it had set off the Celestial Stairway. The Celestial Stairway Hall was a place that only Celestial Stairway 50 stars and above experts could enter. Even those experts had all set their eyes on Black, obtaining an exclusive achievement on the Celestial Stairway, setting up a virtual image on the Celestial Stairway achievement platform, and allowing those on the Celestial Stairway to venerate was not something that could be done casually. There were only nearly 200 virtual images on the Celestial 1-star achievement platform, including Black's. Over the past 100 years, obtaining an exclusive achievement and setting up a virtual image on the achievement platform did not mean strength. However, those Spirit Kai professionals that could do so must have something unattainable for ordinary people. Mostly some experts of the old generation could be found in the Celestial Stairway Hall. These experts rarely paid attention to the gossip on Star Web and would not visit the forums or join fan clubs. They were absolute big brothers in reality. The vast majority of the factions were at Pinnacle King class. So even if Lin Yuan had previously guarded Millstone Town, these experts on the Celestial Stairway Hall had only heard about him. However, when Black's virtual image appeared on the achievement platform, Lin Yuan was considered walking into the Celestial Stairway Hall's experts' line of sight. Chapter 357 An Unexpected Opponent. The Celestial Stairway Hall's experts could not help but click their tongues at Lin Yuan's dual record consecutive wins all the way until he reached the Celestial Stairway. Star Web didn't lack experts. There were many of them, but those who could ascend the Celestial Stairway undefeated had never appeared except for Lin Yuan so far. In fact, it was not a good choice for Lin Yuan to take part in the Celestial Stairway duel now, as Chimei was still sleeping on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan could not risk summoning it out and waking it up to fight. This might undoubtedly affect the purification of its bloodline and the promotion of its quality. Even if there was only a 1 in 10 chance of affecting it, Lin Yuan would not do it. His phase that had played an attacking role were only Chimei, the Source Sand, Red Thorn, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Thus, he could only choose the combination of Red Thorn and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee or the Source Sand to attack in the Celestial Stairway duel. Lin Yuan had the Source Sand, but he had never used it in the Celestial Stairway duels. During the previous duel with Poison Beauty, Lin Yuan had used the source sand to restrain her toad Fei in the dark without anyone noticing. He had done so because he wanted to use the Gold-Eye Fantasy Eye source sand as his trump card. However, since he wanted to reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars, he could not hide his source sand anymore. Moreover, he had used it in the battle against the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rifts demons. The web of life the source sand had formed in that battle had saved the lives of many Spirit Kai professionals. Therefore, these adventurers had learned that Lin Yuan had contracted a Fey that could manipulate gravel. This matter was also a big piece of news in the Radiance Federation after those adventures spread it. At the same time, people in Black's forum and fan club were passionately discussing what the Fey that could manipulate gravel was. But the debate had been endless, and they did not manage to conclude. Based on what the adventurers, who had come out of the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, had said, this Fey that could control gravel was most likely a source-type item that could play a defensive or support role. This was because these adventurers did not see exactly what kind of Fey was manipulating the gravel. Instead, it was like a rare elemental source-type item among the source-type life forms. However, their opinions differed, and there had not been a definite answer. In Lin Yuan's opinion, something that could be called a trump card must be something completely unknown to outsiders. Only in this way, when he pulled out the trump card, the others could not take the corresponding precautions, since the others roughly knew about his source sand. Lin Yuan felt that there was no harm in exposing it. In contrast, Lin Yuan felt it was more appropriate to choose the Silver Eye Fantasy Eye Red Thorn as his trump card now. Although it was only its Silver Eye Fantasy Eye, its true strength was in the wild when facing many life forms. Only then could Red Thorn display its full power, which was simply akin to a dematerializer. The weak only deserved to become fertilizer in the sea of flowers and brutally eaten by the nibbling vines. Due to the venue's limitations, Red Thorn had not been able to display its full strength in the Celestial Stairway duels. There was only a limited effect, and this control effect also overlapped with the source sand. If they were at the same level, the control effect of Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers would be higher than that of the source sands. At present, the source sand was a grade higher than Red Thorn, so it had a stronger control effect. Therefore, Lin Yuan intended to have his fantasy breed Red Thorn, which had experienced a radical change, as his hidden trump card. He would reveal the source sand that had been speculated but had yet to be conclusive. If he did not reveal it, Lin Yuan was unsure if he could reach Celestial Stairway 12 stars. During the Celestial Stairway duel, Lin Yuan effortlessly defeated 3 duelists he had been matched with using the source sand, and was promoted from Celestial 1 star to Celestial 4 stars. Each of his battles was so fast that Tan Ningning did not even get a clear look at what was going on before the battle was over. She would only see an amber object fall to the ground from Lin Yuan's cufflinks. Then within just a minute, a vortex of quicksand would appear under the feet of the opponents and their summon phase. Tan Ningning was overexcited. She was already thinking about how she should go about writing the next combat record. She had already determined why Black could control the gravel. It was because he had contracted an elemental source-type life form. Although he had never revealed it on the Star Web duels, it now seemed that this source-type life form was undoubtedly the strongest card that Black had revealed so far. Within just a few minutes of that battle, Tian Ningning discovered that the quicksand, which did not seem to be anything difficult to break free from, would be the most ruthless place once the Spirit Kai professional and Faye's legs were trapped. Their miserable howls and wails seemed like they had experienced inhumane pain. Nevertheless, the howls would only last for a moment, and Lin Yuan would win the Celestial Stairway duel directly. This made Tan Ningning, a knowledgeable Star Web reporter, fail to see clearly this elemental life form that Lin Yuan manipulated, and how he had taken away the lives of the opposing Spirit Kai professionals and Fays. Even so, Tan Ningning could discern that it was a one-hit kill. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have won the moment the miserable howls disappeared. Since Lin Yuan wanted to reach a higher star on the Celestial Stairway, he did not hold back while battling. As long as the Source Sand's quicksand vortex controlled the Spirit Kai professional and Fae, the ferromanganese chain blades would instantly emerge from the sea of sand and bind the opponent's legs with chains. When the Spirit Kai professional and face sank into the yellow sand, the ferromanganese chain blade hidden within would not hesitate to constrain and squeeze against the feet entangled by the chains. At the same time, the Sorsand's gravel spirit acceptance's heart-penetrating iron line, which was equivalent to a platinum III flawless fey, was akin to an invisible demon in the sea of sand, invisibly harvesting the Spirit Kai professionals and Fae's lives. After 3 celestial stairway duels, Lin Yuan did not feel tired at all. It had to be said that even if he reached celestial 4 stars now, the Spirit Kai professionals he was matched with also had not summoned platinum Faes. The strongest Fae Lin Yuan had ever encountered was only a gold VII flawless one. His gold I fantasy I source sand had reached the strength of a platinum Fae. Hence, his current battle was akin to a crushing duel. After he won this duel, he reached the celestial 5 stars. Just as Lin Yuan was ready to participate in the next duel, the person he was matched with made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 358 This ante. Lin Yuan did not expect that when he was being matched with celestial 5 stars opponents, the person he was matched with would be someone he knew. She was Poison Beauty, who he had met during the celestial stairway promotion duels previously. Although most of the Spirit Kai professional on the Celestial Stairway had now joined the guild clubs and become a member of the main teams or reserve teams, it was now the start of the S tournament. These Celestial Stairway experts that joined the guild clubs would usually put their energy into the competition and group training. There were definitely many on the Celestial Stairway that had yet to join a guild club, and Lin Yuan had surprisingly been matched with Poison Beauty. It could be said that they were fated. After Lin Yuan was matched with Poison Beauty, he raised his eyebrows lightly behind the mask and did not have any more reactions. As long as Lin Yuan was wearing his silver mask, nobody could see the expression on his face, even if he had any. After matching with an opponent, Poison Beauty did not immediately check her opponent's information. Instead, she said to the air, "Your beauty is on an infinite rampage." Those brothers in the live streaming room, after I've started climbing the Celestial Stairway, no longer stuck at the promotion duels. You guys have not been rewarding as much as before. Hurry, everyone. Reward me a superpower pill now. You'll pick a person among those who do so for a prize, which is being banned from speaking for a month. The viewers within Poison Beauty's live streaming room interacted with her, even if she could not see it in the Celestial Stairway duel. Who is smaller in the family? Don't say anything. I support you, Poison Beauty, but I'll certainly reward the superpower pill next time. Jealous me? I'll reward you with the big mouth. Climb it. Low-key page boy. To be truthful, the Star Web live streamers I follow are of low quality. Heartborn myriad phase. I came to Little Poison's live streaming room for a meal. Blood Red Tango. Have you guys paid attention to who's on the opposite side? This will be a massacre. Green light from both eyes. FCK. Poison Beauty has actually met Black. Go for it. I'll cheer for you. After Poison Beauty's infinite rampant words to the live streaming room, she looked at the opponent she had matched with and said, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Poison Beauty said that in a very strange tone. It contained a lot of untold stories. It was just like a desperate girl, who a scoundrel had been chasing for 30 meters, came to the small river and was ready to jump to her death. But at that moment, it was like she realized the scoundrel had disappeared, and realized there was an infinite amount of gold coins in that river. She was 10 scared, 20 gnashing her teeth, 30 excited, and 40 impatient. Poison Beauty looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Black, I did not expect that you couldn't forget me. You're meeting me so quickly again." Lin Yuan felt that his face behind the mask was about to split open. He had no idea what Poison Beauty was talking about and why it sounded strange. What the hell is this auntie's expression? Why do I feel like she's going to eat someone? Soon, an amber button-shaped thing fell to the ground from the cufflinks on his wrists. It turned into quicksand without a ripple and drilled into the ground below. Everyone was focused on the silver mask on Black's face, so none of them noticed this scene. The amber button-shaped sour sand had secretly started creating sand. When Poison Beauty finished speaking, comments flooded her live streaming room right away. Old man born after 2. I am watching Little Poison's live streaming and actually saw her duel with Black. What kind of divine destiny do they have? Soft Diamond the commenter above. Are you trying to put together a CP? You're a ruthless person? Shadow FCK is anti-poison going to eat him. 3-year-old Z Poison Beauty is too offensive. I can't stand it. I want to meet her offline. Why doesn't she say such teasing words to me? Traverse and Crevice, do you want to be swallowed into the stomach by her tainted toad? How dare you meet with her? Falling into your eyes, 1 click to rule mercy. And 1 click to bury despair. Poison Beauty. Wait to be punished by the will of ancestor. Peace. Little student is scared. FCK Poison Beauty. Let off our black. We male mama fans cannot stand this aggravation. I'm pissed off. If it were to be said that all the duelists got a lot of attention on the Celestial Stairway, the number of Lin Yuan's videos in the video library had undoubtedly reduced the huge amount of attention he had. It could be said that he had easily won those few Celestial Stairway duels, and they were not exciting at all. However, Blacks had very high popularity in the Celestial Stairway video library. Any teenage fans and mama fans repeatedly paid to watch it and brought about the popularity. Thanks to the many mother fans, Lin Yuan's combat video from Celestial 0 star to 1 star had reached the top 10 most popular on the Celestial Stairway video library. Although there was a rotation, most of them were dominated by the duel videos of the Radiance 100 sequence members and the experts on the Celestial Stairway Hall. Black's and Stackle Victory duel video had appeared on such a ranking. It was very abrupt, without a doubt. Based on common sense, only the kind of duel video that was evenly matched with a narrow victory was worth watching and learning repeatedly. It was not cheap to watch a Celestial Stairway experts duel video, as one had to pay once every time they watched. There was no such thing as buying it and paying to watch it again and again. This also greatly proved the combat power of Black's fans. Based on this alone, it was enough to see how popular Black was on Star Web. The opponents that Lin Yuan had battled earlier were not hosts, so they could not immediately attract attention to the duel. However, the video in the Celestial Stairway video library was synchronized instantly after the duel was over. This made the fans, who were daily watching Black's duel videos, find out that Black was frantically having Celestial Stairway duels at the moment and had won 4 duels in a row. Upon seeing those 4 duel videos in Black's Celestial Stairway video library, his fans' eyes lit up. The most exciting thing for them was not watching Black's duels on Star Web. It was the chance to see the Fae that Black had never used in his previous Star Web duels. The one that was rumored to be able to manipulate gravel. Chapter 359. What's the antonym of local death? If something about a person could attract extra attention, it was undoubtedly their strength, identity, fame, wealth, and visuals. Regardless of which one it was, it could cause an extremely powerful attraction to someone. But the attraction of such things had to take a back seat in front of some attraction. This fascinating thing that people could not help but want to explore was undoubtedly the sense of mysteriousness, which Black was constantly showing. A heroic youth who had previously caused a sensation on Star Web due to his winning streak had actually achieved such a duel record without even using his strongest Fae. Moreover, nobody could be sure this Fae that could manipulate sand was Black's most powerful Fae. News spread quickly on Star Web, let alone during noon when there were many people. Therefore, when Black encountered Poison Beauty, this piece of news immediately spread from her live streaming room. A lot of Black's fans went into Poison Beauty's live streaming room, causing it to break through its previous limit and reach a new number. In fact, it was reasonable to say that even if the news on Star Web spread fast, it should not have been at such a speed. The reason it had been so fast was that after Black and Poison Beauty's last duel, some of Black's fans had entered her live streaming room, becoming her anti-fans. After that, while being Poison Beauty's antis, they came to like her. Therefore, when they usually had nothing to do, they would stay in Poison Beauty's live streaming room and watch her live streaming. Although basically no teams would be willing to accept Poison Beauty due to her phase, so she had never been involved in a team battle. She was still very hardworking in the live streaming of her solo duels on Star Web. Star Web duel hosts usually would livestream for 5 hours a day on average. But Poison Beauty could even do livestreaming as long as 12 hours a day. In addition, Poison Beauty was doing her job in the live streaming like an artist. From time to time, she would angrily scold the audience in the live streaming room and even recklessly ban them from speaking. Poison Beauty's top contributing fan had rewarded hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars, hoping that she could break down her duels. However, after asking her a few questions that she deemed retarded, she actually angrily scolded the top contributing fan. All kinds of actions made her more and more hateful and popular. Although her previous live streaming were quite joyful and some old fans liked to watch them, her actions in the live streaming room were definitely not as impressive as now. Poison Beauty had done so because, during her previous duel with Lin Yuan, she had said some rampant words and was eyed by Black's fans. At first, she had been a little distressed, but a few days later, she suddenly found that she had received more attention for being hateful and had even become popular. Thereafter, Poison Beauty unleashed her nature, just like a wild horse off the reins, never returning on the road to integrity. As Lin Yuan looked at Poison Beauty's anti-got-her-own-way expression, he forgot how to speak. Someone was talking to him, and it was the opponent he had encountered before, so Lin Yuan should greet her. However, he did not know how to pick up from what Anti-Poison had said. When Poison Beauty noticed that Black did not bother about her, she was not anxious and frustrated at all. Now, she did not hope that she could interact with Black as before because she had understood the true meaning of being an actress. If a good actress that Poison Beauty understood before was the need for superb acting skills and unleashing her acting skills to the fullest when her opponent was acting a scene with her, she now felt that a true actress should be able to act a scene with herself when acting. Even when a person was acting alone, they had to be able to create the feeling of two people comparing their acting skills. Such an actor could be called a good actor. Better actors had to be able to sing an opera troupe's play by themselves. Poison Beauty raised her hand again just like last time and summoned her phase. Lin Yuan realized that these phases were still the same as when he had fought against her before. She had not improved at all. It was still the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw, Gold VII Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider, Silver X Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom, and Silver X Elite Tainted Toad. After summoning her phase and vaguely spreading out the formation, Poison Beauty said, "Black, I know you missed me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have matched with me when I was matching against someone. Black, tell me quickly if you've also joined my live streaming room and secretly watching me." She said all these to bring more attention to herself and attract some of Black's fans. Only when there was attention on her could she earn more money. During this period, Poison Beauty had been working hard to improve the Poison Weaving Dark Spider's quality. She wanted to raise her Gold VAI Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider into Gold VAI Epic through her own efforts and had almost saved up the money. As Poison Beauty said such words, the viewers in her live streaming room were furious. When Lin Yuan heard Poison Beauty's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He helplessly replied, "What's the antonym of partial death?" Lin Yuan did not give Poison Beauty enough time to react. The viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room only heard a pleasant, clear voice of a youth. His deep and attractive voice seemed to be able to make people look back for a long time. Although Black's fans were condemning Poison Beauty in her live streaming room, the viewers in it, especially Black's mother fans, grew excited. This was because Black had never uttered a word in any of his videos in the Star Web's video library. It was said that during Black and Poison Beauty's duel, he also had verbal communication with her. However, that duel video was not recorded in the video library. As a result, Black's only words were recorded into the Celestial Stairway video library after the duel. It should be considered to be the only audio material of Black on Star Web. Chapter 360 All Good. Poison Beauty did not feel good now. She had racked her brain to make up a script within just a few minutes just now, and completely thought about what she was going to do, how she was going to speak later. Add drama to herself. Make the acting better. And also make her own self-directed script reach the climax. However, Poison Beauty had never expected that Black would speak, which was not the same as in her own script. Isn't Black aloof? Isn't he not good with words? Why did he talk? Poison Beauty, who was plotting a script in her heart, did not respond for a very long time after hearing Black's question. She could not help but be a little nervous and asked, "What's the antonym of partial death?" She only heard the youth's cold voice again, "All alive." But after that, Poison Beauty's violent temper instantly rushed forth. "Have I been mocked?" She only felt her teeth tighten and needed a good bite to be able to relieve it. Poison Beauty, who had been a star web host for very long, could completely think of the viewers' responses in her live streaming room. Although she, an experienced actress, felt that she had been insulted, she also knew that such a situation was beneficial to her live streaming room. It could completely bring about a huge wave of popularity. The popularity from the last duel with Black had mostly disappeared in the past nearly 2 months. Encountering Black again now would undoubtedly bring another wave of popularity to her live streaming room, and she might even have the foreshadow of her previous popularity. This time, Black would also bring an even bigger boost of popularity to her. Poison Beauty was thinking if she did not have the quality of an actress, she would probably have trembled from joy. This was because she knew that encountering Black again was completely different from the other time. When I was matched with Black the last time, it was only in the Celestial Stairway promotion duel, so it was not stored in the Celestial Stairway video library. But now, this duel will undoubtedly be stored there, given Black's popularity. If his male mother fans get this video to the top 10 most popular of the Star Web video library, won't it be the same as me entering the top 10 as well? Whether I win or lose, I will have this chance just because I'm matched with Black. Lin Yuan was standing there, commanding the Gold Eye Fantasy I source sand to create sand. When Poison Beauty said, "Black last time, it was because I didn't dodge your fatal blow. I won't be so careless this time. Why don't we start 5 minutes later if you're an expert? Wait until I'm ready before we face off." Upon hearing Poison Beauty's words, Lin Yuan only felt that she was crazy. Star Web duels were not a child's play. It might seem easy between losing and winning, but it was actually the result of deliberate planning. It was just like how Poison Beauty had said so much to delay for time during the last duel just so her phase would spread their formation. Lin Yuan had not made a move in the last duel, but waited for Poison Beauty to do so before returning the attack. Back then, he needed source sand to create a large amount of gravel underground to control Poison Beauty at the critical moment. Although it seemed to be the work of Chimey alone that he had been able to defeat Poison Beauty, it was the result of the teamwork between Chimey and the source sand, without the source sand controlling the tainted toad. If the tainted toad had jumped away when Chimey was attacking, even if Chimey could kill the tainted toad, it might not be able to kill Poison Beauty, who had been swallowed into its belly and used the toad as a meat shield. Chimey was now sleeping, under the situation that he could not summon it and could only use the source sand. If he did not let the source sand create sand in large amounts and reveal Redthorn, it would be hard to beat Poison Beauty, an unconventional long-range poison support type Spirit Kai professional. If it were a usual duel, Lin Yuan might have attacked the moment his opponent summoned their phase, finishing the duel early. However, he was standing there and letting Poison Beauty perform. This was because his spiritual power was being channeled to the source sand underground through his feet. When the source sand received Lin Yuan's spiritual power, it created sand faster than usual. Soon, Poison Beauty let her phase lay out the formation. Although Poison Beauty had said 5 minutes, she needed far less time. She had perfectly shown her formation within 2 minutes. She had said 5 minutes because she hoped that more people would enter her live streaming room. That way, she would have higher chances of receiving gifts and increasing her fan base. After 5 minutes, Poison Beauty jumped onto the Silver X Elite Tainted Toad's back and ordered the Gold VII Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider to create layers of poisonous spider webs within 20 meters around her, before commanding it to stay on those poisonous spider webs around her, ready to protect her. This time, Poison Beauty did not let the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw spit out a large amount of poisonous mist. Due to her previous duel experience, she knew that that layer of glazed flame on Black's fantasy breed avian fae could evaporate that poisonous mist. Thus, Poison Beauty was not going to spend spiritual power to let the illusory mist Western Jackdaw release the poisonous mist. Instead, she channeled more on the gold VAI flawless poison weaving dark spider and silver X elite carrion parasol mushroom. She would let the carrion parasol mushroom spread the fungus, which could make wounds rot quickly, all over the place little by little. Compared to the mist poison, the fungal poison was undoubtedly much more resistant to high temperatures. Although Poison Beauty knew that her duel with Black could bring her popularity, she was still unresigned because he had beaten her in the previous duel. Last time, she had not figured out why the tainted toad had sent her consciousness feedback that it had been bound by the ground beneath and was unable to jump up at the critical moment. Since she could not figure it out, Poison Beauty had blamed it all on the fact that the tainted toad happened to get its feet stuck in the earth at the time when it was using its land pollution ability. When the tainted toad used that ability, the land would indeed become as sticky as mud when it was covered in poison. Chapter 361. This youth is supposed to be a miracle. This time, Poison Beauty looked at the perfect formation she had pulled off and had the idea of defeating Black again. If she could defeat Black, she believed that her popularity would definitely increase much more than simply matching with Black. With more and more people in Poison Beauty's live streaming room, comments flooded the screen and basically blocked the image of the battle. This made the viewers that just wanted to watch the duel turn off the comments and wait peacefully to watch the silver-masked youth's duel. As for the viewers fooling around in the comment section, they thought that after the duel was over, there would be a video to watch on the Star Web video library. Thus, they were not in a rush. After all, they were Black's mother fans. For the male mother fans, Black's duel video was meant to be watched hundreds of times. 5 minutes might seem very short, but time passed in the blink of an eye. As Lin Yuan had been channeling spiritual power into the gold fantasy source sand during these 5 minutes, the area below the celestial stairway dueling ground was almost filled with the source sand particles. When Poison Beauty launched her attack, the Silver X Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom released huge amounts of the fungus that could decompose the flesh into the air. The Gold VII Flawless, Poison Weaving Dark Spider secretly used its mist transformation spider web and let the mist-like spider web disintegrate into the air as it used web attachment. The mist transformation spider web dispersed in the air, and coupled with the floating fungi, they created highly toxic spider webs. Advancing toward Lin Yuan's side, Poison Beauty's intention was very simple. While ensuring her safety, she wanted the poisonous spider web to constantly reduce Lin Yuan's chances of survival. She would use the toxins to slowly erode away all life on the dueling ground and drag it out in a battle of attrition to win this duel. The moment Poison Beauty launched a frenzied attack, she and the viewers in her live streaming room saw that the silver-masked youth was not the least bit panicked. With a light wave of his hand, the entire celestial stairway dueling ground, except for the ground under his feet, turned into a sea of churning sand instantly. The source sand was madly devouring any object that touched the sea of sand, wanting to sink everything that existed on it into the sea of sand. Then, it would be crushed by the heavy pressure of the sea of sand. At that moment, Poison Beauty, who was on the tainted toad's back, could completely feel its helplessness in the sea of sand. She could not stop its tendency of sinking into the sea of sand because when it stepped into the churning sand, and she commanded it to jump onto the gold VII flawless poison weaving dark spider webs, it could no longer do so. Poison Beauty felt the familiar feeling of restraint coming from the tainted toad, and she could not help but shout, "Oh my goodness, that's the feeling." Although the poison-weaving dark spider was on the spider web and did not touch the churning sand below, the stacked spider webs were pulled into the deepest part of the sea of sand below after a large amount of gravel was stuck onto them. Soon, the poison-weaving dark spider had nowhere to hide. This sudden and violent attack was too much for even a duelist like Poison Beauty, who had experienced hundreds of duels, to handle. Poison Beauty felt that she was like a small broken boat swaying under a natural disaster and could die at any time when the boat was destroyed. It was an extravagant hope to find a foothold on such a sea of sand. Therefore, she could only let the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw pull her arm and fly into the air with her. Only then did she escape this disaster. Before Poison Beauty could heave a sigh of relief, a dozen of snaking blue-black chains faintly appeared in the sea of sand. The tips of these broadswords were blue-black with a very strong metallic luster. The chain blades that were connected with chains flew nearly 10 meters high out of the sea of sand. From the astonished Poison Beauty's perspective, these chain blades possessed sophisticated dexterity and instantly formed a blue-black steel cage, which firmly locked Poison Beauty and the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw inside. Several violent crashing sounds could even be heard from the steel cage. Poison Beauty and the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw were trying to break free from the steel cage. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his feet stepping on the yellow sand that formed a huge palm under his feet. The palm's fingers were slightly bent as if guarding Lin Yuan, standing in the center and commanding the duel. In the opinions of the viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room, such a scene simply seemed like a duel of art. A silver-masked youth was standing like the sand's monarch, dominating everything in the world of yellow sand. Such a scene was simply mind-blowing. The blue-black chains danced and pulled the steel cage in the air downward. When the steel cage was pulled into the churning quicksand, it churned even more violently and formed a huge vortex of quicksand below the blue-black steel cage. This blue-black steel cage was buried under the sea of sand as if its evilness was sealed. At that moment, a faint mournful and painful caw sounded from underground. In Poison Beauty's live streaming room, the viewers discovered that the silver-masked youth had actually won this Star Web duel. The quicksand that had been churning on the dueling ground earlier stopped when he achieved victory. Only a silver-masked youth stood straight and looked worldly against the sea of sand. Many of Black's mother fans in Poison Beauty's live streaming room had become girlfriend fans at this moment. But in the eyes of the viewers in her live streaming room, regardless of whether they were Black's fans, this duel had proven the miracle the silver-masked youth had created. Black had indeed created gravel in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift as rumored. They were cheering for Black now. Poison Beauty's live streaming room was once again flooded with Black, so awesome, which was the announcement of a silver-masked youth creating miracles while overcoming all obstacles. Or he himself was a miracle. Chapter 362 Lin Yuan has grown taller. Although it had to be said that Black had won this duel without much of a fight, this duel was very precious. Black had turned everyone's perception of him upside down. After all, he had used a combat system in this duel that he had never used before. It seemed that in this duel, he had yet to show his complete strength before he ended the duel. At that moment, the viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room could not help but grumble about Poison Beauty. Why was she so weak that she let Black end the duel so quickly? It was not even enough. However, they were just grumbling. Although Poison Beauty had many anti-fans, none of them would hate her strength. After all, her strength was self-evident. Poison Beauty's strength never lay in the fact that she had the two poison-type phase, the Gold IX Elite Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw, and Gold VII Flawless Poison Weaving Dark Spider. Instead, it was because of the combination of the four poison types phase abilities and exclusive skills after she had contracted the Silver X Elite Carrion Parasol Mushroom and Silver X Elite Tainted Toad. Otherwise, she would not have made people so terrified in the Celestial Stairway promotion duels and been known as one of the most reliable goalkeepers. At that moment, the viewers in Poison Beauty's live streaming room were very curious. What was the chain blade that came out of the sea of sand? How had Poison Beauty and the Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw died deep in the sea of sand? Only Poison Beauty might be clear about this. Or maybe it had happened so quickly that she had lost her life before she could even react. In any case, Black had once again broken the impression that everyone had on him with a new posture. At the same time, Black had added another layer of mysteriousness that made people could not help but explore. If many people felt that Black's strength was his age and talent previously, when mentioning his strength, besides sighing about his age and talent, they would have to sigh about his true strength. Black's stance was like a natural disaster, completely killing Poison Beauty, an experienced combat class Spirit Kai professional. From this point, Black's combat ability could be seen to exceed the standard of gold. Previously, when he wanted to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence competition. Even his fans thought he would merely be taking part in it this year. They did not think that the strength Black had shown could qualify him to pass the competition this year and become a Radiance 100 sequence member. But now, based on the strength that he had revealed, it seemed to be possible for him to become a Radiance 100 sequence member this year. After all, the strength that Black showed now had reached the level of platinum. So did he have any other hidden trump cards? This was something that only the mysterious Black himself would know. After Lin Yuan finished this Celestial Stairway duel with Poison Beauty, he did not plan to have another duel. Lin Yuan checked Black's personal data on Star Web. Height 179 cm. Weight 62 kg. Star Tower Floor Celestial Stairway 6 stars. Celestial Stairway Duels 6. Wins 6. Losses 0. Consecutive wins 0. Highest star 6. Lin Yuan saw his Celestial Stairway star rating had changed from Celestial 1 star to Celestial 6 stars. After experienced 5 consecutive duels, nothing was difficult for Lin Yuan. The only one that could be considered difficult was the duel with Poison Beauty just now. If she had not given him so much preparation time and the source sand had not spread its formation, Lin Yuan would need to spend a lot of effort to defeat her. However, Poison Beauty's effort to stall for time had also happened to give Lin Yuan time to prepare. Looking at his own profile, Lin Yuan was suddenly surprised to find that it was almost a new year. He had managed to grow a centimeter taller in the last few days. From 178 cm to 179 cm. He was also 500 grams heavier. This discovery surprised Lin Yuan, because he was someone who wanted to grow to 180 cm. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Tan Ningning's message. Tan Ningning God Black. You're simply too impressive. Your elemental source-type life form is really too powerful. Upon looking at her message, he could not help but blink his eyes. He could not afford to be called God Black. Black, just call me Black. When Tan Ningning saw Black's reply, she somehow felt a puff of youthfulness. He was just like a shy youth that had received a compliment. When Tan Ningning recalled Lin Yuan's elemental source-type life form, she sent a question. Tan Ningning God Black. I wonder if you can tell me the grade of that elemental source-type life form that can manipulate gravel. When Lin Yuan saw Tan Ningning's message, he could not help but look straight at how she addressed him. However, he did not hesitate to reply. Black Gold Eye Fantasy Eye. Lin Yuan felt he did not need to hide the grade of his source-type source sand. He knew that even if he did not tell Tan Ningning, the scholars would still figure it out at that time. Instead of that, it would be better to let his exclusive reporter reveal it openly. After she saw his reply, she was elated and secretly shocked by his strength. After chatting for a while, Tan Ningning asked Lin Yuan about what to write about the 5-star web duel records. Lin Yuan gave a brief reply and logged off Star Web. He looked in the mirror in his room to see if he had really grown a centimeter taller. After looking for a while, he sighed. He simply could not see whether he had gone a centimeter taller. He also did not know how he had gained 500 grams. At that moment, there was a knock on Lin Yuan's door. He opened the door only to see Liu Jai standing there in glowing spirits. Upon seeing that, he said with a smile, Big brother Liu, has the cocoon of evolution completed its parasitism? When Liu Jai heard that, his eyes flashed. Yes. The source-type cocoon of evolution has parasitized the insect queen. It will soon reproduce, suck the insect queen's energy, and be able to reach normal. At that time, the bayonet beetles inscribed by my insect queen's normal ability will be able to be enhanced. Upon seeing the glow in Liu Jai's eyes, Lin Yuan knew that the heart of insect swarm's fighting spirit and ambition had returned. Chapter 363 Protein Silkworm Chrysalises. If there was anyone who knew someone the best, it would undoubtedly have to be the person himself. This was also the same for Liu Jai. Only Liu Jai knew himself the best in this world. After getting the source-type cocoon of evolution from Lin Yuan, Liu Jai had returned to his room to prepare before letting the cocoon of evolution parasitize the insect queen. The cocoon of evolution had finished its parasitism on the insect queen, and Liu Jai discovered firsthand how helpful it was. As the insect queen's contractor, Liu Jai naturally could intuitively feel how the cocoon of evolution would enhance the insect queen after reaching normal. This was a qualitative change. Liu Jai previously felt that he could not develop as a combat class spirit Kai professional any longer, since the core of his strategy was the bayonet beetle's combat power. As long as he slowly let the insect queen provide energy to the cocoon of evolution to raise its grade and quality, every unit in the swarm would change qualitatively before undergoing a quantitative change after the cocoon of evolution grew up. Then, the improvement of strength would show a trend of exponential growth. Liu Jai now had great confidence in his future. Sometimes, regaining confidence was the same as being firm twice toward the same goal on the previous path. While Lin Yuan was happy for Liu Jai, he pondered slightly and said, "Big brother Liu, I'll go get you some protein silkworm chrysalises in the next few days." Having the insect queen eat a lot of protein silkworm chrysalis is very useful to raising the cocoon of evolution's grade and quality. When Lin Yuan had previously used true data to view the cocoon of evolution, he discovered that although it was a parasitic source-type lifeform like the acid corrosion queen bee, it was similar to red thorn in its growth. The cocoon of evolution was a mycelium source-type lifeform that could only absorb energy from the host's body to raise its grade and quality. Besides needing energy, the reproduction and division of the mycelium also needed a lot of insect protein. The protein silkworm chrysalis was a kind of relatively common spiritual ingredient. Due to its rich insect protein, it was a favored insect species Fae, since most insect species Faes would grow shells. Some spirit Kai professionals would feed the insect species Faes some protein silkworm chrysalises to help with their evolution during the critical period. It could be said that the protein silkworm chrysalises were beneficial to the insect queen's evolution. Even though the protein silkworm chrysalis was a relatively common spiritual ingredient, Liu Jai's contracted insect queen was a platinum fantasy breed source-type lifeform, which had reached the level of diamond in terms of energy. Therefore, the protein silkworm chrysalis the insect queen consumed must at least reach gold to be able to have an obvious effect on the insect queen, and the cocoon of evolution parasitized on it. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the most suitable protein silkworm chrysalis should actually be determined with the energy level in Liu Jai's insect queen. If the insect queen could eat diamond protein silkworm chrysalises, the two source-type lifeforms would have the greatest benefit. Although there were many benefits of eating the platinum protein silkworm chrysalises, they were still not quite on the same level compared to the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. Furthermore, the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises could even raise the insect queen's quality when eaten over time. This situation was just like the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie, consuming the butterfly shell flowers to stimulate the dragon species bloodline in its body. There would not be much effect eating it just once or twice. If it could be eaten over a period, the enhancement would be very obvious. Without the cocoon of evolution, Lin Yuan could not enhance the insect queen using the way he used to enhance the other phase. When Lin Yuan enhanced other phase with the spirit kite crystals, he would raise the cocoon of evolution's grade and quality as well. But that did not matter. If he could feed the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises to the insect queen, it would be an excellent method of killing two birds with one stone for raising both its grade and quality. Although the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises were not priceless, they were still very expensive. This was why the stronger the spirit Kai professionals were, the scarcer the resources were. Lin Yuan, I've been feeding gold protein silkworm chrysalises to the insect queen. Based on this rate, the cocoon of evolution can successfully grow from a clump of mycelium to a normal source-type life form. Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, "Big brother Liu, I'll see if I can get some high-grade protein silkworm chrysalises in the next few days." Before Liu Jai could speak, Lin Yuan added, "This time, we'll be able to see more possibilities from the insect queen with the discovery of this cocoon of evolution. Big brother Liu, although you can't contract other phase, there's not necessarily only one source-type lifeform like the cocoon of evolution. Source-type lifeforms with similar functions as the cocoon of evolution might still be found in the process of collecting many source-type items in the future. Liu Jai actually wanted to refuse Lin Yuan's help in finding the protein silkworm chrysalises. He could earn money to buy them for himself with his own efforts. And since he was used to being independent, he subconsciously refused Lin Yuan's help. But after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Liu Jai did not think of refusing again. Although Liu Jai had not said his thanks, he had indescribable gratitude in his heart. 3 times of redemption had lit up his life, and that was supreme grace. But now, not only were there 3 times of redemption, but this youth in front was giving him the right to look forward. Liu Jai felt that he really had nothing to give back to him. The only thing he could do was to become stronger and use his life to protect him. Liu Jai looked at Lin Yuan and firmly nodded before saying, "Alright, I've rejoined the Radiance 100 sequence. So I can go to the Guild Alliance and apply to establish a guild club. There is no need to conduct an audit if I go. It can be done on the same day. I'll go get this done in a moment." Liu Jai had actually come to Lin Yuan for this very thing. Chapter 364 Genius. Go bring in the guest. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Liu Jai's words. "Big brother Liu, since you're going to the Guild Alliance to apply for the guild club's establishment today, you'll have Uncle Hu find someone to build the guild club's base on the vacant land behind the mansion in a couple of days. In a few days, Lin Yuan would give the Bronze X Legend wood weaving house centipede for Hu Quan to contract. At that time, he could become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Although Hu Quan was at the standard of a Class 5 spirit craftsman now, it was completely different from being a Class 5 spirit craftsman recognized by the Radiance Federation. When he became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, one of the top lifestyle class spirit kai professionals in the Radiance Federation, he would naturally come into contact with other Class 5 lifestyle class spirit kai professionals. At that time, it would be akin to Hu Quan roping in the resources of a group of Class 5 spirit kai professionals for Lin Yuan. With Hu Quan, a Class 5 spirit craftsman, around, if Lin Yuan wanted to find these Class 5 lifestyle class spirit kai professionals afterward, it would also be much more convenient. Liu Jai looked at Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Young master, what's the name of our guild club?" Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard how Liu Jai had addressed him. Although Liu Jai usually called him by his name because of his previous request, Liu Jai would always address Lin Yuan as young master when it came to the critical moment. Lin Yuan had not really thought of the guild club's name. However, since he was going to establish a guild club and take part in the Guild Alliance's tournament, the goal of the guild club was bound to be the champion. In that case, it had to not worry about the floating clouds blocking the view. For where I stand is at the highest peak of the mountain. The highest level of the sky was the dome. The top of the sky is considered the highest. So our guild club's name will be called Dome. When Liu Jai heard Lin Yuan say Dome, it was as if he felt a magnificent corner of Lin Yuan's heart. This alone had let Liu Jai be full of pride. He could not help but say in his heart, "The top of the sky, the top of the sky, the top of the sky." This was such an awe-inspiring heroic spirit. After leaving Lin Yuan's room, Liu Jai clenched his hands tightly into fists for a long while. After Liu Jai left, Lin Yuan looked into the mirror and touched the back of his head, feeling a little confused. Growing taller was a happy thing. He had obviously grown a centimeter taller, but could not see it, so he felt terrible. As for the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises, the easiest way for him to get them was to spend a huge amount of Radiance dollars and purchase them on the market. The items that could be bought on the market were not considered rare in a sense, regardless of how expensive they were. This was also the reason that Lin Yuan did not think about using the flower brocade pearls to exchange for the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. The diamond protein silkworm chrysalises circulated in the market because they were a kind of insect species fey that shed its shell over 5 times a year. For this spiritual ingredient that was relatively easy to obtain, using scarce resources in exchange for it was an unwise thing to do. Even if Lin Yuan did not care about these losses, he would not do so even from the perspective of building his faction and developing it. If he wanted to develop a faction, he had to do everything in an orderly manner and make the most reasonable deployment and integration of all resources. This was how he could accumulate endless reserves. Liu Jai was now Radiance 100 Sequence 30, and the Radiance Sacred Hall had announced this piece of news. This made many fans, who had been following him since he had only entered the Radiance 100 sequence, tear up. In addition to the people in the mansion who were happy for Liu Jai, Bai Hao and Wang Fan were the happiest for him. They were the members of the Radiance 100 and the A-Level Guild Club's main team. Although Bai Hao and Wang Fan already knew that Liu Jai was going to return to the Radiance 100 sequence, tears actually came out uncontrollably when they witnessed his return at the Radiance Sacred Hall. The rolling hot tears were proof of their years of friendship. Therefore, Bai Hao and Wang Fan were full of smiles in the days after. However, on the second day of the competition, the Star Web reporters had presented that they were mocking Liu Jai's opponent. This made them very annoyed. Liu Jai was completely done on the day he went to the Guild Alliance to apply for the establishment of a guild club. This was enough to prove this sequence's privilege in the Radiance Federation. However, Liu Jai did not choose to let the Guild Alliance publicize the guild club. Instead, he intended to wait until Lin Yuan competed in this year's Radiance 100 sequence and became a sequence member before making the public announcement. This was because when Liu Jai had applied for the establishment of the guild club, he had only filled in one name in the column of the President Black. In the past few days, Lin Yuan had used 10 flower brocade pearls to exchange for 170 drops of silver flood dragon essence blood through the blind trade method. This harvest made him feel very unsatisfied. Although the essence blood of silver flood dragon species phase was rare, it was not very useful. The silver flood dragon species phase were rare, so even though the flower brocade pearls were Creation Master's favorite, there was a limit to how much essence blood could be exchanged. It could not be said that the blind trade this time was a loss, but it was not a gain either. Lin Yuan understood that a method like blind trade was unsuitable for the exchange of unorthodox items. However, these 170 drops of silver flood dragon essence blood would be more than enough for the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur Blackie to use. At the same time, Lin Yuan bought for Liu Jai 3 diamond protein silkworm chrysalises at the market price at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion in the past few days. The Platinum Fantasy breed insect queen would often take nearly 10 days to absorb a diamond protein silkworm chrysalis. These 3 diamond protein silkworm chrysalises were enough for Liu Jai to use for a month. He believed that it would take less than 15 days for that source-type cocoon of evolution to advance to normal with the diamond protein silkworm chrysalises. In these few days, Lin Yuan frantically enhanced many usneas to silver. He was enhancing the spiritual power in his body little by little in this way. After returning from the question and answer session with the Moon Empress in the Radiance Moon Mountain, Lin Yuan was prepared to put the 3 silver Legend Mountain River Eternal Life carps into the red sandalwood longevity fish tank, when he was going to give Hu Quan the bronze legend wood weaving house centipede, whose spinneret had split during evolution. His phone rang. Genius was now lying in Lin Yuan's arms, constantly rolling and acting coquettishly. It even tickled and played with Lin Yuan from time to time. Lin Yuan was most afraid of being tickled, so he had to keep avoiding Genius' little paws. After Genius had become 1,000 questions beast, although its habit of sleeping had changed a lot, it would become very energetic in the afternoon. Its habit of causing disturbance had not changed at all. When Genius heard Lin Yuan's phone ring, it said, "Yuan, quickly answer the call." Looking at Genius fussing in his arms, he could not help but rub affectionately on its soft fur. "If it wasn't because you were fussing, I would've picked up the call." Genius was still messing around previously, but after Lin Yuan picked up the call, it was obedient and motionless in his arms, afraid of disturbing the conversation between Lin Yuan and the other person. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard Listen's voice. "Expert, I've arrived at the agreed location." Listen was standing at the mansion's entrance when he spoke, looking a little nervous. He knew that the meeting today would determine his and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future. Lin Yuan patted Genius in his arms and replied, "Go, Genius, go bring in the guest at the entrance." Chapter 365 Genius Intimacy and Detachment. Genius said in a cute voice after hearing Lin Yuan's words. "Yuan, meow, I'll go now." Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and helped Genius brush its fluffy fur on its little head. Then he gently rubbed its head twice and was about to bend down to put it down. At that moment, Genius leaped up from his arms to his neck and rubbed its fluffy face against his cheek. With a leap, it gracefully landed on the ground from Lin Yuan's shoulder. While Genius was running, its two long white tails at the back moved elegantly, and its posture was unspeakably light. Lin Yuan felt the lingering warmth on his face and revealed a bright smile on his face. Chimey was still asleep. Besides accompanying Lin Yuan, Genius was usually guarding Chimey below the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Among all of Lin Yuan's fays, since Genius had evolved from a housekeeping beast like the 100 Questions beast, and had high intelligence, except for Morbius that was hiding in the bracelet on Lin Yuan's hand, Genius cared for the other fays. The blue flash purple butterfly, which was usually not very enthusiastic about Lin Yuan, would fly around Genius for a while every time Genius entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had been with Genius and Chimey for so many years, so he naturally knew Genius very well. Although it was very understanding, it was still a cat species fae, which was arrogant by nature, just like the metal-type gold cat species fae that Xin Ying had contracted. It did not even bother about Zhang Xiaobai at all, except for her. Genius was also the same, but in addition to being arrogant like other cat species fays, it was also very understanding. Genius had very high intelligence and could clearly see Lin Yuan's interpersonal relationships and preferences. Therefore, it would also accept the people or things that Lin Yuan accepted. Besides Liu Jai, Wen Yu, and Hu Quan, even the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, which were both fays, also liked to hold Genius and play with it. But when facing some unrelated people, Genius could uphold the indifference and elegance of cat species fays. For example, at this moment, although Listen, who was standing at the mansion's entrance, had high intelligence, he was good at handling interpersonal relationships. But the longer he stood at the mansion's entrance, the more nervous he felt. Just at this moment, the sky was getting dark, but the things in the distance still could be vaguely seen. Listen found that the royal capital was clearly at the beginning of winter, but the interior of the mansion in front of him was as verdant as the summer and also faintly gave off the bamboo fragrance. This was often said as people do not live without bamboo. The diffused bamboo fragrance reached Listen's nose. The bamboo fragrance should make one calm and quiet, but it made him more and more nervous. At that moment, Listen heard a cute yet polite voice. "Welcome to return from faraway mansion. Follow me inside." Upon hearing this voice, Listen searched for a long time before realizing the voice was from a pure white cat. It was squatting in the middle of the mansion's entrance, with its azure blue eyes looking at him with a trace of judgment and detachment. Listen hurriedly replied, Thank you very much." When Listen finished speaking, he saw that white cat stand up and walk ahead to lead the way and even turn back to look from time to time. Listen felt that this white cat was often glancing back to see whether the person behind it was still following. When Listen saw this white cat, he subconsciously thought it was a housekeeping beast. However, he completely dispelled this idea. There would not be any housekeeping beasts as graceful and elegant as this white cat in front of him in this world. Housekeeping beasts were too common, and Listen had had a top-notch one when he was young. Even the most top-notch housekeeping beast could not have such a sparkle in their eyes like this white cat. Moreover, this white cat had two tails. Listen saw a large mansion emitting a soft glow from a distance. However, he thought little about it. The closer he got, the more apprehensive and nervous he was. When he walked near to the mansion, Listen suddenly found an inscribed board on top engraved with "Return from far away." Listen was not surprised by the words on the inscribed board, but the material it was made of it was completely jade-textured old willow wood. Before Listen could think, the cute voice said, "We're here." Then Listen saw the white two-tailed cat leap forward. He looked up, only to see it had scampered into the arms of a cheerful youth of about 18 or 19 years old. It was intimately rubbing his neck. Listen knew him. He was the expert he had met on Star Web. This cheerful youth could casually take out any kind of bronze epic fae and had an advanced class 4 creation master backing him up. When Listen looked at Lin Yuan, the latter also sized up this youth with red phoenix eyes and a beauty mole at the corner. He could see that this youth was competent and calm. While capable and calm, he had a trace of maturity that did not match his appearance. He had clearly been through a lot. However, Listen had terrible dark circles around his red phoenix eyes and seemed worldly. He had clearly been dealing with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's mess, and had rushed over immediately after that. Lin Yuan smiled a little and said, "Have a seat inside." Then he took the lead and sat down on the water rhinoceros leather sofa, and took the 3 treasures teas brewed on the table before pouring a cup both for himself and Listen. When Lin Yuan walked inside and exposed the furnishings, Listen, who was behind him, was completely dumbfounded. If Listen saw the scene at any other time, he would have thought that he was adrift due to his fatigue and anxiety, or speculate whether this mansion that seemed to be decorated with jade-textured wood and emitting a jade-textured luster could be imitated with ordinary jade-texture stones. But the glow had a calming effect on the heart, and that unique texture of the wood told Listen that everything was real. Even if Listen had high emotional intelligence, he also froze for a moment. When he returned to his senses, he found that the cheerful youth had sat there, pouring 2 cups of hot tea and looking calmly at him. Chapter 366 Combat Power. I don't lose out. At this moment, Listen felt a sudden change within his vision. He used to think that those rising factions using a lot of high-grade plant phase to decorate the rooms were very luxurious. But now that he had seen this mansion, it was as if he truly knew what unparalleled foundation meant. Listen forcefully held back his surprise and sat in front of the youth. Before Listen could speak, the cheerful youth said, "It's cold in early winter, and you're not wearing much. Have some hot tea to warm up." Lin Yuan had asked Listen over intending to accept his and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance. However, he still had to know through Listen what difficulties the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was currently encountering. Lin Yuan wanted to take over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and let Listen manage it as his subordinate, because the Chamber of Commerce could bring Lin Yuan convenience. As long as the Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's difficulties were less than or equal to the convenience brought by the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan was willing to accept their allegiance. If the amount of trouble was equivalent to the convenience, whatever Lin Yuan did would be useless. Despite that, he was still willing to take them under him, as he appreciated Listen's talent. In order to establish a private faction where everyone was an elite, it was necessary to have a genius like Listen. Lin Yuan lifted the Dihua porcelain teacup and took a sip of the 3 treasures tea before raising his eyebrow slightly. The 3 treasures tea in the cup should perhaps be called 4 treasures tea. When Yu had been brewing this 3 treasures tea, she had added rare plums into it, which made the taste of the tea richer. The sourness and sweetness in the plums eliminated the fragrance of the oil and the pine nuts. On the contrary, it set off the fragrance of the other 2 ingredients in the 3 treasures tea, which were the plum blossoms and Buddha's hand flowers. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he felt warmth in his heart. No matter what, this cheerful youth in front of him had given him equality and respect. For so many years, especially ever since something had happened to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when Listen would go to plead Class 3 creation masters, and their retainers would put him in a difficult position. In stark contrast, this cheerful boy, who was just living in this mansion with immeasurable wealth and had a deep foundation, was treating him like an old friend. He poured him a cup of hot tea to let him wash away the coldness of early winter. Such a feeling made Listen feel warm. Listen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He did not bother about drinking water on his journey rushing here, so he had been thirsty at the mansion's entrance. With just a small sip, the fragrance of the plums immediately made his mouth water. Then he tasted the tea in his mouth. Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt more shocked the more he tasted it. The main spiritual ingredients sold in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce were the Buddha's hand flowers ranging from bronze to gold, and it also supplied many Class 4 and Class 5 stores on Star Web. This made Listen very familiar with the Buddha's hand flowers. Listen had little reaction to the initial taste of the Buddha's hand flower in the tea. Then he realized that the taste of the Buddha's hand flower was very similar to the platinum Buddha's hand flowers he had tasted before. However, the taste was much more mellow. If the platinum Buddha's hand flowers were dried and sold as spiritual ingredients, a small piece would cost over 300 radiance dollars. Such a precious thing was actually an imperceptible faint taste in the tea to enrich the taste. This luxury once again allowed Listen to understand the foundation of this cheerful boy in front of him. It had to be known that being rich and not regarding money as money was different in a way. When Lin Yuan saw Listen drink the hot tea and warm up his body, he said, "Tell me about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce." Lin Yuan got straight to the point and asked directly. Other people would have embellished for a long time to give an answer that could be most beneficial to them. However, Listen did not do so. Rather, it was actually highlighting and presenting the problems and difficulties encountered clearly. Listen did not elaborate on the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's advantages. He knew that it was considered nothing to this youth in front of him, so he focused on the difficulties it had encountered. Lin Yuan listened to Listen's words while his fingers tapped gently on the completely jade-textured table, emitting a shallow sound. After Listen finished the introduction, he was no longer as nervous and anxious as before. He had placed everything before this youth in front of him, so he knew that he only needed to wait for this youth's decision. When Listen had just arrived at the mansion, he had been simply too nervous and shocked. Thus, he had been walking stiffly. Now that he had relaxed, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then when Listen turned around, he saw a strange scene that did not belong to this world. The dancing butterflies and the swimming 5 fortune ranches in the purple splendor made Listen feel his phoenix eyes were blinded. The 5 fortune ranches were not too rare, and elite ones were only 60 or 70 radiance dollars. But where could he see a large group of bronze flawless 5 fortune ranches? Listen was drinking tea but coughed due to the shock. At that moment, Lin Yuan had also finished thinking. The trouble that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was experiencing now was a rising faction that wanted to take over it. But behind this rising faction, there was the shadow of a veteran faction that did not have a rich foundation. This veteran faction was the one that had poached 1 Class 4 Creation Master and 3 Class 3 Creation Masters from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Even without a rich foundation, a veteran faction would have at least a Class 4 Creation Master. In terms of combat power, if other factions recognized a faction as a veteran one, they must have King Class or higher combat power. However, it could not be said that the faction going against the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had Emperor-class experts in terms of combat power. Only S-rank Spirit Kai professionals, with myth breed phase could be called Emperor-class experts in the Radiance Federation. However, the combat power above the King Class was vaguer in definition. Even if a suzerain Fae did not become a myth breed, they could be called having a combat power of King Class and above. As a suzerain myth Roman 3 Fae, Endless Summer was considered to have pinnacle Emperor-class combat power. Therefore, although Lin Yuan's private faction had few powerful people, it did not lose to other factions in terms of peak combat power. Chapter 367 Late Night and Craftwork go better together. Lin Yuan merely took over the empty shell of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which was not a big deal. Furthermore, the veteran faction had poached all its creation masters. If this veteran faction bit him after he took over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan did not mind taking this veteran faction without foundation to establish his authority, since he had decided to form his own private faction that could also be used to intimidate other veteran factions with a foundation in the future. Thus, when they had any thoughts about his private faction, they would have to weigh whether they were qualified or not. Besides the collision in combat power, as long as the other party did not have Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan was confident that he would have the upper hand in terms of resources. Even if the other party had Class 5 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan really dared to compete with the Class 5 Creation Masters with Bronze Legend phase. After weighing the matter, Lin Yuan decided to accept the allegiance of Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Although the listening heron chamber of commerce was only an empty shell now, its channels and functions were still there. It could be said that there were 1,000 things to be done. The only trouble it had encountered so far was the rising faction under the veteran faction, which was eyeing and wanting to annex it. Lin Yuan felt that he did not lose out when comparing such trouble to a talent like Listen. Since Lin Yuan had finished weighing the matter, he raised the teacup in his hand and reached forward. When Listen saw Lin Yuan's action, an ecstatic expression immediately appeared on his face. Listen hurriedly held up the teacup and knocked it against Lin Yuan's teacup. Then he excitedly drank the 3 treasures tea in one gulp. Afterward, Listen half-kneeled on the ground with a knight's salute, and a silver rune shot out from his spiritual energy. I, Listen, swear by the willpower rune. Upon saying this, Listen looked at the cheerful youth sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa. Lin Yuan did not stop his action and said, Lin Yuan. When Listen heard that, he replied with a very solemn and respectful expression. I, Listen, swear by the willpower rune to dedicate the entirety of my life and the listening heron chamber of commerce to Lin Yuan. I only hope to be blessed and be able to lead the listening heron chamber of commerce down the road. Listen did not say what would happen if the oath was broken. This was because he had dedicated his whole being to Lin Yuan in the oath. Lin Yuan could deprive Listen's control over the willpower rune and let him be rejected by the will of heaven and earth with a single thought. Although this would not kill Listen, there was not much difference between being rejected by the will of heaven and earth and wanting Listen's life. It was a serious matter that Listen had used the willpower rune to make such a heaven and earth oath. But he did it to show his loyalty and also for his own sake. Lin Yuan had actually been thinking about whether to vow his loyalty to Lin Yuan during this time. After all, Listen had only met Lin Yuan on Star Web once, let alone saying how well he knew him. However, Listen thought for a while and realized with a bitter smile that he simply did not have the right to think. He knew that even if he and the listening heron chamber of commerce came over, they would likely be a dispensable pawn. That was also the best choice among all the options available to him now. Since Listen had come over, the next thing to do was to show his maximum value as much as possible and prove his capabilities, so that he and the listening heron chamber of commerce could get more resources. From this moment, Listen had become Lin Yuan's attendant, which was different from retainer knights and protectors. As long as Lin Yuan protected the listening heron chamber of commerce, he would be Listen's master. At that moment, Hu Quan pushed the door open and walked out of the room. At a glance, he looked like he had just woken up and was still a little dazed when he walked out of the room. If it was any other time, this should be the time he would work as a toolman. Hu Quan was in a daze, but when he came downstairs and saw the scene in front of him, he felt he was still not awake. What is the posture of these 2 youths downstairs? It's too strange. Although Hu Quan did not witness the whole process of Listen swearing with his willpower rune, when he saw the youth with red phoenix eyes and a mole at the corner of his eyes, half kneeling on the ground, he knew that he should be considered as someone on Lin Yuan's side. After Listen made an oath with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan went forward and reached out to pull him up from the ground. When Listen made the oath with the willpower rune to pledge his allegiance, Lin Yuan did not refuse. This was because a willpower rune oath was indeed a very powerful guarantee in this world. One had to be wary of each other when there were absolute interests, just like in Lin Yuan's previous life. If one party unilaterally tore up an agreement without considering the consequences, the agreement would be no different than scrap paper. Making a willpower rune oath was akin to making an agreement into an unbreakable oath. If the party who swore by the willpower rune broke the agreement, it would be akin to paying with their life. This was a little like 2 strangers who first obtained a marriage license and then fell in love. Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed thinking about it. What kind of strange analogy was this? After Listen swore with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan could really freely use him and pour resources into Listen and the listening heron chamber of commerce. He would allow Listen to unleash his capabilities and develop the listening heron chamber of commerce. At the same time, Listen could also bring more benefits to Lin Yuan. It was a win-win situation for both Lin Yuan and Listen. It had to be said that after Listen swore with the willpower rune, He had become someone that Lin Yuan could trust. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Quan, he said, "Uncle Hu, how good it would be if you slept more at night after being busy during the day. Staying up late hurts your liver." In Lin Yuan's opinion, Hu Quan's body could not take it even if he usually stayed up late. After all, even Zhang Xiaobai knew about soaking wolfberries in the insulated cup to maintain his health. When Hu Quan heard that, he quickly waved his hand and replied, "Late night and craft work go better together." When Listen heard Hu Quan's words, he looked at Hu Quan differently. He had already labeled this uncle with an unkempt beard in his heart. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth also twitched slightly. He could not force Hu Quan to sleep at night, so he let Liu Jai work on giving Hu Quan tonic food. Lin Yuan had been prepared to give Hu Quan the evolved bronze legend wood weaving house centipede. Now that Hu Quan was walking over, Lin Yuan spoke. Chapter 368. Lin Yuan, do you not have a flying mount? Uncle Hu, have you reported to the Spirit Craftsman Association? As Lin Yuan spoke, he brought over a hibiscus cake baked by Wen Yu from the table and tore it into small pieces to feed Genius that was nestled in his arms. It still loved to eat these soft snacks, but when it came to taste, it loved to eat meat like Lin Yuan, especially pork. When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's words, he laughed out loud. Hu Quan, who was still a little sleepy, immediately felt spirited. "Ha ha ha, I've reported after a while. Those old guys from the Spirit Craftsman Association will all have to come back to hold a ceremony for me." Hu Quan was very excited and thrilled when he said this. This burly uncle with an unkempt beard was smiling brightly. He now had a mentality of being a winner in life, as he was now only one high-quality bronze fei away from becoming a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. What else was more comforting than being able to achieve one's ultimate goal in life at middle age? Lin Yuan looked at Hu Quan's excited and thrilled look and said, "Uncle Hu, it looks like you'll have to make another trip to the Spirit Craftsman Association tomorrow." Lin Yuan's words made Hu Quan a little puzzled. He completely did not understand what he meant. Just as Hu Quan was about to ask, Lin Yuan added, "Uncle Hu, I've got the wood weaving house centipede that I've told you about before." When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's words, he was full of surprise, and his eyes instantly lit up. Anticipation was written all over him. When Listen, who was at the side, saw Hu Quan's expression, he knew that the quality of the wood weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had mentioned would not be low. When Listen heard about Hu Quan saying about the Spirit Craftsman Association's ritual through their conversation, he assumed that this uncle with an unkempt beard was a Spirit Craftsman Grandmaster that was about to reach Class 5. The wood weaving house centipede that could make a Spirit Craftsman Grandmaster look forward to so much was at the very least a bronze flawless wood weaving house centipede. When Listen thought of Lin Yuan's means, he thought, this wood weaving house centipede that made this uncle with an unkempt beard look forward so much won't be an epic one, right? Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned the bronze legend wood weaving house centipede from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. A 30 cm long dark green multi-legged insect species fey appeared on the completely jade-textured table. Since the wood weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had chosen was very active and lively, it began to hide from Lin Yuan and the others on the completely jade-textured table when it was summoned. Lin Yuan took this bronze X legend wood weaving house centipede in his hand. Otherwise, he was really afraid that this small thing would gnaw on the completely jade-textured table. Listen's attention was drawn the moment he saw this 30 cm long dark green insect species fey. He was now thinking about the fact that Lin Yuan had actually taken out a bronze legend fey. However, he did not expect that he would be lucky enough to see such a thing that always existed only in legends. It would only appear when Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters were lucky. Such a situation was simply too rare. In a sense, this bronze legend fey was uniquely enjoyed by Class 5 creation masters. Bronze legend feys were something that only Pinnacle King class experts could only hope for. Now that Lin Yuan had summoned it, Listen understood that he had completely underestimated the foundation of this cheerful youth in front of him. At that moment, Hu Quan suddenly shouted, "Ah!" His voice was full of fascination and surprise. "Oh my goodness, this bronze legend wood weaving house centipede is actually splitting." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "That's right, Uncle Hu. You're really lucky. Hu Quan was initially grinning in ecstasy. But after he heard Lin Yuan's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but cramp. It made Hu Quan's jaw drop. If it were not for the fact that Lin Yuan had given him this wood-weaving house centipede, Hu Quan would have to ask Lin Yuan, "Is that something a human should say? Don't you know whether I'm the lucky one or you gave me something good?" Hu Quan was now being overwhelmed with joy. And so was Listen. Listen had always felt that he was already very lucky to be able to be backed up by a big tree. However, he realized that he was not backed up by a big tree but a deep forest, where the edge could not be seen. As a smart person, Listen was deep-minded. He always had a clear perception of himself and knew about his talents. Listen had always considered him to be an external talent with excellent communication skills. But such a talent could only be displayed with powerful support at the back. Only when this support was more reliable could Listen display his external talents better. Listen felt that he could finally make good use of his talents with a backer that could take out a bronze legend Fey. Hu Quan took the bronze legend wood-weaving house centipede and carefully observed its split spinneret. After looking at it for a long time, he then carefully stored it into his diamond face storage box. He laughed out loud and said to Lin Yuan, "I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lin Yuan, I'll contract this wood-weaving house centipede. When I become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, just let me know whatever you want me to do. I have a good liver." Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "All right, when the time comes. I really have to trouble Uncle Hu with a lot of things." Listen had been listening to Lin Yuan and Hu Quan talk, and being good at reading someone from their body language was the most basic instinct for him. He had been under the impression that Uncle Hu was Lin Yuan's elder, but he did not expect that he had a similar status to him. Even if he had a higher status, he was not much different in nature. This discovery made Listen think about the bronze legend wood-weaving house centipede that Lin Yuan had casually given. After entering the mansion, Listen had to re-estimate Lin Yuan's foundation 3 times. Although Listen thought a lot, he also wanted to understand Lin Yuan a little more. After all, the rest of Listen's life was going to be spent under Lin Yuan's hand. Hu Quan was going to return to his room to contract the bronze legend wood-weaving house centipede and let it fuse with the willpower rune he had comprehended to become a fantasy breed Fey. However, Hu Quan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lin Yuan, have you not prepared a flying mount yet?" Chapter 369 A good opportunity for the Moon Empress. Hu Quan had been at the mansion for some time. During that period, he had noticed that Lin Yuan mostly used his cell phone to book a flying Fey to travel when he went out. It seemed that Lin Yuan should not have a flying Fey at the moment. After Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan's words, he touched the back of his head and said, "Uncle Hu, I haven't prepared a flying Fey that I can ride on outside." Although the little gray fellow in the spirit lock spatial zone was a Gru's Fey, and Gru's Feys were good at flying, not all of them could fly. For example, the cassowary Feys were not good at flying. They could only flap their wings and flew a dozen meters away. But they were usually fast and powerful. Their claws could easily grasp through metals that were of a higher grade than them. The little gray fellow's genetic model had not yet been fully shown, so Lin Yuan was not sure if it was good at flying. When Lin Yuan had decided to raise this little gray fellow, he did not decide to use it as a flying mount. Upon hearing that, Hu Quan's eyes immediately lit up. "Lin Yuan, when I contract the bronze legend wood-weaving house centipede and let it become a fantasy breed, I'm confident of building a Fey carriage made mainly of jade-textured wood." Hu Quan rubbed his hands together and chuckled as he said this again. Clearly, he wanted to make a big piece out of the completely jade-textured wood. When Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan's thoughtful look on his face, he continued saying, "Thanks to the fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede's split spinneret, I can use the jade-textured wood to build a variety of sophisticated objects, mixed with some high-grade metals, which can allow the Fey carriage to have a very strong defense. Its interior can also be decorated comfortably." Lin Yuan nodded in approval. He felt that Hu Quan's proposal was good. Lin Yuan would never want to experience the discomfort of riding on a divine travel black swallow if he was not in a hurry and had a choice. The feeling of sitting for a long time was like having 30 wet nurse wrong one poking your butt with needles. It simply hurt too much. The Fey carriage did not refer to the kind that he could drive with before the spirit Kai awakening. Rather, it was to be pulled by Fays in front and was somewhat similar to the horse carriage in Lin Yuan's previous life. However, the Fey carriage was much larger than the horse carriage. A Fey carriage could be used on land, water, and air depending on the Fey pulling it. Nonetheless, the Fays pulling the carriages were mostly flying ones with abilities that had defensive effects. Generally, more than 3 flying Fays would be pulling the Fey carriage in front. If each of these Fays had abilities with defensive effects, in addition to the carriage's defensive effect, these flying Fays could also effectively play the role of protecting the carriage. Even if there were millions of benefits of having a Fey carriage, most Spirit Kai professionals would not choose to build one, as the resources needed to do so were just too much. Rather than building a Fey carriage, they would rather cultivate a flying Fey for transportation. Therefore, the Fey carriage was something that only veteran factions with a deep foundation would consider building. It was undeniable that the Fey carriage was sturdy with strong defensive properties, and one could also decorate its interior comfortably. Hu Quan had given such an opinion because he felt that Lin Yuan's foundation was enough to build a high-end Fey carriage. After all, Lin Yuan could take out a bronze legend wood weaving house centipede within 10 days. Given such a capability, building a high-end Fey carriage was very easy. Hu Quan's offer to build a Fey carriage was actually a way to repay Lin Yuan. Building a high-end Fey carriage was not a small project. Even though Hu Quan, a Class 5 spirit craftsman, had always been working hard like this, he would also take at least 2 months to use a blacksmith spirit to carve out a Fey carriage. Finding a Class 5 spirit craftsman who used 2 months of effort to stay up late and make a Fey carriage was not something that could be done with money. Even veteran factions had to provide some favors after promising enough benefits. They even had to help the Class 5 spirit craftsman search for some kind of rare materials as payment. And only then would it be possible for them to invite the Class 5 spirit craftsman. The new batch of completely jade-textured wood within Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone was about to mature. He could get 20 wooden boards from the completely jade-textured rare wood in one go, which were more than enough to make the horse carriage's bottom. Lin Yuan was not lacking in materials to make the Fey carriage, but the flying Fays pulling the carriage. Lin Yuan had always been different from ordinary creation masters. Although he could easily enhance bronze epic Fays and even bronze legend Fays, he had no way of doing so for high-grade Fays. Given his current level of a crank spirit Kai professional, he could only enhance gold Fays at most now. Even if he used the crystals condensed by Morbius spirit Kai condensation, he could at most raise the Fays grade to platinum. As long as Lin Yuan was in his right mind, he would never use the spirit Kai crystals to enhance the flying Fays pulling the Fey carriage. Although one spirit Kai crystal would condense every 7 days, it was still considered a shortage of resources to Lin Yuan. He still had to use the spirit Kai crystals to first strengthen his Fays. Secondly, even if he did not need to strengthen his Fays, would it not be good to use the spirit Kai crystals to enhance bronze legend Fays? When Lin Yuan was about to speak, a clear laugh suddenly came from the mansion entrance. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up because he knew who had let out that peal of laughter. He said to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, let's put aside the Fey carriage first. I still don't have a flying Fey that is suitable for pulling the Fey carriage right now." Then Lin Yuan turned around and walked to the door. As expected, he looked at the entrance and saw a man standing there wearing a silver robe almost all year round. He was Mystic Moon. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Uncle Mystic, you came over so late without informing me. I could have picked you up at the entrance of the mansion." Mystic Moon looked at Lin Yuan with a clear smile on his face and replied, "It's cold and early winter. If I told you in advance that I was coming over and picked me up outside the mansion, you would have to stand in the chilly wind for nothing. Instead, it's better that I come straight in and bring you the things your master has for you." When Mystic Moon entered the mansion, he heard the conversation between Hu Quan and Lin Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Yuan say that he did not have a suitable flying Fey pulling the Fey carriage, Mystic Moon secretly took Lin Yuan's words to heart and intended to tell the Moon Empress when he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Mystic Moon thought about how the Moon Empress was always dazed in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. thinking about what gift she should give to her disciple but never thought of anything suitable. Wasn't this a good opportunity now? Chapter 370. What about a cinerary urn? This was not Mystic Moon's first time coming to Lin Yuan's mansion. Although Mystic Moon would not come every other day, he would come once every half a month, so it had long been like a walk in a park. However, since Huquan would be sleeping during the day and working hard at night, and Mystic Moon mostly came in the morning, this was the first time that Huquan saw him in person. The two envoys of the Radiant Moon Palace, Cold Moon and Mystic Moon, were prestigious. Envoy Cold Moon handled external affairs, while Envoy Mystic Moon handled internal affairs. Therefore, they were very famous. But to Envoy Mystic Moon, those with strength and status knew very few. But those top factions of the Radiance Federation were qualified to know about it. Hence, Huquan did not recognize Mystic Moon's identity. However, when Huquan saw him dressed in a silver robe, he seemed to have vaguely recalled a rumor inside his head that he could not quite remember. Listen had figured out the close relationship between Mystic Moon and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan called Huquan Uncle Hu before, mainly because of Huquan's age. It was a polite way to address him, but when Lin Yuan called this silver-robed man Uncle Mystic, it was also a kind of an uncle on a kin level even if there was no blood relationship between them. Otherwise, this silver-robed man would not have brought something to Lin Yuan on his master's behalf. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up a teacup and poured a cup of 3 treasures tea for Mystic Moon before giving it to him and saying, "Uncle Mystic, have a cup of tea." Mystic Moon took the teacup, and after just one sniff, he said in a clear voice, "Little Yuan, this 3 treasures tea with plums smells good." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "When you brewed this, the plums that Uncle Mystic sent over last time were also added inside." When Mystic Moon heard that Wen Yu had brewed it, he said, "When you went to training, Wen Yu and Kai Cha learned a few days of the tea ceremony. I heard from Kai Cha that Wen Yu learned quite well." Mystic Moon's words contained his appreciation for Wen Yu, and he clearly had great expectations of her. As the Moon Envoy of the Radiant Moon Palace on the Leaning Moon Mountain, Mystic Moon was the Moon Empress Envoy. It was not too much to say that he was the Radiant Moon Palace's chief steward. Wen Yu had been just a spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace, so Mystic Moon had not paid attention to her. Ever since Lin Yuan had chosen Wen Yu as his assistant, she had then appeared in Mystic Moon's sight, and he also had contact with Wen Yu. At first, Mystic Moon was in favor of sending 2 spirit attendants to Lin Yuan as assistants, since Wen Yu had independently completed the mansion's construction very well. Mystic Moon had seen her strong capability of doing things, which put off his intention to tell Lin Yuan about his suggestion. However, Mystic Moon truly thought highly of her when Lin Yuan had gone out for training. At that time, she had visited the Radiant Moon Palace to find the Moon Empress to become stronger. After the Moon Empress had coached her about the ability of a creation master, she left Wen Yu to Mystic Moon and let him take her to learn about the Radiance Federation's major factions. At first, Mystic Moon had only listened to the Moon Empress order and guided Wen Yu, but the more he guided her, he discovered her resourcefulness that was far beyond ordinary people. This had allowed him to see the best in her besides her being a spirit kite professional and creation master. As the Radiant Moon Palace's Moon Envoy, Mystic Moon could not help but sigh at the strength of Wen Yu's resourcefulness in terms of faction insights and resource deployment. When she had been a spirit attendant, Wen Yu simply did not have the opportunity to show her talents. Now that she was Lin Yuan's assistant, she had the chance to do so. After Mystic Moon discovered Wen Yu's talent in that area, he carefully taught her for a month. This was the reason that when Wen Yu returned to the mansion and played the Fey Battle Flag game, she had been able to take over the resources from the other 5 players, shocking Lin Yuan. After Mystic Moon finished the tea in the teacup, he placed it on the table. Then he waved his hand and took out a small square box made of beeswax. Mystic Moon gave it to Lin Yuan and said, "This is something small that your master made for you." Lin Yuan took the small square box and noticed that Mystic Moon had the intention to leave. So Lin Yuan said, "Uncle Mystic, sit here for a while. I'll go wash some fruits for you to eat." After saying that, Lin Yuan went to the kitchen and did not give Mystic Moon any chance to refuse him. When Mystic Moon saw Lin Yuan like that, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. Mystic Moon always felt that Lin Yuan was very competent and was not at all like an 18 or 19-year-old youth. But now, Lin Yuan had shown childish behavior, which let Mystic Moon know that Lin Yuan really treated him as a family. When Lin Yuan had called Mystic Moon Uncle Mystic outside the Radiant Moon Palace, besides treating Lin Yuan as the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord and his young master, Mystic Moon also regarded Lin Yuan as his junior and nephew. After Lin Yuan went to wash the fruits, only Mystic Moon, Hu Quan, and Listen were left in the large living room. Mystic Moon looked at Hu Quan and Listen and said, "Let's sit together." When Hu Quan and Listen saw Mystic Moon, they were a little formal. Not only because Mystic Moon was Lin Yuan's uncle. Rather, it was because of Mystic Moon's clear and superior aura. Such an aura was simply transcendent. It was simply not something that ordinary people could have. When Mystic Moon heard Hu Quan and Lin Yuan's conversation earlier, he heard Hu Quan say he was a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Therefore, when he looked at Hu Quan, he could not help but also think highly of him. Mystic Moon had heard Hu Quan say before that he wanted to build a fey carriage, so he could not help but ask, "What kind of material do you think is more suitable for the construction of the fey carriage?" Hu Quan was a little surprised. Why would this silver-robed man in front of him ask him such a question? However, since he had been asked, Hu Quan answered truthfully, "I think it would be the best if the main body of the fey carriage is made of completely jade-textured wood, with some rare metals." After Mystic Moon heard Hu Quan's idea, he nodded in appreciation. The combination of completely jade-textured wood and rare metals was indeed very suitable for a fey carriage. It was not tacky and did not look shabby. However, it was a little inferior to the coral stones faded from gemstone corals of suzerain fays. Then Mystic Moon asked, "Then how many flying fays pulling the fey carriage do you think are more suitable?" Upon hearing that, Hu Quan thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, 3 flying fays are enough. If conditions allow, it is best to have 5. Otherwise, having 1 is actually not bad." Hu Quan now had also set his heart on making a fey carriage. He wanted to make an item that could represent his peak achievement after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Secondly, Hu Quan also wanted to repay Lin Yuan and contribute more to him. However, this was not so much the case when Mystic Moon heard it. Mystic Moon nearly thought he had heard wrongly. Was this still the same Class 5 spirit craftsman who just said he wanted to make a carriage out of completely jade-textured wood and rare metals, and had great ideas? Mystic Moon really wanted to pry open Hu Quan's brain to take a look inside. How poor and shabby had the first half of his life been that a Class 5 spirit craftsman would say 1 flying fey was enough to pull a fey carriage. If only 1 flying fey was used to pull the fey carriage, then what was the significance of the fey carriage? Wouldn't such a fey carriage be a cinerary urn that could not move a few hundred meters in the sky? Chapter 371 Don't Learn to be Unsophisticated. In Mystic Moon's opinion, as the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan must have at least 9 fays pulling the fey carriage. If Lin Yuan loved having more fays, having 12 of them would not be too much. Although using more flying fays to pull the carriage would not speed up its flying speed. If these fays had defense abilities, the more fays there were, the more they could protect the carriage's safety. Mystic Moon looked at the expression on Hu Quan's face and found that Hu Quan was quite serious at this time. Mystic Moon cleared his throat and asked again, "Then how many species of fays do you think are more suitable to pull the carriage?" Mystic Moon's words made Hu Quan interested. He replied without thinking, "If you want to show the grandeur, it is natural that the higher and rarer the fays pulling the carriage, the better it is. There's not so much attention on the species of fays." Upon hearing Hu Quan say that, Mystic Moon lost the idea of communicating with him further. If he wanted to show the foundation of the fays pulling the carriage, he had to let them look uniform when they were flying. Otherwise, if there were different species of flying fays pulling the carriage, wouldn't that become a killjoy meeting and messy? Therefore, it would be best to have only 1 kind of fey pulling the carriage. That way, he could ensure the same species fey's flying speed. Also, High-grade Fays of the same species would not have any conflicts while flying. The Fey carriage's owner couldn't contract all the Fays pulling it. Since they were not contracted Fays, there would be much weaker control over them. If two species of Fays were natural enemies, and had conflicts, while flying although they were Fays creation masters trained and would not cause any serious consequences, it would be a very troublesome matter to appease the Fays friction. If rare Fays pulled the carriage, it could show the grandeur. If a high-grade softshell turtle Fey that knew how to fly was combined with a high-grade snake Fey that knew how to fly, wouldn't it be like the black tortoise in the sky and telling people they should rate your Fey carriage 10 points? This was simply too unsophisticated. After listening to Hu Quan's words, Mystic Moon was even firmer about telling the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan did not have suitable flying Fays for his Fey carriage. At the same time, he was also a little worried. Would Lin Yuan become unsophisticated by being with this Class 5 spirit craftsman? It was really a question worth pondering. Hu Quan was still caught up in the beautiful thought of wanting to build a Fey carriage. But he did not know that Mystic Moon had labeled him as unsophisticated. In fact, Hu Quan would have cried foul if he learned about it. Hu Quan was born at the grassroots level. He had dared to say that he would build the Fey carriage's main body with completely jade-textured wood and rare metals, because he knew that Lin Yuan had these spiritual materials. If Lin Yuan had not broadened Hu Quan's horizons during this period, he would have never even thought about such a thing as a Fey carriage. Hu Quan could not be blamed. When Hu Quan really became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he would naturally have broad horizons after the promotion of his status and level. Mystic Moon turned his head and looked at Listen, who was at the side. After chatting with him for a while, Mystic Moon became keenly aware that Listen's diplomatic talent was not inferior to Wen Yu's strategic talent. Lin Yuan actually had internal and external helpers by his side, just like how the Moon Empress had Mystic Moon and Cold Moon. If Cold Moon's and Listen's external talents were compared to a support-type spirit Kai professional, then Cold Moon's way of supporting was to first kill everything that could threaten her team. She would use such a hardcore approach to support. On the other hand, Listen would turn all the enemies that were hostile to his team into his own people. He would use a softcore approach to support. There were pros and cons of such a support method, but Listen was still young and had plenty of time to grow. After Lin Yuan washed the fruits, he cut them into bite-sized pieces. Then he placed them on a fruit plate with some fruit forks before carrying it out. After sitting with Lin Yuan for a while, Mystic Moon then left. At this time, only Lin Yuan, Listen, and Hu Quan were left in the living room. Lin Yuan became serious and said, Listen, your listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will still run as it is. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he nodded and replied very seriously, Yo, Master, I brought all the 11 source-type items with me this time. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and I have pledged our allegiance to you. Thus, all these source-type items are yours now. Young Master. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, It'll still only take 6 source-type items as per the previous agreement. The remaining 5 source-type items are the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's existing resources. Do you want it to remain in its current state? When Listen heard that, he took his stand and answered, No, I want the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to develop into a large chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard that. Although Listen had a very outstanding talent in diplomacy, he was still inexperienced. He had always been in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After all, he needed some guidance so that he could understand that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could be more than just a large chamber of commerce. Or he should not only focus on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, I'll put my first batch of resources in it and give you the same goods. Listen knew that Lin Yuan had not finished speaking yet. He seriously waited for Lin Yuan's next words. At the same time, he was also curious about the goods that Lin Yuan had mentioned. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Hu Quan before saying, Uncle Hu, after you become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, find a construction team and have them build the guild club's base in the open space behind the mansion. Hu Quan took complete charge and replied, Lin Yuan, don't worry. After I become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, As long as I say so. There'll be construction teams that will rush to build the guild club's base for us. Lin Yuan said. Uncle Hu. The powder of those completely jade-textured pieces of wood collected before can now come in handy. As soon as Hu Quan heard that, he understood the meaning. Only those who had some foundation could afford such rare things as the completely jade-textured wood. Thus, accessories and vessels with completely jade-textured wood powder as the glaze had become a luxury sought after by those who did not have a deep foundation in the Radiance Federation. Any one of them could be sold at a high price of nearly 10 Radiance dollars. In Hu Quan's opinion, the resources Lin Yuan had said he would put into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce should be the objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder. Hu Quan could not help but sigh a little. In this return from faraway mansion, it seemed like everything was different from the outside world. The things that were hard to find in the outside world were treated like garbage in this return from faraway mansion and could only collect dust inside the storehouse. Listen was a smart person. He speculated what resources Lin Yuan was going to give from their conversation. Chapter 370-360. Definitely Radiance dollars in 6 months. Listen was in an ecstatic mood. In fact, thanks to Listen's operation, this batch of goods alone would be enough for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to expand its previously held online resources on StarWeb by more than 5 times. It would also allow the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to make a qualitative leap in its offline resources. This allowed Listen to see the bright future of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After being backed by a big tree like Lin Yuan, Listen did not have to worry about other factions scheming against him and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the future. The fact that Lin Yuan was willing to invest in him and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was another matter. Listen had never expected that he could get such preferential treatment when he just pledged allegiance to Lin Yuan with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Listen had sworn a willpower rune oath and become Lin Yuan's person, so he would not rebel. But when he had sworn the oath, he had also been really helpless. However, Listen now had a sense of belonging. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. This feeling of relying on a big tree is really King great. Lin Yuan looked at the expression on Listen's face and smiled slightly before saying, Listen, do you now think that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can only develop into a large chamber of commerce? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Listen hurriedly replied excitedly, I feel that if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce deploys the objects made from completely jade-textured wood powder, I'm certain that it will develop into a rising faction. Listen had begun to plan how to deploy these objects. Such resources, which were in short supply in the market, were good stuff for Listen to make money and consolidate connections. Such good stuff had to be used where it was needed the most. At the same time, Listen also knew that Lin Yuan would not give him much of such good stuff. However, as long as there were a small number of such objects, Listen was confident that he would be able to get the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the next levels. Lin Yuan shook his head again as he did not expect that Listen had still yet to jump out of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's framework. Thus, he said, besides the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, if you were to coordinate some other assets, how much do you think you could coordinate? Lin Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Listen's heart. This had broken the chains that were previously binding Listen's heart, causing the invisible chains to break inch by inch. It had also unleashed the beast in Listen's heart. Listen's eyes seemed to light up with 2 ambitious flames. His fists under the table had been clenched pale, but he pretended to be calm and said, I can coordinate as much as there is. Lin Yuan laughed and replied, All right, since you can coordinate as many assets as there are, then you'll first develop the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a rising faction for me to see. Even if Lin Yuan only had an eye on Listen's talent and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's function as a chamber of commerce, with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, the basic supplies that Lin Yuan normally needed would only need to be taken from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. This could save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble, and the basic resources for Lin Yuan's development no longer needed to go through the Star Web, now that Lin Yuan's faction had the Chamber of Commerce. In a sense, Lin Yuan had become a channel for basic supplies at this time. This allowed the development of Lin Yuan's faction to gain great convenience afterward. However, since Lin Yuan had previously thought highly of Listen, the latter should be able to bring enough benefits to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan put in the resources, it would be equivalent to playing ducks and drakes. If this really happened, it would prove that Lin Yuan's acceptance of Listen and the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's allegiance was a mistake. The flame of ambition burned brighter and brighter in Listen's eyes at this moment. Lin Yuan's words unleashed the ambition that had been locked up inside Listen because of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Now that this ambition had been completely released, Lin Yuan could sense the fighting spirit brought about by Listen's ambition. Lin Yuan found Listen's ambition very praiseworthy. The more Listen's ambition burned, the more beneficial it was for Lin Yuan. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was only the first wisp of dust under Lin Yuan's private faction. The Sky City. Since this wisp of dust belonged to the Sky City, why not start with this wisp of dust to absorb more dust and set up a monstrous dust storm? Listen said solemnly. "Yo, master. I'll show it to you within a year." Lin Yuan shook his head and answered, "A year is too long. I think 6 months is enough time." After saying that, Lin Yuan did not bother about Listen, who had clearly been flustered by his words. Instead, he looked at Hu Quan and asked, "Uncle Hu, if you get people to create these objects from completely jade-textured wood, how many objects can be produced every day?" Upon hearing that, Hu Quan pondered for a while and replied, "If I get people to do it, I think it would be better to make high-end products. I'll find Class 3 spirit craftsmen to do them. The completely jade-textured wood fragments you have there simply can't be finished. So, if I get 20 Class 3 spirit craftsmen, then the small and large objects every day would add up to 200 pieces." Lin Yuan naturally would not let Hu Quan use the completely jade-textured wood fragments to make those objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood. That was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for Hu Quan. He could find Class 3 spirit craftsmen to help him out. Hu Quan's words made Listen's previous worry and panic completely disappear. If there were 200 pieces of objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder every day, that would be 6 pieces in a month. There would be 6 zillion pieces of objects of all sizes mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder. According to the scarcity in the market, it was not a problem to sell them for 60 radiance dollars. There were 6 months and half a year, and that would be 360 radiance dollars. Given Lin Yuan's resource worth of 360 radiance dollars, Listen felt that he would simply be too useless if he could not develop the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into a rising faction. Listen carefully calculated. If the resources were used properly, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could have the capital to become a rising faction in more than 3 months. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce could go the way of a veteran faction with resources and a large amount of radiance dollars. He could use resources to take in spirit kite professionals to work for the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan once again looked at Listen and asked, "Are 6 months enough?" Listen hurriedly replied, "Young master, I am sure that I can complete the task you gave me within 4 months." After Lin Yuan briefed him, Listen left the mansion. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had moved to the royal capital, and Listen still had a lot of things to do. Hu Quan had also returned to his room to contract the Bronze Legend Wood Weaving House Centipede. He was in a rush to let it fuse with his willpower rune so that it could become a fantasy breed fae. The moment the Wood Weaving House Centipede became a fantasy breed fae, Hu Quan would transform into a true Class 5 spirit craftsman. At that moment, only Lin Yuan was left in the hall. He was holding Genius and ready to go back to his room. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Lin Yuan felt that red thorn, which had always been in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box, had eaten a dimensional life form and suddenly underwent a mutation. Chapter 373 Gill-like Petals. After Lin Yuan sensed Red Thorn's mental feedback, he immediately turned his gaze to the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box in front of his chest. As Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to feel the situation in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box, he saw that red thorn was digesting the dimensional life form's flesh. Its mouth of relinquish was like a trembling furnace, accompanied by the sounds when disintegrating the flesh of dimensional life forms. The tongue of relinquish and the mouth of relinquish secreted a special acid for the flesh of dimensional life forms and ensured that the mouth of relinquish, a flesh-devouring furnace, would never be overloaded. The acid corrosion queen bee was comfortably lying on the large flesh-like flower above the mouth of relinquish. From time to time, it carried out the acid-swallowing larvae it had produced through her gold ability from the hive it had built inside the mouth of relinquish. Then the acid corrosion queen bee fluttered, carrying the acid-swallowing larvae like an offering into the huge opened mouth of red thorn's mouth of relinquish. It was like a servant offering a treasure to the queen. However, the queen did not react to the treasure, nor did it show the slightest response. Nonetheless, the acid corrosion queen bee was happy with it and even danced on the mouth of relinquished flesh-like flowers. Lin Yuan could not help but hold his forehead. Ever since the acid corrosion queen bee started living in a bigger house, it had been bootlicking red thorn so much that he could not stand it. After Lin Yuan roughly checked red thorn's appearance in the spirit lock spatial zone, he found that red thorn had not changed much in appearance. Lin Yuan looked at the large living room of his mansion and summoned red thorn. The summoned red thorn was like a strange, hideous, and beautiful giant pumpkin-shaped sphere. Dozens of mouths of relinquish were opened on it. The tongue of relinquish stirred in the mouth of relinquish, helping the mouth of relinquish to digest the remaining food. 60 terrifying eyes of relinquish blinked from time to time and revealed a strange luster appearing each time. The 12 useless flowers on red thorn's corrosive cavity that were nearly 1 meter large were gorgeous. When Lin Yuan summoned red thorn and put his attention on the huge 1 meter long flowers, he saw where the change in red thorn's appearance had occurred. Previously, these 12 large red flowers did not serve a single purpose. The only value of these flowers was roughly to increase red thorn's visuals. At the same time, red thorn could make sounds like a musical instrument based on these 12 flowers. Unexpectedly, many thread-like membranes had grown on the layers of petals in the middle of these 12 large red flowers. It looked as if the large red flowers were composed of nearly 100 petals of dark red gills in general. Lin Yuan finally knew why red thorn had suddenly comprehended the ability to breathe underwater and had become an amphibious, source-type life form from one that could only bloom on land. Those 12 large red flowers were now in this shape to allow red thorn to survive underwater. When Lin Yuan had viewed the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box previously, he had found that among the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms placed inside, the gold ones had all disappeared. They were in conjunction with the changes of red thorn's 12 large flowers. It was conceivable that after eating these underwater dimensional life forms and digested the flesh of the gold ones, a mutation had occurred in red thorn. At that moment, Morbius' voice rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, it's a great thing that red thorn can breathe underwater because of its mutation. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also very surprised by red thorn's mutation. He had never had a fae that could fight underwater. Although the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur was an aquatic fae, Blackie could not fight. It was a support-type aquatic fae that replenished spiritual power. After all, but now that red thorn had completely mutated into an amphibious life form, it could completely show the same strength it had on land underwater. Red thorn's sea of flowers spread out at the bottom of the water and could indirectly control the body of water. Such a mutation gave a huge boost to red thorn's strategic significance. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also secretly shocked at the greatness of the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms. Just like the flesh of the alien insects and abyss dimensional life forms that red thorn had devoured, one increased the acidity in red thorn's body, while the other increased its resistance and withering to fire. However, the flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms opened up a new field of combat for red thorn. Upon hearing Morbius' words in his mind, Lin Yuan said, "Unfortunately, there is simply too little flesh of the underwater dimensional life forms in the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box." As he spoke, Lin Yuan touched red thorn's gill-like petals. Under Lin Yuan's careful examination, he found that the gill-like petals only appeared on the outer layer. Many of the petals in the inner layers still retained their shape as before. Clearly, Redthorn's ability to breathe underwater had not been completely mutated successfully. It still needed to devour more flesh of the gold underwater dimensional lifeforms. After Lin Yuan summoned Redthorn again, it immediately weaved the thornless vine into a vine chair. Redthorn controlled its vine and sent the vine chair under Lin Yuan's buttocks. It even shook twice to indicate Lin Yuan to sit down. At the same time, its 12 large flowers blew in unison. But this time, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the blowing sound produced from Redthorn's flowers sounded a bit like his own name. Then he felt Redthorn transmitting smug emotions to him. It was just like an 8-year-old child who had scored 100 marks on her exam and was waiting for her father to praise her. Lin Yuan was very happy that Redthorn could actually make the sound of his name through its gill-like petals. It meant that Redthorn could vaguely learn a language. With the first signs of such an ability, as long as someone carefully taught it, Redthorn could communicate with Lin Yuan like genius after a period. Of all Lin Yuan's phase, the highest intelligent one was undoubtedly Morbius, followed by Genius. After that, between Chimey and Redthorn, Chimey should have higher intelligence. However, Chimey still could not talk now. Its singing ability was very similar to the ability of a parrot to learn words. Due to its songstress bird's talent, Chimey quickly remembered a melody and then sang it after memorizing it. However, Lin Yuan believed that as long as Chimey's grade and quality improved, it wouldn't take long before it could speak. As a plant source-type lifeform, Redthorn could have such a high intelligence when it was at Silver Fantasy Eye. This had to do with the enlightenment from Endless Summer's Enlightenment Willpower Rune. On the other hand, in Lin Yuan's opinion, it should be related to the way Redthorn had obtained energy. Redthorn grew by absorbing huge amounts of flesh energy, which could drive the development of its intelligence. This was somewhat like the history of human development. Humans really began to develop civilization after eating meat and turned from herbivores into omnivores. In a sense, being carnivores was power. Of course, Lin Yuan added another sentence in his mind. It's best to eat pork for meat, and it has to be the black-backed mountain boar meat made by Uncle Lai. Upon sensing Redthorn's urgent need for praise, Lin Yuan sat down on its vine chair and praised it generously. Redthorn is awesome, you can call my name so quickly. Redthorn is the smartest. Treating a life form like Redthorn, which was akin to having the intelligence of an 8-year-old child, was actually no different from human children of that age. Chapter 374 Redthorn's Underwater Domain. When Redthorn was showing its superiority, Lin Yuan had to constantly give encouragement and acknowledgement. This would allow Redthorn to have more drive when learning how to talk in the future. Hearing Lin Yuan's praises, Redthorn's 12 large flowers extended from 1 meter to 1.2 meter due to its joy. As Lin Yuan sensed Redthorn's happy emotions, he said, Redthorn, learn how to read from me. Okay. If you learn how to read, you will be able to converse with me like how Genius converses with me. Redthorn's 12 large flowers actually shivered for a moment. This was obviously Redthorn using its own methods to show that it had accepted Lin Yuan's proposal and was rather interested. Lin Yuan praised Redthorn again. When Redthorn showed its willingness to learn, it was important to give timely acknowledgement. At that moment, Genius jumped out from Lin Yuan's embrace onto one of the large flowers and said, Redthorn, I can teach you how to read every day too. Redthorn and Genius had an extremely great relationship. When Redthorn heard Genius' statement, it turned its body and used the massive flower to play with Genius. Morbius suddenly spoke in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, the spirit kite crystal is ineffective toward Redthorn. If Redthorn can grow well, then we will be able to explore the sea region, obtaining some rare resources from the sea. Lin Yuan could feel that Redthorn already had the strength of a silver fantasy fae. He said, I have to experiment if Redthorn's ramets are able to survive underwater. If they can survive, it is possible to explore the shallow sea region. Subsequently, Lin Yuan carried Genius off the massive flower and placed it on the sofa before saying, Genius, wait here for me. Once I return, I will bring you upstairs to sleep. Genius let out a meow and used its little head to rub on Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan used his hand to knead on Genius' head before he withdrew Red Thorn back into the diamond-grade face storage box. After exiting the mansion, Lin Yuan walked toward the man-made lake within the mansion garden. As he was walking toward the man-made lake, he took a small piece of completely jade-textured wood out of the diamond-grade face storage box. The completely jade-textured wood was emitting a gentle glow on Lin Yuan's hand. It immediately illuminated everything within 3 meters from Lin Yuan. The glow was very gentle and made it very comfortable, as the light emitted from the completely jade-textured wood blended with the bright moonlight. It gave the early winter's moonlight a refreshing feeling. The mansion's man-made lake was 5 meters in depth. When you nurtured plenty of decorative aquatic phase on the surface of the man-made lake, schools of fish in various colors were all swimming around in the man-made lake. Lin Yuan walked in front of the man-made lake and summoned Red Thorn by the shore of the lake. He then asked Red Thorn to enter the water using its own conditions. Lin Yuan might be able to sense Red Thorn's mutation, which gave Red Thorn the capability to breathe underwater. But Red Thorn had yet to complete its mutation. Therefore, Lin Yuan was truly afraid that Red Thorn might not be able to adapt to the man-made lake, which was 5 meters deep. This was also Red Thorn's first time encountering water. Perhaps after eating underwater dimensional lifeforms' flesh and blood, Red Thorn wasn't afraid of water. Therefore, it immediately leaped into the 5-meter deep man-made lake. Lin Yuan watched nervously as Red Thorn sank to the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, Lin Yuan noticed that Red Thorn's 12 large flowers were completely opened up at the bottom of the lake. The gill-like petals were swaying, allowing Red Thorn to have a relaxed time within the water. Lin Yuan's clothes were already completely drenched due to the splashes made when Red Thorn jumped into the man-made lake. Therefore, he simply jumped into the lake and dove down to the bottom. He then used his thoughts to converse with Red Thorn, asking Red Thorn to summon a few ramets. Be it the brutal vine ramet or the miniature spore cavity ramet, Red Thorn summoned a few of each. In the beginning, the brutal vine ramet twisted and turned uncomfortable in the water. After a period of time, even if Red Thorn transferred energy to the ramet, it was still far inferior in movements as compared to when it was on land. As for the miniature spore cavity ramet, it lost its ability to release spores after a short period. It was obvious that Red Thorn's capability to breathe underwater didn't get inherited by the ramets. At present, it seemed like Red Thorn was able to live casually underwater, but the man-made lake was only 5 meters in depth. Lin Yuan was unable to test the depth limit of Red Thorn's underwater survival. However, if Red Thorn could consume large quantities of flesh and blood from gold underwater dimensional life forms when those 12 large flowers turned their stamen into gill-like organs, Red Thorn's underwater breathing capability would have a complete mutation. By then, Lin Yuan reckoned that the brutal vine ramets and the spore cavity ramets should have inherited the underwater breathing from Red Thorn. As such, the top priority now was for Lin Yuan to obtain more flesh and blood from gold underwater dimensional life forms. When Lin Yuan swam out of the man-made lake, he withdrew Red Thorn into the leaf-shaped face storage box from the bottom of the lake while it was still having a good time. He then asked Red Thorn to continue consuming dimensional life forms' flesh and blood to increase its grade and quality. Lin Yuan then swung off the excess water from his body and walked into the mansion. At this moment, the royal capital's temperature was already below zero, but due to the heat emitted from Lin Yuan's body, his drenched clothes didn't turn into ice from the winds of the early winter. However, when the cold wind blew across, it still quickly took away Lin Yuan's body heat, allowing Lin Yuan to feel a strong but refreshing chill. It was fortunate that he had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body's impurities and enhanced his genetic model. Therefore, Lin Yuan's resistance level was extremely high, coupled with the fact that Lin Yuan was already a crank spirit Kai professional. Sickness like fever and cold had already been left behind by Lin Yuan. After returning to the mansion, Lin Yuan noticed that Genius was already sleeping on the sofa. While Genius was sleeping on the sofa, its small head was still facing the direction of the entrance. It was obvious that it had been waiting for Lin Yuan to return. However, as Genius had been waiting, it gradually entered its dreamland. Lin Yuan looked at his drenched clothes and felt the warmth from his hands. He used his mouth to blow a few puffs of breath, and noticed his hands were still rather cold. Lin Yuan was afraid that he might shock Genius when he carried it with his cold hands. Thus, he returned to his room first to have a warm shower. After changing to a set of clean clothes, Lin Yuan returned downstairs softly to carry Genius back to his room. Lin Yuan then carefully covered Genius with a small blanket after placing it on the bed. Subsequently, Lin Yuan logged on Star Web, Chapter 375 Play You. What is there to play? Lin Yuan logged on Star Web this time to purchase some gold water world dimensional lifeforms flesh for Redthorn. According to the situation inside the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, Lin Yuan's master had actually put in enough dimensional lifeforms flesh and blood. However, the water world dimensional lifeforms were too few. When Lin Yuan had received the leaf-shaped Fey storage box, there was an almost equal quantity of dimensional lifeforms from the alien insect, abyss, marsh, and subterranean dimensional rifts. After all, these four-dimensional rifts that opened on the land had almost equal quantities in the world too. But if a comparison must be made, alien insect dimensional lifeforms were slightly more in quantity. However, there were about 300 carcasses of water world dimensional lifeforms in the leaf-shaped face storage box. Among them, there were over 200 gold ones, while close to 80 were platinum. Furthermore, Redthorn had already consumed all the gold water world dimensional lifeforms during this period. At present, there were only those 80 platinum water world dimensional lifeforms left. Given Redthorn's current grade, it still wasn't possible for it to digest the flesh of platinum water world dimensional lifeforms. If Redthorn was to consume forcefully, it wouldn't just waste the platinum water world dimensional lifeforms flesh and blood energy, but it would also give a huge burden to Redthorn's mouth of relinquish. Therefore, when it came to the remaining 80 platinum water world dimensional lifeforms, Redthorn could only watch but couldn't eat them. As compared to the four-dimensional rifts that opened on land, the water world dimensional rifts would only open in the sea. The sea had always been a paradise for ocean phase. Human spirit Kai professionals were seldom seen even in the coastal waters, let alone water world dimensional rifts that were opened within the sea region. The water world dimensional rifts lifeforms would normally be hunted down by ocean phase quickly. Therefore, a spirit Kai professionals had an extremely small chance of finding a water world dimensional rift in the coastal waters. Once Lin Yuan logged on to Star Web, he checked his purchase with No Loss store first. He realized that the purchase with No Loss store's fan club had new members. They were probably some spirit Kai professionals from some faction, or the creation masters that had purchased the flower brocade pearls during the blind trades. Lin Yuan didn't bother about his store's fan club. This time, Lin Yuan displayed another 10 flower brocade pearls on his purchase with No Loss store and still used the blind trade to sell them. Using the lesson he had learned previously from the blind trade for the silver flood dragon essence blood, Lin Yuan asked for the same items as the first blind trade. He wanted to trade for strange flames. There were 130 bundles of intermediate class strange flames sealed up in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, and they were being absorbed by both the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and Chimey. Half of them had already been absorbed. Lin Yuan could clearly feel a trace of transformation within Chimey's bloodline. Therefore, he wanted to trade for more strange flames. They should allow Chimey's quality to reach Fantasy Roman 3 before Lin Yuan competed for the Radiance 100 sequence. By then, Chimey's innate bloodline would be immediately activated. It would then transform from a Twilight Starbird into a new kind of Fae. Lin Yuan would then be able to use all the Spirit Kite crystals that he had accumulated to help enhance Chimey's grade. Once Chimey's grade was enhanced, the Fantasy Roman 3 Chimey and the exclusive skill, Radiant Body, would be Lin Yuan's strongest singular attack move. Thus, Lin Yuan was using the flower brocade pearls as sickles to harvest intermediate class strange flames. He would harvest all the strange flames and supply them to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and Chimey. Lin Yuan's display of 10 more flower brocade pearls on the purchase with No Loss store was sending a message to the outside world: I have plenty of flower brocade pearls. Previously, Lin Yuan had never checked on the information on any factions before making trades with them. because he was waiting for a suitable chance. After this blind trade, the chance would be ready. According to Lin Yuan's pace of selling the flower brocade pearls, he would soon accumulate a huge batch of flower brocade pearls. He wasn't planning to sell the accumulated flower brocade pearls with the same blind trade method. He was planning to bundle them up and sell them with 10 flower brocade pearls as a single unit. He would then trade with factions and creation masters who were urgently in need of flower brocade pearls, allowing for a trade of better resources. Most factions and creation masters might not be suitable to trade with Lin Yuan. However, if anyone could obtain a large batch of flower brocade pearls in a single trade, it would definitely save plenty of time and effort. Therefore, there would still be plenty of factions and creation masters who would be willing to make the trade. After handling the matters with purchase with no loss, Lin Yuan went to look for the merchant selling the flesh of dimensional lifeforms and phase that Zhu Jiexin had recommended to him a few months ago. Once Lin Yuan reached his destination, he noticed a boar sitting at the front of the store with a frowning expression as he flipped through his accounts. Lin Yuan greeted and asked, "Big Brother Fang, what are you fretting about?" The boar, Big Brother Fang, lifted his head and looked at Lin Yuan. He only had a slight impression in his mind that he had seemingly met this youth before. When Lin Yuan noticed that Big Brother Fang didn't recognize him, he immediately hinted, "Big Brother Fang, I am the one big sister Zhu Jiexin recommended previously." The boar, Big Brother Fang, had a flash of enlightenment as he closed his accounts book and stood up to talk. "I remember now. Aren't I trying to celebrate New Year's recently? The Fey flesh is selling well and earning good money. However, all the flesh of dimensional lifeforms is stuck, and I can't even sell it at discounted prices." Lin Yuan originally wanted to give words of consolation, but just as he was about to speak, he held back. He didn't have any method to console Big Brother Fang. It was nearly time for the active period of the dimensional rifts that happened once a decade. By then, a large batch of dimensional lifeforms flesh would certainly enter the market. Therefore, if Big Brother Fang couldn't sell the current stock before the new year, it would be even harder to sell afterward. Lin Yuan immediately spoke of his objective for today's visit. "Big Brother Fang, I wish to buy some dimensional lifeforms flesh." Big Brother Fang had a better expression as he immediately asked, "What kind of dimensional lifeform flesh? What grade? It is already the end of the year, so I will sell them at a discounted price. I can sell alien insect dimensional lifeform flesh for 70 off, marsh dimensional lifeform flesh for 50 off, subterranean dimensional lifeform flesh for 40 off, and abyss dimensional lifeform flesh for 30 off. Isn't it cheap?" Lin Yuan didn't expect the prices to be really low. Unfortunately, he didn't wish to buy the flesh of those dimensional lifeforms. "Big Brother Fang, I wish to buy the flesh of water world dimensional lifeforms." Once Lin Yuan's statement ended, he noticed that Big Brother Fang's expression turned stern. He then spoke in an angry tone, "Kid, are you playing with me?" Lin Yuan didn't understand why Big Brother Fang was speaking like this. He involuntarily muttered in his mind, "Play you? What is there to play? I just want to buy dimensional lifeform flesh." Chapter 376 Gold-Edged Skirtfish. The boar, Big Brother Fang, was originally worried about the active period of the dimensional rift that would soon arrive. The moment he thought that he still had a large amount of dimensional lifeforms flesh that he had not sold yet, he could not even eat his meal. Big Brother Fang had been very happy since Lin Yuan had come over and wanted to buy the dimensional lifeforms flesh. He had even deliberately given Lin Yuan a discount and sold at the base price. He was even selling the alien insects flesh at a 70 discount at a loss. However, he did not expect that Lin Yuan would actually ask for the water world dimensional lifeforms flesh. Was that something that people would buy? Or how could anyone want to buy those? Big Brother Fang saw Lin Yuan's puzzled face and a grieved expression that did not seem fake, so he patiently asked, "Have you ever seen the water world dimensional lifeforms flesh?" Lin Yuan was now wondering why Big Brother Fang had been under the impression he was playing around with him. Now that he had heard Big Brother Fang's question, Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Of course. I've seen the flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms." When Big Brother Fang heard Lin Yuan say that, he immediately said, If you have seen the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms, you should know how it smells. Is that kind of stuff something that could be sold? Do you want me to stink everyone to death with the stench? Lin Yuan touched the back of his head. He thought about how he had previously viewed the water world dimensional life forms flesh in the diamond phase storage box. He had never taken it out to have a look. The size of the water world dimensional life forms was not small. Most of the platinum water world life forms in the diamond phase storage box were over 8 meters long, with the biggest one at 25 meters. It would be inconvenient for Lin Yuan to take out such a large thing. However, the smell of the dimensional life form's flesh was unpleasant. The alien insect's flesh contained an extremely strong foul smell, while the abyss dimensional life form's flesh contained a strong sulfuric smell. However, even if the water world dimensional life form's flesh smelled bad, it was not to the point that it would stink the surrounding people to death. Right. Upon hearing Big Brother Fang's words, Lin Yuan knew it was certainly hopeless for him to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh on Star Web. The dimensional life form's flesh was not very useful, so the channels for sale had always been very few. For an unlicensed importer of dimensional life form's flesh like Big Brother Fang, the supply of the water world dimensional life form's flesh could be said to be a winning hand to him. Big Brother Fang's current reaction indicated that he had never sold the water world dimensional life form's flesh. It seemed that it should be hard for Lin Yuan to find a place that would sell that. However, Lin Yuan was a bit confused regarding what Big Brother Fang had said just now. So he asked, Big Brother Fang, why wouldn't anyone buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh? Upon hearing that question, Big Brother Fang recalled that Lin Yuan had bought dimensional life form's flesh from him before. So he wrinkled his nose and answered, firstly, it's because the flesh contains venom. Although the water world dimensional life forms contain nutrients that are good for water type phase, the venom in their bodies will cause a large amount of foul-smelling mucus to appear on the surface of the Fae that consumed their flesh. Then, the surface of the Fae wrapped in mucus will constantly fester, so only a fool would want to buy such flesh. Of course, this is only the first point. The second reason is that if their flesh is not put into a Fae storage box right away, it will immediately rot after leaving the seawater and being exposed to the air for a few minutes. After the decomposition, the water world dimensional life form's odor will immediately change from an unbearable fishy smell to the stench of decomposition. I believe no one can endure that kind of smell. As he spoke, Big Brother Fang was still wrinkling his nose with lingering fear, which expressed that he would never want to recall that fishy smell again. At this point, he suddenly had some doubts. Why would this cheerful youth in front of him want to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh thus? He asked, Kid, why are you buying such flesh? I have a lot of water type phase flesh here. I can also give you a 10 discount if you need it. Big Brother Fang had a good impression of Lin Yuan because of his faint natural, cheerful aura. After getting along with him, it was easy to have a good impression of him. Lin Yuan replied somewhat awkwardly, I'm buying the water world dimensional life form's flesh to feed it to my Fae. After listening to Big Brother Fang's explanation, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh a little at the powerful digestive function of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. It could easily digest the toxic substances that the other Faes were unable to, and give itself a favorable mutation. But after saying that, Lin Yuan noticed that Big Brother Fang's face was red. He was obviously going to go berserk soon. Lin Yuan quickly added, Big Brother Fang, do you have any gold-edged skirtfish here? I want to buy some. Lin Yuan was really afraid that he would make Big Brother Fang angry to the point that he would suffer from some diseases, such as brain thrombosis, high blood pressure, gastric ulcer, diabetes, liver cirrhosis, and myocardial infarction. After all, Big Brother Fang was someone who Zhu Jiexin had introduced to him. If he really had any complications from being angered, it would be awkward when Zhu Jiexin found out. Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath recently preferred to eat gold ingredients, such as the gold-edged skirtfish, so Lin Yuan thought of buying some from Big Brother Fang. Big Brother Fang was actually so angry that he was going to curse. When Big Brother Fang had seen Lin Yuan's perfectly guileless look, he thought he might have blamed Lin Yuan wrongly. But now that he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to buy the water world dimensional life form's flesh to feed his fae, Big Brother Fang was sure that the youth in front of him, who had given him a good first impression, was playing around with him ruthlessly. How could a sane person think of buying the flesh of the water world dimensional life forms to feed their fae? Wasn't it better to just feed it dung? Before Big Brother Fang could get angry. However, he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to buy the gold-edged skirtfish. As a result, his eyes lit up. Although Big Brother Fang was selling the flesh of fays and dimensional life forms, he could not sell much gold face flesh. Furthermore, the weight of one gold-edged skirtfish was not even 500 grams, which made it an expensive ingredient. If he could see a few of them, he could definitely make a small profit. Big Brother Fang had planned to close the stall at this time, but he did not expect to receive a large order before doing so. Chapter 377 The world of a literary youth is too hard to understand. Big Brother Fang straightforwardly said to Lin Yuan, "Come with me to the storage room and take a look. I happen to have a few gold-edged skirtfish. I prepared them for those big hotels. If you have any you fancy, take them away." Big Brother Fang suddenly gnashed his teeth. "Kid, have you heard of Zhao Xiaochun, the one in the Radiance 100 sequence with the title Food Hater?" Lin Yuan felt that Big Brother Fang's thoughts jumped far. How come the topic shifted to Zhao Xiaochun? Although Lin Yuan could not be said to be familiar with Zhao Xiaochun, he had met her with both his identities. Lin Yuan asked, "Big Brother Fang, do you like Zhao Xiaochun a lot?" When Big Brother Fang thought of her, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Upon hearing Lin Yuan ask if he liked Zhao Xiaochun, he slapped his thighs fiercely, his emotions out of control. What's Zhao Xiaochun's stomach made of? She can eat that much. The primary sales channel for my high-grade ingredients is the royal capital. But now, most of the restaurants there have gone bankrupt because of Zhao Xiaochun. I really don't know how a glutton can be called food hater. She's obviously more like critical needle girl. I've seen Zhao Xiaochun's competitions several times. I really can't see how such a thin little girl can put so many restaurants to bankruptcy. Big Brother Fang became a chatterbox at the mention of Zhao Xiaochun. Lin Yuan did not know how to comfort him. It was like how he did not know Shizu at the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Compared to what Big Brother Fang had said, it was obvious that Shizu was in a more terrible situation. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan said, "Zhao Xiaochun's title is Food Hater. Maybe food hater means to wipe out all the food, so that there is no more food." Lin Yuan's words caused Big Brother Fang to choke and cough before a mouthful of air could come up. Big Brother Fang told himself silently, "Others are angry, but I'm not. There's nobody to replace me if I get sick from the anger. I still have a store to run." Big Brother Fang was thinking that he must quickly sell the gold-edged skirtfish to this kid and let him get lost right away. This kid's words sounded more infuriating than Zhao Xiaochun causing the restaurants to go bankrupt. Lin Yuan followed Big Brother Fang to the storage room, where the rare ingredients were stored. He found that Big Brother Fang really had a lot of good stuff. Although there were no rare platinum ingredients, there were many gold ingredients. Lin Yuan felt that these gold ingredients were of good quality, so he made up his mind to buy some more. Due to the mansion's two big eaters, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, Liu Jai had to buy a lot of food back every day. It was better to make a big purchase from Big Brother Fang and then store them in the kitchen. Anyway, the white jade snow orchids were placed on the kitchen cabinets, so he could put the ingredients there as long as he wished. Even some ingredients stored in a kitchen with bronze epic white jade snow orchids could be fresher than when they were first bought back. Hence, Lin Yuan had a mindset of buying from Big Brother Fang. Lin Yuan would buy some of Big Brother Fang's gold ingredients as long as the people in the mansion loved to eat them. Lin Yuan's mindset of buying everything exhilarated Big Brother Fang. Big Brother Fang, who was in great sorrow and great joy, felt that his mind was spinning in pain. This batch of gold ingredients that Lin Yuan had bought this time was almost as much as the amount that his store usually sold in a month or so. After he finished picking out the ingredients, he settled the bill. Lin Yuan did not expect to spend 700 Radiance dollars to buy this batch of gold ingredients. He felt that the Radiance dollars were getting less and less spendable now. How come it was similar to Federation dollars? After settling the bill, Lin Yuan said to Big Brother Feng, Big Brother Feng, if I need ingredients again in the future, I'll come back to buy them from you. When Lin Yuan had bought the large batch of gold ingredients, Big Brother Feng was beaming with joy. Now that he heard Lin Yuan's words, the smile on his face was even more exaggerated. Big Brother Feng looked a bit fierce. After beaming with joy, he actually looked a bit like an anglerfish baring its teeth. Alright, if you need anything here, just call me. I promise to serve you well. It'll always be the same 10 discount. After Lin Yuan left, Big Brother Feng could not help but say, this kid is really nice. But it's a pity he's a dummy. Lin Yuan did not know that Big Brother Feng had labeled him like that. Lin Yuan had yet to fulfill the purpose of his visit to Starweb, as he hadn't bought the flesh of gold water world dimensional lifeforms. He even learned a piece of bad news. The flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms was not available for sale. After logging off Starweb, Lin Yuan looked at his phone. At that moment, although it was late at night, he scrolled his cell phone and found Gao Feng had updated his friend circle. Gao Feng im in the wind im in the waves. These are verses in the waves at night im, also a little secret of the verses. Lin Yuan did not expect that Gao Feng was a literary youth. It was too pretentious. Since he knew that Gao Feng was still awake, Lin Yuan called him. The Gao family had been developing sea resources lately, so Gao Feng should know where to get the flesh of gold water world dimensional lifeforms. The phone rang for less than 10 seconds before Gao Feng picked up the phone. Lin Yuan listened to the obvious sound of waves on Gao Feng's side. Clearly, Gao Feng should be currently listening to the waves at the beach. Lin Yuan always thought that Gao Feng was just pretentious before posting on the friend circle. He did not expect that Gao Feng was really listening to the sea at the beach. The wind in Wind Mist City was still strong this winter. He simply had so many thoughts listening to the sea. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Gao Feng's pretentious and surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, are you calling me because you miss me? Hee. Lin Yuan could hear that Gao Feng was tired through his voice over the phone. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Gao Feng added, Brother, I'm at the beach. Listen to the sound of the sea. Then, Lin Yuan felt as if Gao Feng had put his phone's microphone toward the sea. Lin Yuan could not hear the sound of the waves clearly, but the sound of the sea wind was loud in the phone's microphone. Lin Yuan was in a mess. The world of this literary youth was simply too hard to understand. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had regarded Gao Feng as his friend. Upon hearing Gao Feng's tiredness in his voice, Lin Yuan asked Gao Feng instead of talking about himself first, what's been going on lately? You've got yourself so tired. Chapter 378 Curiosity killed Lin Yuan. Gao Feng wanted to stroll at the beach because he was in a bad mood. Otherwise, it would be better to stay at home in winter. Why would he need to come out to be blown by the knife-like sea wind in early winter? Upon hearing Lin Yuan ask himself that question, Gao Feng felt a warmth in his heart. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. When he went out, his father had told him not to have too much fun outside for too long and had not heard the fatigue in his voice. However, Lin Yuan could immediately hear the tiredness in his voice over the phone. Gao Feng knew that even if Lin Yuan was meticulous, and could immediately hear the exhaustion in his voice if he did not consider himself a friend, he would have never asked him what happened. Gao Feng felt touched and sighed before replying, Brother, you don't know those Class 5 spirit craftsmen are really too hard to hire. If I use Class 4 spirit craftsmen, I'm worried that the 4 pieces of completely jade-textured supremagrade green elm will go to waste. After Gao Feng finished, he thought that he would use the Gao family to invite the Class 5 spirit craftsmen if it still did not work out. During this period, Gao Feng had been thinking of giving a gift to his grandfather, so he had not used the Gao family status. Instead, he had been using his accumulated interpersonal relationships in planning this matter, but he now found that without the Gao family, he could not hire a Class 5 spirit craftsman with his own strength alone. When Lin Yuan heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Lin Yuan had thought that it was because of those 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards. It had been a month since he had traded that with Gao Feng, Yet Gao Feng actually had not yet started making objects with the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards. Hu Quan had now become a Class 5 spirit craftsman and could totally help Gao Feng. Thus, Lin Yuan said, "If you can't find a Class 5 spirit craftsman at your side, I have one here. Send me the blueprint of the object you want to make and the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards to me if you need to." As soon as Gao Feng heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately felt his gloominess go away. He finally found the early winter sea wind was too cold. I'm a weak, pure support-type spirit Kai professional. Why should I be trampled by the sea wind here? At the same time, Lin Yuan meant much more in Gao Feng's heart. Even if Gao Feng's other friends could find a Class 5 spirit craftsman, they would never offer to help. No one would be willing to owe a favor to a Class 5 spirit craftsman for someone else. Brother, thank you so much. I'll mail it to you when I get home later. When Lin Yuan heard that Gao Feng was fine and sounded much more relaxed, he told him the purpose of his call. Gao Feng, do you know where to get the flesh of gold water world dimensional lifeforms? Gao Feng was immediately surprised and asked, Brother, what do you want that for? It's fishy and also poisonous. No one would keep that. Some time ago, a Class 2 water world dimensional rift opened at the coastal waters within our Gao family's control. The water world dimensional lifeforms that gushed out of it immediately turned into biochemical weapons after being killed. It was so smelly that after the person who went to deal with this Class 2 water world dimensional rift returned, he did not eat properly for a week. The flesh of those dimensional lifeforms was thrown to the bottom of the sea after they were killed. When Lin Yuan heard Gao Feng say so, he was clear. It seemed that it was possible to get the flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms. It would be the dimensional rift's active period after a while. At that time, not only would the dimensional rifts on the land become unstable and have higher chances of opening, but it would also be the same for the water world dimensional rifts in the sea. The Gao family had been developing the coastal waters and had controlled a lot of them. As long as Gao Feng waited for the dimensional rift to become active and monitored the water world dimensional rift that opened in the coastal waters, Lin Yuan would certainly be able to get the gold water world dimensional lifeform's flesh for Redthorn to devour. The flesh would help its 12 large flower petals to once again undergo gillic mutation, allowing Redthorn to have a stronger ability to breathe underwater. Gao Feng, when the dimensional rift becomes active, can you help me get some flesh of the gold water world dimensional lifeforms? Gao Feng assured that there was no problem. After thinking for a while, Gao Feng added, Brother, I should be able to get the flesh of the bronze water world dimensional lifeforms. Do you think it'll help? Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Redthorn was now a silver fantasy breed fae. Even if the bronze water world dimensional lifeform's flesh was useful, the effect would really be too weak. The effect on Redthorn's mutation could be said to be negligible. As such, there was absolutely no need for Gao Feng to bother looking for the flesh of the bronze water world dimensional lifeforms. The flesh of water world dimensional lifeforms below gold is of little use to me. I'll need gold and platinum ones. In Lin Yuan's opinion, although Redthorn could not eat the gold water world dimensional lifeform's flesh now, there was no harm in saving more. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan was a little curious. Why did Big Brother Feng and Gao Feng have lingering fears about the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh? Lin Yuan's curiosity was overwhelming. He then went to the empty space outside the main residence and summoned the smallest platinum water world dimensional lifeform from the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. It was more than 8 meters long. It looked like a strange fish that was covered with a layer of anemone-like tentacles. The color of these tentacles looked very bright, but black stingers that clearly were highly toxic could be seen hidden in these tentacles. From its body structure alone, most of these water world dimensional lifeforms were tentacle-based lifeforms with strong combat ability. When Lin Yuan just summoned this platinum water world dimensional lifeform with strange tentacles, he almost fainted from the smell. Since Lin Yuan was standing outside against the wind, he smelled a pungent, fishy smell that he had never smelled before in his life. Even before this 8-meter-long strange tentacled fish landed on the ground, he did not know how to describe such a smell. It was like putting dozens of sea fish guts in a sauce jar and covering them with a plastic sheet before exposing them to sunlight for 10 days. Then, when the guts of this mix of a dozen fish turned green, they would be rolled into a crepe to be eaten. It was roughly such a smell. Of course, Lin Yuan's description might not be accurate. Perhaps the smell of those dozen fish phase green guts was not as fishy and pungent as this water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. Lin Yuan hurriedly took advantage of the fact that the platinum water world dimensional lifeform had yet to fall to the ground to store it back into the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. Previously, he had heard from Big Brother Fang that it would easily rot when exposed to the air. Lin Yuan did not want to smell an even more fishy smell after it rotted, even though he had stored it back in the face storage box. Lin Yuan's stomach was still churning. He looked at the large pile of fishy mucus in the empty space, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch wildly. Lin Yuan hurriedly returned to the mansion, took out the cleaning tools, and cleaned up the mucus dripping from the platinum water world dimensional lifeform's body. If he did not have good endurance, he would have vomited while doing so. It took him 3 hours to clean up the courtyard under the cold wind of early winter. However, the fishy smell would probably be dispersed tomorrow morning. At that moment, the ostrich logistics courier arrived outside the mansion and smelled the smell emanating from this mansion. So he could not help but speculate. Did the people in this mansion just poop in the courtyard? Chapter 379 In First Class Among Flowers. Under the strange gaze of the ostrich logistics courier, Lin Yuan received the delivery with some uncertainty. Then, the ostrich logistics courier rode on his own flying fei and speedily left 500 meters from the return from faraway mansion as if he was escaping. Lin Yuan looked at the silver fei storage box of gold ingredients that he had bought from Big Brother Fang and lowered his head to sniff the smell on his clothes. He only felt his stomach churning again, so he hurriedly used Morbius' calm mind on himself. Only then did he save himself from ejecting a parabola from his mouth. Since Lin Yuan was standing against the wind in the empty space outside the mansion, his clothes were also stained with the fishy smell of the flesh of the water world dimensional lifeform. This fishy smell stayed on longer than the fragrance of perfume. If one did not wash it properly a few times, they would not be able to get rid of this fishy smell. Lin Yuan hurriedly took this silver fei storage box of gold ingredients back into the mansion and put it on the table made of completely jade-textured wood. Then he went straight upstairs to take a shower and change his clothes. After cleaning the fishy-smelling clothes he had just taken off, Lin Yuan thought that he should really change his name into Lin Suffering. He had jumped into the man-made lake once that night, been cleaning the courtyard for 3 hours, taken 2 baths, and changed clothes twice. What was this called if it wasn't suffering? Lin Yuan suddenly paused. It was okay if he wasn't called Lin Suffering. He could be called Brother Bathe. His biological clock had been changed, and he slept before 11 o'clock every night. Lin Yuan looked at the time now, and realized that it was already past 1 in the morning. However, he was not sleepy because of the fishy smell of the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. He went downstairs and took the silver fei storage box of gold ingredients to the kitchen. He sorted them on the huge kitchen cabinets that almost occupied one side of the wall. After arranging the gold ingredients, Lin Yuan carefully washed his hands before returning to his room. After returning to his room, he thought of the beeswax box that Mystic Moon had brought to him on behalf of his master, the Moon Empress. When he had come earlier, Lin Yuan summoned the not-so-large beeswax box from his amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. After he leaned on his back, opened it, and saw what was inside, he sat up on the bed. There were a total of 3 items placed inside. There was a delicate-looking open-work pendant made of flowing cloud beeswax. This pendant was engraved with layers of osmanthus patterns and looked to be full of a kind of pure feeling. Layers of osmanthus seemed to be dappled in the shade of the tree and growing. There was a small groove above the pendant. Lin Yuan looked at the size of this groove, and took out the extreme token he had previously placed in the spirit lock spatial zone with a flip of his hand. This extreme token contained the Moon Empress' one-time moonlight domain. It was also a treasure that she had left to him in addition to arranging a path protector, the Mother of Bloodbath. For him, The moonlight domain sealed by this extreme token could not only protect him, but also allow him to unleash a fatal blow when necessary. This extreme token could be set in this openwork pendant made of flowing cloud beeswax. Lin Yuan looked at its groove and found that it could fit perfectly. A pattern of a half-moon at the bottom and top was revealed from the whole of the flowing cloud beeswax pendant. The osmanthus pattern on this pendant was like a quietly growing osmanthus under the moonlight night. It had the feeling of the osmanthus flowers bloom in the evening, and the faint shadow reflects in the curtains. They fall with the wind, and the fragrance lingers at night. They did not compete and were quiet, but they had become the most beautiful scene under the moon. There is no need for green foliage and red flowers. For him the first class among flowers. Lin Yuan somehow suddenly thought of this line of poetry. This verse might be considered a kind of encouragement. After another look at the flowing cloud beeswax pendant, Lin Yuan stood up and put a black string through the hole before hanging it on his neck. Then he put the pendant close to his chest, inside his clothes. The flowing cloud beeswax was a kind of spiritual material that could quickly channel spiritual power and was very sensitive to spiritual power. Since he had placed the extreme token inside the pendant, as long as Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power within his body slightly and channeled it into the pendant, then the extreme token inside would immediately be activated and release the moonlight domain sealed within. As he looked at the 3 star-shaped stamens on the osmanthus engraved on the extreme token, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as the silver stamen gold luster cassia. The Moon Empress should have carved out this pendant by herself stroke by stroke. As for the other 2 items in the amber box, one of them was a light greenish liquid in a crystal bottle. When Lin Yuan took a look at it, he saw a line of words engraved on the walls of the bottle. Disciple. This source type item is a spatial source type item. This bottle of spirit fluid is a spirit fluid with hollow crystal shellfish shell powder. As for how to use the spirit fluid in this bottle and that source type item, consider it as a test from me. After looking at the words on the bottle, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that his master wanted to give him something, but had to find an excuse because of the independence he had always been talking about. This made Lin Yuan feel very ashamed, and this was the first time he wondered if he was too overly independent. However, if he wanted to make a career, he could not rely on the Moon Empress for everything, even if he could do so for a lifetime. After a careful study of the test that she had given him, even if a Class 2 creation master could not necessarily see the effect of this source type item after contracting it, they could also see how a source type item should actually be contracted. At a glance, the light green spirit fluid in the bottle was related to the method to contract this source type item. If he knew how to contract that spatial source type item, he naturally would know how to use that light green spirit fluid. The Moon Empress had always known that he was a Class 2 creation master, so this was not considered a test at all. The moment Lin Yuan opened the stopper of that bottle of light green spirit fluid, pure spirit Kai mixed with medicinal properties assailed him. Shafter 380 ethereal jellyfish and the white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan discovered that the light green spirit fluid in this bottle contained an extremely high concentration of spirit Kai. However, in comparison, it was still a little lesser than in his spirit lock spatial zone. Although the spirit Kai in this bottle of light green spirit fluid was not as concentrated as the one in his spirit lock spatial zone, its majestic medicinal properties were something that Lin Yuan could never get. No matter what, the majestic medicinal properties floated out of the bottle and made Lin Yuan feel as if the space before him was torn and distorted by the medicinal properties in the bottle containing spatial energy. The medicinal properties that contain spatial energy should be the result of the addition of hollow crystal shellfish shell powder to this spirit fluid. The hollow crystal shellfish was a big name in the Radiance Federation. Such phase was the reason why Ostrich Logistics could deliver goods within 3 hours, no matter where they were. The hollow crystal shellfish were claimed by the Ostrich Logistics to be cultivated by themselves. It was considered one of Ostrich Logistics' core phase. At the same time, Ostrich Logistics was extremely strict with their own cultivated hollow crystal shellfish. They simply would not allow the hollow crystal shellfish to circulate outside. Lin Yuan wanted Ostrich Logistics' hollow crystal shellfish, but he had no way to obtain it. The shell powder of Ostrich Logistics' treasure had been added to this bottle of light green spirit fluid. given ostrich logistics control of the hollow crystal shellfish. Only an expert of such a level like his master, the Moon Empress, would probably be able to get the hollow crystal shellfish shells from a semi-official power like ostrich logistics. Lin Yuan glanced at the third item in the beeswax box. It was the spatial source type item that the Moon Empress had mentioned. The Radiance Federation had announced hundreds of source type items, but none of them were spatial source type items. However, this did not mean that spatial source type items did not exist. On the contrary, spatial source type items were fought over by the major factions whenever they appeared, as they had always been the rarest existence among all source type items. At the same time, there were quite a few types of spatial source type items. Some were good at combat, some were good at defense, and some had special functionalities. Even some factions had compared one type of spatial source type item with the island whale and raised it to the point of it being a strategic treasure. Such special spatial source type items were akin to obtaining the qualification of spatial teleportation. This spatial source type item in front of Lin Yuan could perform spatial teleportation. It could be said that although spatial source type items that could perform spatial teleportation were not as precious as the island whale, its role was not much smaller than the island whale for factions. If a faction could obtain the ability for spatial teleportation, it would be akin to ignoring the obstacles to the faction's development caused by distance. One could imagine how important this spatial source type item was for the development of a faction. Such a spatial source type item that could perform spatial teleportation was something that Lin Yuan could not obtain, no matter what. With his current foundation, Lin Yuan had been able to exchange with the Gao family for a strategic treasure like the floating island whale, because the Gao family could not hatch it even after spending great resources. Since the floating island whales and the island whale's crystal eggs were different, this had made the Gao family treat this unhatched floating island whale as a product of a failed mutation. Such a floating island whale was a useless thing in the Gao family and would instead consume many of their resources. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan had still taken out 3 bronze epic phase to exchange for the floating island whale that had been treated as something useless by the Gao family. One of the bronze epic phase that Lin Yuan had exchanged was the rare yellow spring lily, and thus he managed to exchange for the useless floating island whale. It could be seen how much importance the major factions attach to the control of strategically evil treasures. Lin Yuan knew that if the Moon Empress had not given him the spatial source type item that could perform spatial teleportation, he could not exchange for such a treasure given his current resources and foundation. Even if he could take out numerous bronze legend phase to exchange, the outcome would be the same. After all, no matter how precious bronze legend phase were, they could only allow a spirit Kai professional to have a bronze fantasy breed Fae. However, a spatial source type item that could perform spatial teleportation was a strategic treasure that could benefit a faction and allow it to develop rapidly. Even if Lin Yuan could exchange for it with many bronze legend phase, how could he let such phase circulate in the market easily? Lin Yuan had been checking this source type item with true data. It was like a transparent glass ball, but if one looked carefully at it, they could see that there seemed to be something transparent floating faintly inside. This source type item was also called ethereal jellyfish. The way to contract such a source type item was to break the transparent outer shell. Then within a minute, it would be fed with the spirit fluid containing highly concentrated spirit Kai, which was highly mixed with spatial energy. If he did not feed it the special spirit fluid every minute, the ethereal jellyfish would die. When the ethereal jellyfish became a normal Fae, a large amount of the contractor's blood would be dropped to stimulate the ethereal jellyfish, causing it to spit out the 3 gastric pouches from its body. At that time, a large amount of the contractor's blood would be injected into its body to help the ethereal jellyfish grow 3 gastric pouches again. At that point, it would be considered being successfully contracted. Lin Yuan looked at the contract method of the ethereal jellyfish displayed under true data and couldn't help but feel that it was a really strange method. He touched the ethereal jellyfish in the glassy sphere that he could not see how it looked like, and he couldn't help but say, with this ethereal jellyfish, it's possible to perform spatial teleportation. Then I can start to implement the plan of white-clothed followers under the Sky City. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The Sky City was not only going to collect resources from now on, but it was also going to develop its martial force. Chapter 381, Making a Move on the Ethereal Jellyfish. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish and was holding up the bottle that contained the light green spirit fluid, he suddenly realized the difficulty when forming the contract. This spirit fluid contained highly concentrated spirit Kai and was fused with spatial energy. To a certain extent, it was already a monopoly skill of Class 5 creation masters. Only Class 5 creation masters were able to concoct a spirit fluid with such spirit Kai concentration. A pinnacle Class 4 creation master might be able to use the hollow crystal shellfish powder to fuse with the spirit fluid perfectly, and release the spatial energy from the hollow crystal shellfish. However, it still wasn't possible to achieve the spirit Kai concentration in this bottle of light green spirit fluid. It also meant to say that this ethereal jellyfish could only be contracted with the help of a Class 5 creation master. The individual requirement to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish was too demanding. However, the sub-requirements were extremely demanding. Firstly, one would need to find a Class 5 creation master, and that Class 5 creation master had to be willing to help. This was an era where even a Class 4 creation master was extremely hard to find. It was imaginable that even if a faction found this strategic class treasure, the ethereal jellyfish, and wanted to use it to expand their faction rapidly, they could only watch and couldn't do anything to form a contract with it. It wasn't only the case. The ethereal jellyfish had an extraordinary trait. After successfully forming a contract with it, the evolution path was rather similar to the acid corrosion queen bee. Once the ethereal jellyfish was contracted, it wouldn't be able to fuse with the contractor's comprehended willpower rune. It could only wait until its grade was at Diamond X Legend before it could comprehend a willpower rune by itself to become a fantasy breed. In other words, if the ethereal jellyfish wanted to become a fantasy breed, it wouldn't be any different than a wild fae. Actually, the ethereal jellyfish circumstances weren't disadvantageous for Lin Yuan. It was actually a great advantage. As Lin Yuan contracted more phase, even with his comprehension ability, he still wouldn't be able to comprehend willpower runes faster than the speed of him contracting phase and source-type lifeforms. At present, Genius, Blackie, the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, and the blue flash purple butterfly had yet to find a suitable willpower rune. If the ethereal jellyfish didn't need to fuse with Lin Yuan's comprehended willpower rune, it would greatly reduce Lin Yuan's pressure to comprehend willpower runes. It might be challenging for phase and source-type lifeforms to comprehend willpower runes on their own, but if the Fae or source-type lifeforms quality could be upgraded to legend quality earlier, it would greatly increase the chances of the comprehension of a willpower rune. As for the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan could use his ability to upgrade the ethereal jellyfish to legend quality at the bronze grade. It would significantly increase the chances of the ethereal jellyfish comprehending a willpower rune. Once the ethereal jellyfish grade was enhanced to Diamond X, everything would go naturally. The ethereal jellyfish was a source-type lifeform that could use spatial transfer. Once it became a fantasy breed, it would obtain a new exclusive skill, greatly enhancing the spatial transfer ability. However, even if the ethereal jellyfish didn't become a fantasy breed, it would still be able to conduct long-distance spatial transfer if its grade was high enough. It would already be useful enough for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held onto the glass sphere that contained the ethereal jellyfish and entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed that everything was quiet inside here. Chimey had been sleeping on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. As for the 130 bundles of mid-grade strange flames sealed within the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, only a third was left. Lin Yuan observed the condition inside of Chimey's body. He reckoned that Chimey would awaken before the remaining strange flames were completely absorbed. At the same time, Chimey would be upgraded from Fantasy I to Fantasy Roman II. As for that grayish crane species Fae, Gray, it was now in a deep sleep while lying on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Gray had eaten plenty of white cloud mountain minnows during this period, and had bulked up. Thanks to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's pure Spirit Kiss nourishment, Gray's genetic model was constantly being repaired. Gray was already visibly stronger than before. It was so skinny that it didn't have much flesh in the past. Now that Gray was stronger, it also molted and lost its gray feathers. They were replaced by a layer of fine fluff that was whiter than snow. The layer of snow-white fluff was very soft and dense. Lin Yuan believed that snow-white feathers would start growing out of the fluff soon. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's little butler, the wind-speed rapid antelope, was lying by the pure land of bliss border. Perhaps it was due to the uncomfortable sleeping posture that it shook its little head in a daze. It stirred up the white sand on the pure land of bliss before flipping up. Once it flipped up, the heart-shaped butt, which Lin Yuan had trimmed, was now facing him. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose and could feel the intense love, which was expressed with the wind-speed rapid antelope's butt. Immediately after, Lin Yuan focused his attention on the ethereal jellyfish. Firstly, Lin Yuan took a black feather that was formed with the day and night spirit silver. He then used the black feather to knock on the surface of the glass sphere repeatedly. After repeated knocks, the glass sphere cracked. Lin Yuan then reached out and slightly pressed on the crack. The glass sphere containing the ethereal jellyfish shattered immediately. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the transparent liquid within the glass sphere wasn't water, but actually the ethereal jellyfish body. The thing that was thumping was actually the ethereal jellyfish's heart. Lin Yuan quickly poured the light green spirit fluid, which contained concentrated spirit chi and spatial energy, onto the ethereal jellyfish. The elemental shellfish could turn into different elements according to the provided spiritual ingredients. In order to guide the mutation, the only thing required was for the elemental shellfish to have more contact with that specific element's spiritual ingredient. But for the spatial energy required by the ethereal jellyfish, it had to be completely fused within the spirit fluid. The spatial energy had to be fused flawlessly with the pure spirit chi, creating a homogeneous spirit fluid. If it was just the massive amount of pure spirit chi, Lin Yuan could do it. However, when it came to fusing it with the boundless spatial energy, it was something that Lin Yuan would never be able to do. Chapter 382 Ruthless Men. Lin Yuan was cautious as he put one drop of light green spirit fluid onto the ethereal jellyfish. Soon enough, Lin Yuan realized that the light green spirit fluid had vanished from the ethereal jellyfish surface. It was very obvious that the ethereal jellyfish had absorbed the light green spirit fluid, but after absorbing the spirit fluid, the ethereal jellyfish didn't have any changes. Lin Yuan continued to supply the light green spirit fluid by drops. After the 30th drop of the spirit fluid, Lin Yuan noticed that the originally colorless ethereal jellyfish now had 3 areas where the body was subtly light green. However, the ethereal jellyfish was still transparent as its thumping heart was still visible. Finally, Lin Yuan poured in half the bottle of the light green spirit fluid, but the ethereal jellyfish still didn't have any plans on spitting out its gastric sacs. However, those 3 slightly light green areas had expanded. It seemed like those 3 areas were the locations of the gastric sacs. Finally, once every drop of spirit fluid was used up, the ethereal jellyfish had intense movements. The 3 constantly expanding gastric sacs seemed to be stimulating the ethereal jellyfish from within. The ethereal jellyfish was using all strength to wiggle its body and trying to spit out the 3 gastric sacs rapidly. Once those 3 light green gastric sacs were spat out, the ethereal jellyfish looked as though it was weakened and became sluggish in midair. That faintly visible heart was also beating at a much slower pace. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan disregarded the 3 gastric sacs that were spat out. Instead, he used the black feather formed by the day and night spirit silver to slice across his palm ruthlessly. The moment Lin Yuan's palm was sliced by the black feather, warm and fresh blood dripped onto the ethereal jellyfish's body. Immediately after, the weakened ethereal jellyfish started to absorb Lin Yuan's fresh blood, due to the loss of its gastric sacs. When the ethereal jellyfish absorbed Lin Yuan's blood, its entire body turned red. At present, the ethereal jellyfish's body was bright red in color. It was only now Lin Yuan was able to see the ethereal jellyfish's true and entire appearance. The current normal, inormal ethereal jellyfish looked no different than the regular jellyfish in the sea. The membrane-like body was slowly wiggling while there were 20 or 30 tentacles suspended below. Lin Yuan used his hand to touch those tentacles gently, and realized they were extremely soft. The originally weakened ethereal jellyfish seemed to have regained its vigor after absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The membrane-like body suddenly turned illusory and became real again. As the ethereal jellyfish was floating in the air, it seemed to be constantly shuttling within the spatial zones. With each transfer, it would bring about small waves of spatial energy. As more of Lin Yuan's blood was getting absorbed by the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that the blood was mainly gathered at the heart of the ethereal jellyfish. The ethereal jellyfish's heart was the part with the deepest and most bright red place. By now, Lin Yuan had already supplied his blood for 5 minutes, but he noticed that the ethereal jellyfish wasn't even full after absorbing all that blood. It was still insatiably absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The 3 gastric sacs locations in the ethereal jellyfish had yet to grow any new gastric sacs. The flow of blood from Lin Yuan's palm was starting to slow down. The huge loss of blood had caused Lin Yuan's arm to turn numb. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth and used the black feather to slice across his other palm. It caused another huge stream of blood to flow into the ethereal jellyfish. At the moment the new blood flowed into the ethereal jellyfish's body, Lin Yuan noticed that he had already developed a connection with the ethereal jellyfish inside his spiritual spatial zone. At the same time, 3 new gastric sacs started to grow again. However, the new gastric sacs were still light red in color. When floating in the air, the ethereal jellyfish was emitting red light. It was just like a huge lantern that felt very festive. Lin Yuan was rather speechless. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have sliced open his other palm too, as the blood from the first palm was already enough. Lin Yuan felt that he was really a ruthless man, as he had actually sliced himself in excess. The jasmine lily on the work table produced a seed of green light that landed on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's palm was healing back to normal at a visible speed. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. It seemed like not all the Fays in the Spirit Lock spatial zone were asleep, as the jasmine lily was still awake. However, even if the jasmine lily was awake, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to tell. Or should it be said that a plant Fay like the jasmine lily didn't even need to sleep? Lin Yuan could totally feel how difficult it was for Zhang Xiaobai to nurture a leech after feeling the weakness the loss of blood brought. Lin Yuan felt that he should start to include some wolfberries in his diet to start a healthy life. It was fortunate that the jasmine lily's ability, heal, could gradually restore vitality, allowing Lin Yuan to replenish the fresh blood that he had lost. Therefore, Lin Yuan merely felt a few minutes of anemia before he was back to normal. The ethereal jellyfish was already Lin Yuan's contracted Fey. As he attempted to converse with the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that its mind was in chaos. It didn't even have a clear consciousness and couldn't converse. According to the ethereal jellyfish's unclear consciousness, the feedback it gave to Lin Yuan was that Lin Yuan was its contractor. So the ethereal jellyfish was fond of floating around him. The ethereal jellyfish felt very at ease when floating around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed like this ethereal jellyfish should be the Fey with the lowest level of intelligence among all his Feys right now. After forming the contract with the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan didn't leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Instead, he started to enhance the ethereal jellyfish, all the way until it reached Elite Epic. Lin Yuan was planning to choose one of the 3 exclusive skills that appeared when the ethereal jellyfish reached bronze. Chapter 383 Space Tunnel. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to enhance the ethereal jellyfish to bronze, he suddenly noticed that the 3 light green gastric pouches that it had spat out had turned into light green crystals that contained majestic spatial energy. Although Lin Yuan did not know what the light green crystals were used for, they should be considered very supremagrade spatial spiritual materials just by looking at the majestic spatial energy in them. Lin Yuan took a brocade box out of his amber button-shaped diamond face storage box and put the light green crystals into it. He then carefully stored this brocade box back into the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. After that, Lin Yuan let this pink ethereal jellyfish land on his palm. Its tentacles rested on both sides of his palm, just like a little red cap with its own red wig. Lin Yuan felt that his thinking was really a little dangerous. As he channeled pure spirit Kai to the ethereal jellyfish's body, it soon broke through the barrier of Elite X Epic and became a Bronze I normal source-type lifeform. At that moment, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan did not immediately check the 3 new exclusive skills and choose one of them. Instead, he first took a closer look at its abilities. Fey name Ethereal Jellyfish. Fey species Almeridy Floating Jellyfish. Fey type Spatial. Tentacle node by breaking its tentacles. The broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. No teleportation by sensing a spatial node. It will transport targets toward a certain spatial node. As Lin Yuan looked at its normal ability, Tentacle Node, and Elite ability, Node Teleportation, suddenly found that this source-type ethereal jellyfish could teleport targets at bronze. Previously, when Lin Yuan had a question and answer session with the Moon Empress, he had heard her say that, under normal circumstances, spatial source-type lifeforms that could perform spatial teleportation tended to form their own spatial teleportation system only when they had 4 abilities at gold. However, this ethereal jellyfish had a spatial teleportation system at bronze. Even though it had the most basic spatial teleportation system, every time it evolved, the abilities that appeared would enrich the system it had now formed. However, Lin Yuan did not know how far the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation range reached. He still needed to experiment to know exactly the teleportation range. Nonetheless, it was obvious that now was not the best time to experiment with its tentacle node and node teleportation. After checking the ethereal jellyfish's abilities, Lin Yuan had a rough understanding of its teleportation mechanism. It used its tentacles as a spatial node and fused the broken tentacles into the space as a spatial marker. Then, it would teleport based on searching for the spatial marker. After understanding its 2 current abilities, Lin Yuan began to look at the 3 exclusive skills. The first one was Super Teleportation. Super Teleportation increased the number of targets that can be teleported within a certain range at a spatial node. When Lin Yuan saw this exclusive skill, his eyes lit up. As the ethereal jellyfish contractor, he knew that it could not only teleport 1 target at a time. As its grade increased, the number of teleportation targets would also constantly increase. However, the number of targets that it could teleport at one time was still limited. For example, given the bronze I ethereal jellyfish strength, it could barely teleport Lin Yuan alone and could not teleport another person. Super Teleportation had changed its limited teleportation targets into group teleportation. This exclusive skill had increased the ethereal jellyfish's spatial teleportation functionality, which was a pleasant surprise to Lin Yuan. Even if he could not choose the other 2 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan felt he could also accept super teleportation with pleasure. Nevertheless, he still checked the other 2 exclusive skills. When he looked at the second exclusive skill, he first nodded before shaking his head. Sturdy node strengthen the spatial node and extend the distance of the spatial node teleportation. It could extend the teleportation distance and allow the ethereal jellyfish to teleport the target farther. However, since it could not teleport many things at once, no matter how far it teleported the target, it was still not as good as the first exclusive skill, Super Teleportation, which increased the number of teleportation targets. However, when he looked at the third exclusive skill, he slapped his thighs and chose it without hesitation. Space Tunnel breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed to set up a new one. The third exclusive skill, Space Tunnel, could allow Lin Yuan to set up 3 space passageways. It was the same as setting up a space passageway that could always exist between a distance. Although the choice of these 3 space passageways was at the expense of the ethereal jellyfish being able to perform multi-target teleportation or long-distance teleportation, the strategic significance of Space Tunnel was clearly higher than Super Teleportation and Sturdy Node. If Lin Yuan's floating island whale ascended into the sky later with the Sky City established on its back, This ethereal jellyfish space tunnel could directly connect a bridge from the ground to the sky city on its back for him. He had also thought before that if he did not let the floating island whale land when it ascended to the sky, the people of his private faction, including himself, would have to get on its back with the help of flying face to high altitude. If that was the case, interested parties would sooner or later notice the floating island whale and the sky city on its back. They would then discover the floating island whale through the flying phase flying toward it. However, the ethereal jellyfish space tunnel could now increase the convenience of transportation between the floating island whale and the ground. At the same time, this ability would allow the floating island whale to become an untouchable hidden city in the clouds like a floating cloud. Chapter 384 The Outstanding Mother of Bloodbath. Space Tunnel clearly showcased how important the strategic significance of spatial source-type items that could perform spatial teleportation was to major factions, or how important it was to Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City. Lin Yuan looked at this bronze, normal ethereal jellyfish and decided to enter seclusion and stay up late in the next few days. He planned to raise the ethereal jellyfish to legend when it was at bronze before raising it to silver. It would take too much time to raise it to gold. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, and there was still less than a month to go before New Year's. He couldn't stay in seclusion until the new year to enhance the ethereal jellyfish. Therefore, he planned to wait until the new year before raising the ethereal jellyfish to gold. As Lin Yuan looked at the little ones who were still sleeping in the spirit lock spatial zone, he felt a little sleepy as well. He did not immediately go to enhance the ethereal jellyfish, but first left the spirit lock spatial zone. He would need a good night's sleep before staying up late. It wouldn't be too late when he woke up the next day, received Gao Feng's package, handed it to Hu Quan, and stayed up late to enhance the ethereal jellyfish grade and quality. This time, he did not intend to use the spirit kite crystals to enhance it because he had other uses for them. Lin Yuan had exchanged his Star Web Store's flower brocade pearls for strange flames, so that Chimey could reach Fantasy Roman 3 and complete its bloodline evolution before undergoing the Radiance 100 sequence test. At that time, Lin Yuan could use the Spirit Kai crystals to promote Chimey from Silver Eye to Gold Eye and let it become a Gold Eye Fantasy Roman 3 Fae. After undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis, Chimey would be Lin Yuan's trump card to face all challenges in the test. Early in the next morning, Lin Yuan received the gold Fae storage box that Gao Feng had mailed over through Ostrich Logistics at the mansion entrance. After receiving it, he called Gao Feng to tell him about it. Gao Feng's gold Fae storage box contained the 4 completely Jetta-textured green elm boards and design blueprints. After all, the things that Gao Feng had sent were really valuable. If Lin Yuan did not let Gao Feng know, the latter would always be thinking about it. Lin Yuan returned inside with this gold Fae storage box, and saw Hu Quan wiping the carving knife in his hand. He approached Hu Quan and asked, "Uncle Hu, are you interested in the 4 completely Jetta-textured green elm boards here?" Hu Quan's eyes immediately lit up, and he answered, "Completely Jetta-textured green elm, of course I'm interested in such good stuff." Lin Yuan handed the gold Fae storage box to Hu Quan and said, "It's been hard on you, Uncle Hu. This is for a friend of mine. I'll have him discuss the price with you when the time comes." Gao Feng could not find a Class 5 spirit craftsman, but Lin Yuan happened to know about it and did him a favor. As for the price of using these 4 completely Jetta-textured green elm boards to make objects according to the blueprints, Gao Feng and Hu Quan still had to discuss it. Although Hu Quan had signed a contract with him and did not ask for any sort of remuneration for making any objects for the mansion and his faction, Lin Yuan would not really consider Hu Quan as a toolman. He would not give Hu Quan something that his friend wanted to make without telling him about it and let him work as a laborer without his knowledge. This was akin to disrespecting Hu Quan. When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's words, he became a little unhappy instead. "Why are you so polite with me? Go discuss with your friend. I'm fed well in this mansion, and there are endless spiritual materials for me to use. I've long considered myself as part of this mansion." As he said that, Hu Quan looked at the feature wall again. He looked at himself beside Lin Yuan and said very firmly, "Don't talk to me about remuneration next time. The best remuneration is to provide a little more completely Jetta-textured wood for me to use." Hu Quan then smacked his lips and said, "That friend of yours is lucky. The first thing my fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede is going to make is his object." At that moment, Wen Yu came out of the kitchen, saw Hu Quan, and said, "Uncle Hu, you really have to sleep at night in the future. Otherwise, after a long time, you simply won't be able to stay up. After all, it's liver detoxification at night. If you stay up late, it'll hurt your liver. Big brother Liu cooked cinnamon pork liver soup for you again today. Uncle Hu, you just refuse to eat it. This time, you have to eat until nothing is left." When Hu Quan heard Wen Yu's tone of saying it was for his own good, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch madly. What Hu Quan hated most in his life was the taste of liver. To make things worse, Liu Jie had been cooking cinnamon pork liver soup for him, making Hu Quan, a big old man who had never been taken care of, feel that he was being treated as a pregnant woman. However, it had to be said that Hu Quan got along with the people in the mansion and slowly treated this mansion as a home he had to protect. Nonetheless, this cinnamon pork liver soup was really too hard for him. Hu Quan knew it was to help his body detox, but he couldn't eat it even if he pinched his nose. At that moment, he wondered whether he should change his work schedule. Otherwise, not even an immortal could handle eating this cinnamon pork liver soup every day. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Quan gnashing his teeth, he could not help laughing. Perhaps the only thing that could defeat a Class 5 spirit craftsman like Hu Quan and not let him stay up late was the cinnamon pork liver soup. While eating, Lin Yuan noticed that Endless Summer, which always had a bold dressing style, had become normal after a night. Endless Summer's hair had returned to its original color, and it had a ponytail. It was wearing a very simple pink and white outfit. Endless Summer looked elegant, pretty, and noble with the body weaponization bracelet on its wrist that was full of pink-purple hydrangeas and some simple, grand spirit accessories. It no longer gave people a rustic, non-stream, heavy metal feeling. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath. It nodded at him, expressing that it had completed its mission, and he gave it a thumbs up. He had never expected it to complete its mission so well. The question was, how had it accomplished this? Chapter 385 Life Predator. Could it be related to those vicious cases about the fatty otakus recently? Ever since the scene culture had influenced Endless Summer, its hair had always been like being struck by lightning. When Lin Yuan had last met Endless Summer, it had at least 5 colors on its hair. Its clothing had also been very exaggerate. All kinds of strange clothes made it look crazy. The spirit accessories that Endless Summer had bought before also came in handy. It had almost worn all the spirit accessories it had bought. No matter where it went, sounds of the spirit accessories clanking could be heard. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Liu Jie, and Hu Quan had all politely tried to talk about the disadvantages of the scene culture and told it to go easy on its style appropriately. But Wen Yu, Liu Jie, Hu Quan, and even Lin Yuan were almost introduced to the heavy metal culture. It made Lin Yuan think that wearing 5 colors with a variety of metal chains might make him look better a little. In the end, rationality thrived over that. What puzzled Lin Yuan was how the mother of Bloodbath had completely changed Endless Summer's taste. Who was dressed in a very exaggerated manner yesterday? After one night, this made Lin Yuan quite curious. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said to Endless Summer, "Sister Summer, those otakus like your previous dressing style the most. If you still dress as you did before and they get your picture and post it on Star Web's forum, there is no telling how many of them will put your picture on their walls. Think about what they will do to your picture at night." Lin Yuan could clearly feel Endless Summer shiver. Then he noticed that Endless Summer glanced at him and asked, really?" Lin Yuan wanted to explain to Endless Summer that otakus were huge and gentle animals. What the mother of Bloodbath claimed was not the otakus modus operandi. They loved paper cuts, not a photo of someone with a bold style. The otakus' degree of pickiness when looking for paper-cut wives could catch up to emperors choosing concubines. However, Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath blink its eyes hard at him. The meaning in its eyes obvious. It was clearly telling him that it had completed the mission, and if he was going to screw up again, he would have to find his own way. It couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yuan received the message from the mother of Bloodbath's eyes and first looked at Endless Summer's normal dressing style. He then recalled Endless Summer's non-mainstream dressing style again. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Endless Summer, the mother of Bloodbath is right. Your photo will turn yellow on the wall in a few days. Attackers are really scary." In order to make attackers sound more terrifying, he added, "Do you know what place is known as a death camp?" Lin Yuan's words made Endless Summer freeze. Besides Endless Summer, even Liu Jai, Wen Yu, and Hu Quan, who were all at the table, froze, pondering Lin Yuan's question. The mother of Bloodbath looked closely at Lin Yuan as if it really got to know him for the first time. After thinking for a long time, Endless Summer answered, "Is it the legendary Sin cleansing pool?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "The Attackers bed sheets can be said to be death camps." Endless Summer was a little puzzled and did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, Wen Yu, Liu Jai, and Hu Quan did. Then, Lin Yuan saw that Endless Summer did not seem to understand his question. So he asked, "Endless Summer, do you know what can be called a life predator?" Endless Summer thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Given its suzerain myth Roman 3 power, only creation breed phase should be able to plunder its life. Lin Yuan felt that Endless Summer should really make up for the fact that it didn't even know about such things. The Attackers' hands are comparable to a life predator. When Hu Quan, who was still looking at the cinnamon pork liver soup in front of him with an ugly expression, heard Lin Yuan say that. He choked on the egg roll and coughed violently. Endless Summer still looked as if it half understood. However, the mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan with a very dangerous gaze. He glanced at it as serious as when it had blinked its eyes at him previously and blinked his eyes at it. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was for Endless Summer's good. Otherwise, why would Lin Yuan make fun of such gentle animals like Attackers? The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, "What do you know? Quickly cuff and take him away." Lin Yuan felt a little aggrieved. "You don't understand. So how do you know what I'm talking about? Both of them should be handcuffed together and taken away." Hu Quan snorted out a laugh. Before he could laugh a few times, When Yu said, "Uncle Hu, if you don't eat the cinnamon pork liver soup while it's hot, it's going to turn cold." Big brother Liu got up early in the morning and boiled it for you for an hour and a half. When Yu had cleverly changed the topic, shifting it from Lin Yuan to Hu Quan looked at the lumps of pig liver that appeared in this big bowl of cinnamon pork liver soup and felt better. When Lin Yuan saw that Hu Quan was not very interested in the soup, he said to Liu Jai, "Big brother Liu, I bought a lot of ingredients last night. If Uncle Hu doesn't like pork liver soup, he can still have beef liver soup or lamb liver soup." Upon hearing that, Hu Quan held up the bowl, pinched his nose, and ate all the cinnamon pork liver soup. Then he hurriedly drank the banana milk on his left side and ate a few mouthfuls of cut fruits mixed with maple syrup before the pork liver taste in his mouth was suppressed. However, the more Hu Quan looked at little Yuan eating his breakfast unhurriedly, the more he felt that little Yuan actually looked kind, but was cruel. What was the difference between beef liver soup, mutton liver soup, and pork liver soup? Didn't all of them have liver? Weren't the odor of the beef liver soup and mutton liver soup even worse? This kid must be taking revenge on him for not holding back his laughter when he was talking just now. After eating, Lin Yuan told everyone his plan about entering seclusion for a while. Hu Quan rubbed his stomach and said, "I should not be returning to the mansion today and tomorrow. Those old guys from the Spirit Craftsman Association are going to hold a ceremony for me. When I return, he'll be a real Class 5 Spirit Craftsman." Chapter 386 The White-Clothed Followers Project begins. Looking at Hu Quan's joyful expression after he had achieved his life goal, Lin Yuan smiled and said to him, "I'll congratulate Uncle Hu in advance." Hu Quan first chuckled and then rolled his eyes at him before replying, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman." Liu Jai, who was cleaning up the tableware on the table, said, "Uncle Hu, contact us through the phone when you come back. At that time, he'll make a table of delicious food for you to celebrate." Hu Quan also did not refuse and just subconsciously said, "I don't eat liver." Liu Jai looked at Hu Quan's real and unpretentious expression and had some doubts about his cooking skills for the first time. "I've eaten a lot of this cinnamon pork liver soup that I made. It tastes quite good. Why does Hu Quan hate eating that so much? Why don't I add some fish head and Sichuan sesame to it when I make it next time so that it becomes fish head pork liver soup with cinnamon and Sichuan sesame? It can even nourish his mind while nourishing his liver." Liu Jai felt that his idea was simply awesome. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. After sending Hu Quan out, Lin Yuan returned to his room and logged onto StarWeb with his creation master identity. The first thing he did when he logged onto StarWeb was to go to his purchase with no loss store and put up 10 flower brocade pearls for blind trade again. Then he began to check all the messages he had received in his message bar during this period. Among these messages, most of them were asking if he had more flower brocade pearls that could be traded. Although they were all in the name of individuals, these people should have their own factions behind them. Otherwise, even if the buyer was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, they could not use all the flower brocade pearls after buying so many of them. Lin Yuan kept all the messages because he might do this deal sometime after. Of course, some messages were asking Lin Yuan if he had bronze epic phase. He deleted all of them, since he had established a private faction territory on StarWeb and set its main operation path to customizing bronze epic phase suitable for the different willpower runes that Spirit Kai professionals had comprehended. He naturally would not let his purchase with no law store overlap with his private faction's operation. Wouldn't he become his own competitor? However, that didn't mean that Lin Yuan wouldn't allow high-quality bronze phase to circulate outside his purchase with no law store. Then he issued the news of the blind trade on his StarWeb store. It was not so much of a trade of items, but a trade of people. Lin Yuan wrote, "Recruiting king-class experts with 3 willpower runes and above. Give me loyalty, and I'll give you a future." Lin Yuan posted such a message that did not hide his purpose. He did not write what kind of future he could give, but he believed that given the strength that his small store had shown so far, king-class experts intending to join a faction to obtain stable resources were bound to come in contact with him. However, Lin Yuan would not entertain general king-class experts. The king-class experts that he wanted to recruit had to have at least 3 willpower runes. Lin Yuan's purpose in releasing this message was not mainly to recruit those powerful king-class experts who were not easy to recruit. Those powerful king-class experts could pay allegiance to the top factions so as to obtain a huge amount of resources. Lin Yuan really wanted to recruit those who had bad initial conditions and could only nurture the main Fae with a lifetime of resources, but were talented enough to comprehend multiple willpower runes. Due to their low starting point, these king-class experts had been limited by resources, so their main Fae was often not very powerful. Although having multiple willpower rune on their path of growing could allow them to show their amazing talents, such king-class experts were still not very well treated by the veteran factions. These king-class experts, who didn't have powerful main Faes, could not immediately contribute to the veteran factions by paying allegiance to them. Only when the veteran factions invested high-quality bronze Faes in these experts could they grow. The addition of such king-class experts was almost like constantly sucking the veteran factions' resources, and it would also take a long time for their Faes to grow. As a result, veteran factions were naturally unwilling to do such a deal that sustained losses. The strength-based world was very realistic. No matter how great one's talent was, it had to be piled up with high-quality bronze Faes and a huge amount of resources. For the veteran factions, the best choice was to invest in those king-class experts with powerful main Faes. Therefore, those king-class experts with only one main Fae, low combat ability, but with many willpower runes were in a very awkward position. After all, there were few creation masters in this world, and high-quality bronze Faes were simply precious. Even those king-class experts with powerful main Faes that joined veteran factions for over 10 years might not necessarily be able to obtain a high-quality bronze Fae that was suitable for their comprehended willpower rune. The more such king-class experts were not welcomed by veteran factions, the more beneficial it was to Lin Yuan, as he welcomed them very much. High-quality bronze fays were difficult for other people, but it was just a matter of a dozen minutes for Lin Yuan. Basically, it could be said that Lin Yuan was going to make a deal with no capital with the items within his reach to exchange for the allegiance of those king-class experts with weak main fey, but many willpower runes. After Lin Yuan poured in the resources of high-quality bronze fays into such king-class experts, he could completely put them in a free-range state. No matter how weak these king-class experts' main fey was, they had some savings and could provide the resources needed to nurture their new fey. Lin Yuan did not need to think too much and could save a lot of trouble, which was simply his project of having white-clothed followers. Chapter 387 Silver Ability. Node Activation. After Lin Yuan gave these king-class experts with weak main fey, but many willpower runes the high-quality bronze fays, they might not bring any strong and favorable returns to him in a short period, but after a year or two of nurturing their other fey, they would be no different from those king-class experts with powerful main fays. They would even become more powerful than them. Lin Yuan wasn't sure how many of these king-class experts would look for him. However, every such king-class expert would be equivalent to planting a seed in the soil that could bear fruit. As long as this seed could sprout in the soil, then it was destined to bloom into a gorgeous flower. Lin Yuan did not believe that those king-class experts with a low starting point, but great talent would be willing to settle for mediocrity. He had a temptation that any Spirit Kai professional could hardly resist, and he was unlike those veteran factions that only provided high-quality bronze fays. What he could provide were high-quality bronze fays that could be customized according to the willpower rune. Thus, the net had been opened, just waiting for the fish to swim in, when the news that Lin Yuan's store put another batch of flower brocade pearls for blind trade spread. The people who paid attention to it rushed to purchase with no loss fey store. Immediately after that, they were shocked by the recruitment news he had posted. This one-star store simply had a huge appetite. Or rather, how many resources did he have as the bottom line to be able to say, "Give me loyalty, and I'll give you a future"? Lin Yuan logged off Star Web and returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, ready to enhance the bronze normal ethereal jellyfish. When he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone this time, he noticed Gray was playing hide-and-seek with the wind-speed rapid antelope. They were running and chasing each other and hiding, bringing a lot of fun to the place. After Lin Yuan got close to these two little fellows, he started to concentrate on enhancing the ethereal jellyfish to improve its grade and quality. For the past few days, Lin Yuan had only slept 4 to 5 hours every day, like when he had entered seclusion in the past. After spending 5 days promoting the ethereal jellyfish from Bronze normal to Bronze X Legend, he noticed that although this lighted ethereal jellyfish still had no change in color and was still the same color after it had absorbed his blood, its heart would emit a flickering dark red glow from time to time. At the same time, its body became much larger, with many bright silver lines on it. When the ethereal jellyfish contracted its body, it was as if it had traveled back and forth several spaces. Between the dimming and flickering, it was close at hand, but it was as if there were layers of barriers that people simply could not touch. However, when Lin Yuan reached out to touch the ethereal jellyfish, it would transform its body from the layers of space into a solid form, allowing him to touch it. During that period, he found that it always liked to run to his head. It felt very warm on his head, as well as cool and comfortable, due to the ethereal jellyfish's festive color. Lin Yuan had a feeling of wearing a little red hat and red wig. Only after his violent protest and clear opposition did the ethereal jellyfish get off his head. Instead, it started lying lazily on Lin Yuan's neck when it had nothing else to do. Every time the ethereal jellyfish landed on Lin Yuan's neck, it was like he was wearing a red scarf. But in his opinion, it was better to be on his neck than on his head. As Lin Yuan continued to channel Spirit Kai into the ethereal jellyfish, it broke through the limit of Bronze X and became a Silver I Legend Source-type lifeform. When the ethereal jellyfish broke through to Silver, 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles grew between its nearly 30 short tentacles. These 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles were very thick, nearly twice the length of its short tentacles. They grew in the center of the ethereal jellyfish body and were surrounded by a circle of short tentacles at the side. This made the ethereal jellyfish look much more magnificent than its ordinary jellyfish look. Then Lin Yuan started to check the ethereal jellyfish true data. Node activation. The spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or toward itself. Tentacle node will be invalidated after the teleportation. Space tunnel breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before setting up a new one. Lin Yuan saw that after the ethereal jellyfish reached silver, its new ability was called node activation. This ability was the ethereal jellyfish's first step to perfect its teleportation system that was just taking shape. It clearly brought Lin Yuan a big surprise. Node activation increased the functionality of the ethereal jellyfish's original teleportation system. It could be said that Lin Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish contractor, would not be the only one enjoying its teleportation effects. Other people holding its tentacles could also teleport to various spatial nodes. Although the tentacles acting as the teleportation medium would disappear after the teleportation, it made the ethereal jellyfish teleportation system more flexible. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this silver ability was akin to somewhat compensating for the tension in establishing his private faction, where Space Tunnel could only set up 3 passageways and allow its various spatial nodes to link up perfectly with each other. As long as the people in Lin Yuan's private faction had a small section of the ethereal jellyfish tentacles, they could teleport to any spatial nodes. In case of danger, it would be equivalent to giving the members of Lin Yuan's private faction a chance to escape. Chapter 388. The Storm Rises. There was no need to worry even if the enemy took the ethereal jellyfish tentacles. Ni needed to take out a drop of blood in advance, and let the ethereal jellyfish devour it in order to use its tentacles to teleport once between nodes. The blood that it devoured would be memorized in its gastric pouch. Only those whose blood was memorized could activate the tentacles to teleport between nodes. Lin Yuan cut a tentacle, and observed it before he found out that the ethereal jellyfish tentacles would grow out 2 centimeters in 1 hour. Its tentacles were 30 centimeters long, so Lin Yuan deduced it would take about 15 hours for 1 tentacle to grow. Then he cut off all the ethereal jellyfish tentacles, and Lin Yuan now had 30 tentacles in his hands. He would have to take these tentacles to the location where he wanted to set up a spatial node. The ethereal jellyfish's ability seemed powerful, but it also had its own drawbacks. If the ethereal jellyfish wanted to teleport, the spatial node would have to be set up in advance, and the range of the spatial node couldn't go beyond the range that the ethereal jellyfish could cover with its strength. Given the Silver Eye Legend ethereal jellyfish strength, it could only cover a small half of the royal capital. At present, such a distance was enough for Lin Yuan. As for long-distance teleportation, Lin Yuan could set up a space tunnel, and the distance would be determined by the number of the ethereal jellyfish tentacles that Lin Yuan used. The more tentacles he used, the further the space tunnel could be set up. Therefore, in order not to waste the ethereal jellyfish teleportation resources, Lin Yuan would have to cut the ethereal jellyfish newly grown tentacles periodically. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yuan could feel how the tentacles were like hair for humans, where there would be no feelings after it was cut, he really wouldn't want to get his hands on its tentacles. When Lin Yuan exited the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he noticed it was already late at night. Lin Yuan happened to feel very tired, so he got under his covers, ready to have a good sleep. But the late night in the royal capital was not quiet. Even if black clouds covered the stars and moon in the dark night of the royal capital, they were still illuminated by the lights. Full of prosperity, the early winter season had passed and had turned into a real cold winter. Although the weather in the royal capital was not cold in the true north, the cold wind could easily blow through the Spirit Kai professionals' Spirit Kai clothes. Random snowflakes slowly spilled down from the dark clouds in the sky without changing the lively atmosphere. It was almost the Lunar New Year, so many people were out at night. They gathered in some bars and restaurants. watching the broadcast of the Guild Alliance's tournament. In a very exquisite and stylish single villa in the royal capital's main city, a young man around 29 years old was sitting on a black musk deer leather sofa, with a 3-meter-long black leopard lying next to his feet. The leopard seemed to be a little sleepy at this moment and swept its tail, with blood at the corner of its mouth. Clearly, it had eaten not long ago. The youth was holding a crystal wine glass, but he squeezed it so hard that it seemed it was going to explode at any time. An old man of nearly 80 years old was standing behind the youth. He hunched over, and his waist and legs almost formed a right angle. The old man had a walking stick, trembling as if a gust of wind could blow him down. At that moment, this youth's eyes were gloomy, as he looked without blinking at the two majestic-looking middle-aged men standing in front of him. These two middle-aged men stood there, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes were full of caution as well as the fear of this youth. The youth said coldly, "Tell me, you two, how long has it been the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has not been taken down?" One of the slightly younger middle-aged men hurriedly answered, "Young Master Zhang, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce couldn't withstand our pressure and has moved from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. It will withdraw and abandon all of its assets in Indigo Azure City. It has already lost its foundation." The gloomy youth's tone suddenly changed. "So, according to you guys, you are still going to take credit for it, right?" The slightly younger middle-aged man's expression was obviously relieved upon hearing the words. He did not see the older partner standing beside him, whose expression had suddenly become uneasy, as he said, "Young Master Zhang, we do not dare to take credit for it. However, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources are simply too complicated. We still need some time to target them." The gloomy young man was furious and laughed before he fiercely hit the musk deer leather sofa's armrest, creating a loud bang. The slightly younger middle-aged man who had spoken just now was so scared that he fell on his knees. The gloomy youth bellowed, "Are you a pig? A Chamber of Commerce's online resources target the various stores on Star Web. Who knows how many stores on Star Web the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has signed contracts with to buy goods. Only a pig would think of targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources." The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground really didn't know what to say, so he blurted out after a long while, "I'm a pig." The gloomy youth almost didn't catch his breath and was so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. He threw the base of the glass on the forehead of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, creating a bloodstain. Then he looked at another middle-aged man and said coldly, "My Zhang family supported you brothers. Is that how you two do things? Previously, when you made a move on the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce controlled by your own father, you weren't as soft-hearted as now. Top in the seizure of power, is it harder to get something done than to eat shit?" The older middle-aged man immediately knelt on the ground and replied in fear, "We brothers are where we are now thanks to your support for so many years. Well, do whatever you tell us to." The gloomy youth kicked the sleepy black leopard that was beside him. It roared due to the kick and revealed its sharp teeth. After it saw the gloomy youth had kicked it, the black leopard continued to lie on the ground without making a sound. The gloomy youth looked at the two middle-aged men kneeling before him and said, "You are all inferior to this stupid leopard. Don't you have any teeth? I thought you all knew when you seized your father's Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that those who are bitten by sharp teeth are destined never to stand in the way again." Chapter 389 Fantasy Roman 2. When the two middle-aged men heard the gloomy youth's words, they looked at each other. The younger of the two men asked carefully, "Young Master Zhang, I heard that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce found a backer, and the Merchant Guild is just an empty shell now. About that?" The gloomy youth's eyes grew dangerous. He looked at the two kneeling middle-aged men and yelled, "Since the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has already shifted from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital, it means they did so before your eyes. Don't tell me you cannot even handle the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which has already given up their downline resources and is just under your watch. As for the other matters, I will handle them." After receiving the gloomy youth's orders, they quickly retreated from the room while feeling terrified. At that moment, The hunched elder standing behind the gloomy youth suddenly said, "Young master, the listening heron chamber of commerce's current leader is Listen. I heard that he is rather competent." The gloomy youth stood up and shrugged. He said as though he didn't care, "Elder Niu, the listening heron chamber of commerce is just an ant. So what if Listen is a competent person if he doesn't even have any chess pieces? How can he play chess?" One could hear from the gloomy youth's tone that he didn't even put Listen in his eyes. The hunched elder originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the gloomy youth's response, he asked, "Young master, do you want me to find out about the faction backing the listening heron chamber of commerce?" The gloomy youth shook his hand and said, "Given the listening heron chamber of commerce's current situation, do you think a veteran faction would try to take control of it? Furthermore, what I really want is the coastal sea, which the listening heron chamber of commerce controls at Indigo Azure City. My Zhang family wishes to excavate resources at Indigo Azure City's coastal seas. Therefore, the listening heron chamber of commerce's coastal sea is destined to belong to my Zhang family, if there is a faction truly obstructing us." After speaking to this point, the gloomy youth lowered his head and didn't talk anymore. The hunched elder Niu stayed silent for a moment before asking, "What does young master plan to do?" The gloomy youth looked at the crushed wine glass on the floor and said, "Listen's backer might not bother about the listening heron chamber of commerce. However, if this backer really interferes with the Zhang family's interests, then let the backer be the wine glass on the ground right now." The hunched elder Niu responded, "I understand, young master. Let me handle this matter." Before he used almost all of his strength to kick the black leopard on the ground, the gloomy youth nodded. The black leopard never closed its eyes to rest after getting kicked awake earlier. When the gloomy youth kicked it, the black leopard was obviously terrified and didn't even dare to dodge. It endured the kick. The gloomy youth sat on the black leopard's back and said, "I want everything to be over before the dimensional rift's active period. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it when the main family tries to blame me, a descendant of a mistress." The hunched elder Niu bowed even lower. "Young master doesn't have to worry. The night wind brought about snow and a bone-chilling air that surged toward the listening heron chamber of commerce. The winter sun was much lazier than before. During summer, the sun would be high up in the sky when it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was already 7 o'clock, but the sky was only dimly lit. Lin Yuan had been toiling for the past few days as he enhanced the ethereal jellyfish without rest. Normally, after toiling for several days, Lin Yuan would sleep until afternoon in order to replenish all his energy that was lost from the last few days. However, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and just as the sky turned bright, Lin Yuan woke up. Lin Yuan could feel that Chimey, which had been sleeping in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest, had already awakened. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Chimey from the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Chimey was summoned out, it immediately let out a few clear chirps. When Lin Yuan heard Chimey's clear chirps, he felt as though it was like a clash of soft jade that wasn't only pleasant to the ears. Chirps felt like they could enter deep into the soul. The voice had now turned into a soul voice. Lin Yuan was speechless. If Chimey used its current voice to sing, wouldn't it be irresistible? After chirping, Chimey immediately landed beside Lin Yuan's ear with fondness, and used its beak to peck at Lin Yuan's hair, helping to tidy up his morning hair. Immediately after, Chimey jumped onto Genius' head and used its little talon to hop around its head. Shortly after, Genius was awakened from its dreams. Genius let out a lazy meow. However, once Genius saw that it was Chimey, it immediately became energetic. Genius lifted its 2 fluffy tails and formed a little chair. Chimey flapped its wings and flew over to land on the little chair. Subsequently, Genius wagged its tails, making it feel as though Chimey was seated on a swing. Chimey let out a joyful and carefree expression. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' cheek and said, "Genius, you are pampering Chimey too much." When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's comment, it chirped twice to express its protest before speaking. "Genies and Yuan both pamper me." When Lin Yuan heard Chimey talking, he was pleasantly surprised. He never expected Chimey to learn how to speak after reaching Fantasy Roman 2. Actually, it should be natural. During normal days, Chimey could already understand what Lin Yuan was saying. In the past, when Chimey had learned how to sing, it was something like parrot talk. Nonetheless, it had helped build Chimey's foundation in speech. Chimey might not be too proficient in speech. Still, after a period of practice, once Chimey's quality reached Fantasy Roman 3, or it went through a bloodline evolution, Chimey would probably be able to converse like a regular person. Lin Yuan extended his finger and said, "Chimey, come over and let me see your changes after the quality upgrade." Chimey flew off from Genius' tails and landed on Lin Yuan's hand. It chirped twice and said, "Yuan, Chimey has become more beautiful. Look." While speaking, Chimey extended its wings to present itself to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey hadn't become bigger in size after reaching Fantasy Roman 2, and it still possessed that delicate and exquisite look. However, Lin Yuan could see that the cloud prints on Chimey's feathers were now more intense. Each cloud print seemed to be concealed by a starry halo, making them look brighter. Chapter 390 Hu Quan's Mask. Even if Chimey didn't use radiant body, the stars within the cloud prints were subtly emitting a glazed radiance. At the same time, the plume feather on Chimey's head had grown longer, and there were some indistinct patterns too. Lin Yuan couldn't really discern the exact patterns, but the plume feather and the patterns made it look as though Chimey was wearing an avian crown. Lin Yuan could tell that Chimey's bloodline must have been activated to a greater extent. Otherwise, Chimey wouldn't have transformations that were visible to the naked eye. Now that Chimey was awakened after the quality upgrade, Genius was obviously overjoyed. Lin Yuan knew that Genius had a little habit of raising its tail higher and higher as it was getting happier. At present, Genius' twin tails were already lifted high up into the sky. However, Lin Yuan was still going to let Chimey continue to rest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to upgrade its quality, progressing from Fantasy Roman 2 to Fantasy Roman 3. Therefore, Lin Yuan said to Chimey, "Chimey, can you continue to upgrade your quality on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree?" When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's request, it chirped twice and blinked its eyes before saying, "Yuan, when I wake up next time, can you teach me to sing more songs?" Lin Yuan rubbed Chimey with his finger in a pampering manner and said, "You quick-witted little rascal. Of course. It is fine to learn more songs. I can teach you as many songs as you want." After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Chimey flew around the house twice in an excited manner. It felt like it could already see a whole screen of praises for it in the live streaming room. Chimey suddenly thought, the sparrow voice lowly goddess. I'm going to be busy for some time. Once I'm done, I will sing new songs for everyone. Remember to praise me." Chimey didn't know that while it had been missing for such a long time, its fans had all bitterly been waiting in the live streaming room. Of course, the most miserable fan was the top-ranking one who was still sending gifts frenziedly. At the same time, Chimey was also abnormally excited to be able to upgrade its quality again. A quality upgrade was an irresistible temptation for any fae. Furthermore, after this upgrade, Chimey could obviously feel that it was much stronger than before. Even though Chimey was extremely active and lively, it was still willing to fall into a deep slumber to upgrade its quality and activate its bloodline. On the other hand, when Genius heard that Chimey was going back to sleep, its lifted tails immediately drooped down again. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' head and said, "Once Chimey is asleep, you still can play with Gray inside the spirit lock spatial zone. Furthermore, Gray will be able to come outside to play with you soon after a period." Genius could feel Lin Yuan's concern in his words as it immediately used its head to brush against Lin Yuan's palm. It then nodded like an adult. Lin Yuan looked at Genius and genuinely felt that he should quickly comprehend a willpower rune that was suitable for Genius. He would then be able to allow Genius to become a fantasy breed. However, even if Lin Yuan could comprehend more willpower runes, the content of the willpower rune wasn't something that Lin Yuan could decide. It was still up to fate. Once Lin Yuan made the arrangements for Chimey, he looked at the time and realized it was already 7:30 a.m. However, Lin Yuan felt that his mind was still rather drowsy and didn't have enough sleep. When not having enough sleep, It would make an individual feel very weak throughout the entire day. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply carried genius and laid back on the bed. The winter sun might be up late, but it was still very warm when it shone through the window. Soon enough, Lin Yuan and genius closed their eyes and fell into the deep dreamland. Lin Yuan slept until afternoon and gave a huge stretch after waking up, feeling very refreshed. After cleaning up, he carried genius downstairs, who was still rather drowsy and in a daze. Lin Yuan was wearing a set of matte white spirit kai clothes that had a mix of silk and cotton. The white surface was decorated with light yellow embroidery. Lin Yuan already had a sunshine aura, and when complemented by this set of spirit kai clothes, it allowed Lin Yuan to have an even more amiable presence. When Lin Yuan got downstairs, he saw Hu Quan seated on the leather sofa. The latter was commanding the fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede to consume the completely jade-textured wooden shavings. He then commanded the wood weaving house centipede to process the wood shavings inside its belly before spitting out durable jade-textured threads. Hu Quan acted quickly as he delicately weaved the jade-textured threads on a metallic frame. The durable jade-textured threads wrapped around the metallic frame and formed a cloud-like pattern in just a short moment. When Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan walking down, he quickly said, "Lin Yuan, come over here and see if this mask I made is suitable for your size." Lin Yuan walked over and saw that Hu Quan had an item that was almost completed. He looked for a long time before he noticed that Hu Quan was making a mask. The metal frame didn't have enough jade-textured threads weaved around, and there were plenty of gaps. It was truly hard for anyone to associate it with a mask right now. Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan's expression and felt that his spirit craftsmanship was getting doubted. He pointed at the sofa by the side and said, "Sit and wait there for 20 minutes. This mask will be done by then." Immediately after, Hu Quan's hands moved delicately and deftly again as he pulled out the thread spun by the wood weaving house centipede and weaved it on the metal frame. As time went by, the metal frame was completely weaved. Finally, Hu Quan took out some jade-textured wooden pieces that were already polished up previously and tied them with the threads. He then used a tessellation technique to embed the wooden pieces onto the metal frame. During the past 20 minutes, Lin Yuan had been watching how Hu Quan created an exquisite mask from just a framework. He truly felt that it was heaven's work when a Class 5 spirit craftsman worked together with a fantasy breed fae. As the only spirit craftsman in the manor, Lin Yuan had naturally discussed with Hu Quan about Sky City's design. This mask just happened to be designed according to Lin Yuan's ideal of the Sky City. Once Hu Quan finished the mask, he handed it over to Lin Yuan and indicated for him to wear it. Lin Yuan received the mask and realized that even though it looked heavy, it was surprisingly light. When worn on the face, it was able to cover Lin Yuan's eyes and nose. Chapter 391 Heavenly Craft Pavilion. However, the light refracted by the jade-textured threads could well hide Lin Yuan's chin and forehead with the halo. His mask was paired with two jade-textured wood protrusions, just like two dragon horns. It made Lin Yuan give off the feeling of maturity and evil. The mask followed the curve of his chin, so people simply could not discern his age. Lin Yuan saw the effect of this mask through the shadow reflected on the completely jade-textured table at the side. He gave Hu Quan a thumbs up and praised him. "Uncle Hu, your spirit craftsmanship is really ingenious. It's simply superb." When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's praise, he said with a chuckle, "You can't show your face in public when dealing with matters now that you've established your private faction. It'll be much more convenient with this mask." The mask's jade silk threads outline the pattern of the majestic city in the clouds. At that time, he'll make some similar ones to the style of this mask, with jade silk threads outlined with some white cloud patterns. It'll be convenient for the others to carry when they go out to take care of their affairs. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Uncle Hu, is there still enough completely jade-textured wood in the mansion now?" Hu Quan thought for a moment and answered, "Thanks to those 4 pieces of completely jade-textured green elm, there is no shortage. It's enough to make good luck bed couches and weave masks for the period before New Year's. I went to check on the completely jade-textured wood fragments I stored up in the past 2 days, and found there were simply too many of them. It's more than enough to supply the goods to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I can rely on this fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede to make jade-textured silk threads for weaving some objects. I found a total of 27 spirit craftsmen to prepare Listen's objects. These spirit craftsmen have already started working overtime in the Spirit Craftsmen Association to make them. The manufactured objects are placed in my private warehouse in the Spirit Craftsman Chamber of Commerce. See when it will be appropriate to send these objects to Listen. Lin Yuan thought about his intention to go out later and set up spatial nodes with the ethereal jellyfish tentacles in various places within the royal capital. He had already set up a spatial node with a tentacle in his house. Lin Yuan now had 29 tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish, so he could set up 29 spatial nodes in the royal capital. Although he did not intend to set up so many spatial nodes at once, he felt that he needed to visit the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's location in the royal capital to set up a spatial node. Thus, he said, "Uncle Hu, I'm going to make a trip to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce later, and I'll bring these objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder to Listen." Hu Quan replied, "I'll now have a Class 3 spirit craftsman take those objects that they worked overtime to make out of my private warehouse before sending them in a platinum phase storage box." After saying that, Hu Quan made a phone call to the Class 3 spirit craftsman, who was rushing to make the objects at the Spirit Craftsman Association. Lin Yuan could infer from Hu Quan's words how much his words weighed in the Spirit Craftsman Association after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Hu Quan could already deploy the Spirit Craftsman Association's resources to a certain extent as long as he didn't go too far. Hu Quan hung up the phone, and after a moment of silence, he said to Lin Yuan solemnly, "Young master, I want to pull together a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen to establish an organization under your private faction, Sky City. What do you think?" After hearing that, Lin Yuan indicated for Hu Quan to continue talking about his plan. Although Lin Yuan did not express his opinion, he was in favor of Hu Quan's desire to pull together a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen and set up an organization under his own private faction. If Lin Yuan wanted to build his Sky City on the floating island Whale's Back, he would need many spirit craftsmen to work for him. Relying on Hu Quan alone would exhaust him, and he clearly could not complete the huge Sky City's construction. Therefore, if Hu Quan could gather many Class 3 spirit craftsmen under him, it would obviously be of great use to Sky City's construction. Hu Quan told Lin Yuan very seriously about his plan. "When I was looking for Class 3 spirit craftsmen to work on the objects under my name in the Spirit Craftsman Association, many of them expressed that they were willing to attach themselves to my side without charging any fees if they could learn spirit craftsmanship by my side. So I think this is an opportunity." Hu Quan's eyes clearly revealed something called ambition. Most of the Class 5 spirit craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association have chosen to do things alone or become a respected guest of the veteran factions. There are many Class 3 and Class 4 spirit craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association, but there have been no Class 5 spirit craftsmen to use this power. If we can take in these Class 3 and Class 4 spirit craftsmen, not only can they earn money for us in the future development, but we will no longer need to worry about manpower in the future, no matter what we want to carry out to build. Lin Yuan could hear from Hu Quan's words that he had been thinking about this big family. Of course, a large part of this was also because Hu Quan had a new goal and ambition after becoming a Class 5 creation master. It was not a bad thing to have ambition, as it could urge people to progress. Lin Yuan was very much in favor of Hu Quan's idea, so he naturally would not go against it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Hu's strength as a spirit craftsman is ingenious. How about setting up a heavenly craft pavilion? Tell me how much resources I'll need for that. I'll fully support it." Upon hearing that, Hu Quan laughed and replied, "A heavenly craft pavilion sounds good, young master. I won't let you down when I develop the heavenly craft pavilion." The Class 3 spirit craftsman appointed by Hu Quan arrived at the mansion's entrance in a short while. Hu Quan went to the door and brought back the platinum face storage box before handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then stored it in his amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. When Lin Yuan was about to go out, the mother of Bloodbath, which was originally watching the fish before the fish tank, said, "Lin Yuan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go out with you. Old Hu, make me a mask as well. I'll take it out with me." After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath pulled Lin Yuan to stand next to the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and let him and itself look at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps that were swimming inside. Chapter 392 Lazy to even bloom. The people in the mansion had long been used to the jaw-dropping good stuff that always appeared inside and were no longer as surprised as they were at first. Lin Yuan was a little confused why the mother of Bloodbath kept looking at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps. Suddenly, a bad thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the mother of Bloodbath was craving for fish? At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said, "Lin Yuan, the bloodline within the 3 carps is not simple. They have the same bloodline in their bodies that influence and attract each other. When they are together, the 3 bloodlines vaguely fuse into one, as if there is only one bloodline that is 3 times stronger. When the 3 carps evolve to a certain level, it's likely that one will be the dominant one, and 2 will be the supports, forming a special mutation evolution." Lin Yuan was not sure about the special mutation evolution that the mother of Bloodbath was talking about, but he secretly took it to heart. This was because these 3 mountain river eternal life carps had slowly evolved from the myriad form carps, thanks to Lin Yuan. Thus, if a special mutation did occur in the future, Lin Yuan would also have a good idea of what to expect so as not to be too flustered at the time. In less than 30 minutes, Hu Quan threw the newly made mask with cloud patterns to the mother of Bloodbath. After Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath went out, Lin Yuan ordered a flying fei and went toward the Radiant Moon Palace on the Leaning Moon Mountain. When they arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance, the mother of Bloodbath transformed into a fist-sized red spider and landed on that silver stamen gold luster kasha that had yet to reach suzerain in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. After a fei reached suzerain, it would possess a strong sense of territory. If 2 unfamiliar feis rashly landed on the other's body, it would be akin to a great provocation and offense. Lin Yuan entered the Radiant Moon Palace and went straight to the inner palace. Before he reached the entrance, he smelled a burst of lotus fragrance. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of what his master, the Moon Empress, had said before about making lotus root powder for himself from those suzerain lotus phase roots. He swallowed his saliva and only felt a little sorry for those lotus phase that he usually saw every time he was there. The Moon Empress wouldn't really have laid her hands on those lotus phase that have just been promoted to suzerain, would she? Just after entering the inner palace, Lin Yuan saw his master combing the 7-tailed, sun-swallowing fox fur. Mystic Moon was commanding Kai Cha and Yin Cha to cut the lotus roots in the lotus pool. The lotus phase that had just been promoted to suzerain all looked weak, helpless, and pitiful. The blooming lotus flowers of various colors were drooping, looking very spiritless. Lin Yuan felt that if these lotus phase could make expressions, they would all look like "Don't you come here," Mystic Moon said upon seeing this. "They are lazy to even bloom. It seems that there are too many lotus seeds, just in time for young lord." Having lotus seeds inside the lotus powder can certainly upgrade the flavor to another level. The moment Mystic Moon said that, the suzerain lotus phase in the pool immediately spread their huge flowers completely and produced haze. Some of them didn't have to wait for Kai Cha and Yin Cha to cut them. They took the initiative to break their lotus roots by themselves. The Moon Empress waved her hand to Lin Yuan, who had just entered the inner palace. "Try the pollen cream ginger cakes made from the camellias planted in the garden outside the palace. See if they are to your liking." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan rushed forward and saw a plate of very exquisitely made soft snacks. Lin Yuan ate a mouthful of pollen cream ginger cake, which felt fragrant in his mouth. Obviously, the taste of chestnut cream was very soft, sweet, and light. The Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan ate it and was afraid he would choke, so she poured him a cup of spirit tea before saying, "It just so happens that you're here today. I'll let Kai Cha and Yin Cha grind you a bowl of assorted lotus root powder. These dozens of suzerain lotuses root powder will be mixed with water into a bowl. and together with the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cash's nectar, it should be able to let you wash away the impurities in your body again and really make your body become free of dirt. Lin Yuan reached out and scratched the hair on the back of his head, thinking about how the Moon Empress would always go out of her way to cook delicious food for himself whenever he came to the Radiant Moon Palace. She usually had Mystic Moon send all kinds of things to the mansion. They were food, spiritual materials, spirit kai clothes, and even a strategic spatial source-type item with the ability to perform spatial teleportation. Cold Moon had also not returned to the Radiant Moon Palace for a long time. During this period, Lin Yuan had called Chu Sai and learned that Cold Moon had taken her to the most remote place of the 32 large cities, Osmanthus City, for training, allowing her scope and strength to greatly improve. Lin Yuan also wanted to send some things to the Radiant Moon Palace, but the Moon Empress did not accept them every time. She only said, "I'm not lacking anything. Tell me if you lack anything." In Lin Yuan's opinion, such a feeling of doing well and expecting nothing in return was actually kinship. Lin Yuan waved his hand, took out the ethereal jellyfish 3 stomach stones, and said, "Master, these 3 green crystals are what the ethereal jellyfish stomach had turned into after it spat them out when I contracted it." Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress took the 3 green stomach stones to check and replied, "The energy contained in these 3 stomach stones is almost all condensed from the energy in that bottle of green-colored spirit liquid. It's considered a spiritual material rich in spatial energy. Keep it well. It might be useful in the future." After Lin Yuan put away the 3 stomach stones, he talked about his ethereal jellyfish space tunnel with the Moon Empress. When she heard that, she obviously also became interested and said, "It might be a good idea for you to build a spatial tunnel within the Radiant Moon Palace and your mansion. It will be quite convenient to come and go in the future." Lin Yuan also had just this purpose. Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and took its tentacle that he had cut before to set up a spatial node. He ordered the ethereal jellyfish to connect the spatial node he had set up in the mansion with the one in Radiant Moon Palace. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, layers of energy emerged on its lighted body. When the spatial energy collided with the node, it vaguely opened a tunnel. Lin Yuan knew that he should put the tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish into it to help the tunnel expand. However, before he could do that, the ethereal jellyfish took the initiative to break off one of its 3 spiral-shaped tentacles, allowing this tentacle to fuse into the new tunnel. Chapter 393: The Development Outside the Radiance Federation and the Sacred Source Item. Although this tunnel gradually took on a shape, it was clear that the energy was still somewhat insufficient. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled the information True Data had provided for the space tunnel skill. After using the ethereal jellyfish tentacle, one could use spatial spirit materials to assist in the space tunnel's formation. He simply took out the green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish stomach and put it into the tunnel that was about to be formed. Then, after this tunnel drew away a lot of energy from the green crystal, he found that he did not need to add the tentacle anymore. This 2-meter-high tunnel had been completely built. Lin Yuan looked at the tunnel formed by the spatial energy and crossed over. He had no special feeling when crossing over the space tunnel. He only felt that he had walked through a door. And when he stepped out of the door, the scene had changed. Lin Yuan was very familiar with the new scene because he was already standing in his room in the mansion. Then he returned through this tunnel. After stepping out of the tunnel, he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. The green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish stomach was on the ground, and 13 of it had diminished. Lin Yuan picked up the green crystal and fell deep in thought. When he had just let the ethereal jellyfish use space tunnel, 2 unexpected things had occurred. One was that the ethereal jellyfish's spiral-shaped tentacle, which was more than twice as long as ordinary tentacles, could actually detach from its body. After detachment, it would not cause harm to the ethereal jellyfish's body. Another point was that after the ethereal jellyfish used the spiral-shaped tentacle in the middle of its body, it could rely on drawing away a large amount of spatial energy to extend the distance of this space tunnel. Lin Yuan could feel that as long as he marked 2 spatial nodes, no matter how far they were from each other, and as long as he had enough spatial energy to support the tunnel to be opened, he could open a complete space tunnel of an infinite length. The Moon Empress immediately saw the key point to this space tunnel's formation. So she asked, "Can the ethereal jellyfish space tunnel rely on spatial energy to increase the tunnel's length?" Lin Yuan nodded. She pondered for a few seconds and then asked again, "What are the conditions for setting up a space tunnel?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered, "You need this ethereal jellyfish tentacle to set up a spatial node and then connect two spatial nodes to form a space tunnel." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out one of the tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish that he had cut before and handed it to the Moon Empress. Thanks to the space tunnel he had set up, he suddenly understood something. Even if true data could show the abilities and exclusive skills of phase in detail, their actual effects could only be demonstrated after a real test. Otherwise, it would be just paper talk. At that moment, the Moon Empress words made Lin Yuan raise his head in shock. "Do you have any intention of going to a continent outside the Radiance Federation to develop?" Lin Yuan instantly understood the meaning of her words and asked, "Master, is it possible that this space tunnel can still be constructed from the Radiance Federation's royal capital to the other continents' federations?" The Moon Empress took out a gemstone that shone with strong silver luster with a flip of her hand and replied to him, "It's possible to construct a space tunnel from the royal capital to the nearest federation with the hollow crystal mother shellfish shed spatial shell crystals." When Lin Yuan heard hollow crystal mother shellfish, he recalled the hollow crystal shellfish from Ostrich Logistics. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan's inquiring gaze and explained, "You should be thinking about the relationship between the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish. Right, there's really an inextricable relationship between them." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan guessed, "Does the hollow crystal mother shellfish give birth to the hollow crystal shellfish?" Lin Yuan thought, according to the rumors that had been going around, the hollow crystal shellfish was known as a fade that Ostrich Logistics' own research had mutated. So it always had a firm grip on the hollow crystal shellfish. Could it have something to do with this hollow crystal mother shellfish? The reason Lin Yuan had guessed that the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish had a subordinate relationship was that he could sense the spatial energy contained in the spatial shell crystals was obviously 1,000 times more potent than the green spirit fluid that was formulated with the hollow crystal shellfish shell powder. Lin Yuan's guess made the Moon Empress reveal a gentle smile on her face. "Your guess is right, but inaccurate. Ostrich Logistics' hollow crystal shellfish is just a skill of the hollow crystal mother shellfish. This hollow crystal mother shellfish is neither a fey nor a source-type lifeform, but a sacred source lifeform." Lin Yuan listened carefully as the Moon Empress revealed information that he had never even heard of before. The hollow crystal mother shellfish should be Ostrich Logistics' secret all along. But what was a sacred source lifeform? Without waiting for Lin Yuan to ask, the Moon Empress explained to him as she did during the previous question and answer sessions. The things that appear at the spatial hubs in Class 1 to Class 4 dimensional rifts are known as source-type items. As the class of the dimensional rift becomes higher, the number of source-type items produced also become higher. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it no longer produces source-type items. Each Class 5 dimensional rift produces one and only sacred source item when it's destroyed. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it's like a small complete world inside. And the sacred source item contains the Class 5 dimensional rift small world's laws. Of course, the condition to form a contract with a sacred source lifeform is the compatibility with a person's soul. Given the strength of a normal person's soul, an individual can only contract one sacred source item in their lifetime. However, there are some beings with strong souls that can contract two sacred source lifeforms. As Lin Yuan listened to his master's explanation, he immediately understood the rarity and power of the sacred source lifeform. Few Class 5 dimensional rifts existed in this world, and its most powerful powerhouse was equivalent to a human's Emperor-class expert. It might even be stronger than Emperor-class experts. The sacred source lifeform contained the laws of one side of the world, which was akin to the law rune. That was to say that the sacred source lifeform could command heaven and earth. Although Lin Yuan was curious, he did not ask the Moon Empress too much about the sacred source lifeforms. In his opinion, such life forms were far beyond his reach. As for the fact that contracting a sacred source life form was related to one's soul strength, Lin Yuan had no thoughts of it. Soul power and spiritual energy were different. The soul had always been the most mysterious and abstruse existence. However, Lin Yuan suddenly thought that as a transmigrator that had lived an extra lifetime, would his soul strength be stronger than ordinary people? The Moon Empress reached out her hand and lovingly rubbed Lin Yuan's hair before saying, "Sacred source lifeforms have a seal of the law power. No one can explore what's inside nor what their uses are. But there is one thing certain. There is no weak sacred source lifeform. Well, disciple, let's not mention the sacred source lifeforms. Have you ever wanted to set up a space tunnel that goes straight from your mansion to outside the Radiance Federation, and then absorb the resources that you need to develop your own faction and train?" When Mystic Moon, who was at the side, heard the Moon Empress suddenly mention the sacred source lifeform, he recalled that the Moon Empress had promised to give young Lord a sacred source lifeform on his 20th birthday. Why did she bring this up now? Young Lord has just reached the age of 19, and if his soul was damaged by rashly contracting a sacred source lifeform, it would affect him for the rest of his life. However, after hearing the Moon Empress change the subject, Mystic Moon was relieved. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.